Got the Jade Dragons versus the Styx Ferrymen. I'm sweaty just thinking about it. Let's jump in.
If you look a little confused.
Whose voice was that?
Yeah,
I know who Trelly is.
Okay.
It's my boy Tony.
But doing like the music?
Yeah.
I actually don't know.
Had to have been Jordan. That's the only guy.
Okay, we'll blame it on Jordan. And you can blame the desk on myself and Mifflin, Score and Miff, as we jump into Set 2, Ferrymen and Dragons, which is going to be coming up next. And Miff, this is one that is, I think, going to be very interesting, right? Ferrymen, as we talked yesterday, if you were watching the waiting room, if you weren't, youtube.com/SmitePro. We had a lot of discussion about the Ferrymen being considered the best in the league by themselves, by a lot of other players and teams as well. And so going into that versus the Dragons, who have been in a position, especially last week, right? Clean games weren't necessarily something they felt like they had brought in, a loss to the Ravens, things like that. So definitely needing to change some things up, but the potential on that team is through the roof. So this one could be incredibly interesting, or it could be a repeat of what we saw in Set 1. And it's really up to the Dragons to determine what happens.
Yeah, here's the thing. I had today projected to go 10 games. I really did. I no longer have today projected to go 10 games, obviously, but this is a set I think that really does have the makings to go the distance. I feel like these teams are relatively evenly matched, but for the most part, I think it's a question of consistency. I've seen more of it from the Ferrymen. It's whether or not the Dragons are coming out and playing well.
Well, the good news is, at least trying to figure out maybe where the Dragons are at mentally, and especially going into a team like the Ferrymen, we can only speculate, but the players themselves, they're actually pretty good at telling us how they're feeling. We've got Nika standing by ready for an interview now.
That's right. It's Nika here with me for the pregame interview from the Dragons. Nika, I guess we'll start at that. How are the Dragons feeling right now? You know, what's the mental like with the team? Good a little distance, at least to the first half here of the phase. How's the team kind of feeling right now?
I think we're all we're obviously disappointed with the results. I think even the Glad set that we won, we felt like, we should be winning that 3-0, And the Ravens set was obviously disappointing, the long game, we felt like it could have gone our way. But I think the main thing is we're all focused on learning as much as we can from these games. We're obviously making a lot of mistakes, and I mean the best way to improve is learning from them. So hopefully we can apply that.
Now, our first set, we already got a little bit of spice thrown in there. If you were able to watch game number 3, we expect some similar spice coming out of the Dragons here in this set.
I think you could. If the stars align, then yeah, from one guy in particular. But we'll have to wait and see.
Oh, I'm interested to see who that one guy in particular is. Now, a matchup here against the Styx Ferrymen, projected right now to be one of the best teams in the league. So far, I believe the only team undefeated at the moment. What would you say is the hardest part about facing off against a team like the Ferrymen?
I just think they draft really well. I think they're probably the best drafters in the league. They force you into a lot of decisions in the draft, and then I just think that grouping as a team is probably the strongest in the league. I do like our matchup into them. I think we usually do pretty well, but obviously they're in incredible form right now, so we'll just have to do our best to see what happens.
Well, Nika, I wish you the best of luck in your matchup against the Ferrymen. I'll let you get back with the team, and we'll throw back over to the desk. Keep going.
I'm now also curious for the one guy in particular.
It's got to be Mike, right?
Yeah, probably.
It's just got to be Mike.
I don't know, man. I'm really excited to see what the Dragons have to offer. They've definitely had some more out there style drafts, but it's the beginning of the phase, right? You've got 2 matchups in region or in division, as well as that one matchup out of division to kind of think of. So I think that for them, just trying to get some wins under the belt is maybe the biggest plan and the biggest thing forward. The big thing that we've noticed with them, though, is while their team has a very different style play, it's definitely been under a certain, few gods, really, that we've gotten to see them. And so when it comes to picks and bans, we'll have to look at them and see what exactly they're going to be bringing to the table, especially as they go up against, well, a team right now that's trying to make the argument for the best in SMITE, which is going to be the Styx Ferrymen. And, of course, you had mentioned Mike Aror, who's going to be in this squad. Whenever he ends up sitting down in there, you can see his chair's empty right now. Who, 2 of the longest-running supports, you drop them in a meta, and most of the time people are going to say 2 of the best supports that SMITE's seen, period. They've got the podcast together, right, on Sundays. This is an entire matchup that I think is going to be fun. That guy right there as well, a very, very important factor of the Ferrymen. I mean, we talk about the junglers. And you talk about what? You go to LASBRA, and it's some different picks, different styles, hot or cold. You go to Cyno, and it's like, what is he going to play today, and how's it going to look?
Yeah, Bellona, Pele, Erlang, Shen, Naja. Cyno, one of the more adaptable junglers in the league, one that has really, really leaned into, I'm going to play what I want. I think it was his stint in the SEC that really expanded his god pool, and since then has tried his best to bring it over into the SPL. He's one of the most explosive players, but he's not impervious to quiet games as well. I'm really excited to see which version of Cyno we get today. We could be looking at Cerberus, we could be looking at E-sets, we could be looking at Scotties, but no matter what, we're in for a good time.
You know, we actually got to sit down with Cyno a little bit earlier this week, see exactly what his thoughts were as his team goes on to take on the Dragons.
I thought we played pretty well this week. I think a lot of the stuff that we worked on in scrims, we did pretty well in the game. I definitely think this meta does suit me a little bit more than past metas, like especially in the first phase where it was like full damage assassin. So I do think I can play more stuff in this meta for sure. So against the Dragons, you definitely gotta look out for LASBRA. He loves to flank every single team fight. So especially against them, you have to ward really well in the jungle and just be aware he's like always gonna be behind you. For next week, I think it's going to be pretty easy. I think it's going to be 3-0. I'm just going to camp Nika in soul lane, and it'll be a free win.
Strat's out there, man. He's going to camp Nika in soul lane.
Babe Ruth called his shot.
And you know what? I'm going to hold him to it. And we'll call him a liar if it's not true, I guess. Although, at that point, you'd be camping Baskin's lane as well, which admittedly maybe you don't need to do. It's Baskin who's over there. And there's the man who joins the team. I was talking about him a little earlier when we were looking at the supports. Roar and Mike, I think a matchup that is just, it's always been fun to watch. If you've been watching Smite for 8 years, 9 years, maybe 10 years, honestly, you've seen this
11.
matchup pretty much everywhere you'd be. But how are they in terms of their career? Well, PBM,
1 and 2.
he stands up at the top with the most assists. What I like is normally when we have these career stats, you can see like Trix Tank, Raffer, who haven't played for a while, still holding their own spots. Twig, even the only non-support that's on the list. But to have them this close, Myth, is actually really, really impressive for just career assists.
It is worth noting, though, that they are amongst the most career games out of the role as well, so you would expect to see them make it into this top list. So close together, though. Roar at 7,400 to the 75 of Mike. Just goes to show how veteran these two players are, and maybe a good reason as to why we see them both going towards some of these more off-kilter selections. You spend 10 to 11 years playing the same role. Sometimes you want to experiment a little bit in God Pool. And when we're talking about Aror, that's going back towards the classics. As of recent, he's been doing things like the Sobek. When we talk about Mike, not exactly the classics. He likes to play the Mike picks. And for some reason, that's mages pretty often. Aphrodite's been a consistent lock-in his last 6 games. But he's also got some of the more standards as well, like Yemoja and Cerberus.
And one I'm really excited for, actually thinking of those numbers in particular, depending on how this set goes, if 5 games as you had maybe called for it, you could see the number just kind of go up for both of them. If you have a shutout on either side, either Mike pulls further away or Aror closes the gap. And either one of those is very exciting to see what they're able to do as their careers have gone on. And again, worth mentioning, on Sundays, for those of you who are unaware, after the SBL on Auror's Twitch channel, I believe on Mike's as well, but definitely I know Auror's, they have the Travelers Proc podcast, where the two of them sit down, usually with a guest. I know this last week it was Aggro, and it went on for 3 hours because Aggro can talk a lot.
And if you don't want to catch it live, you can also catch it recorded on Spotify. That's SMITE Podcasts. You'll see a lot of our overhead, a lot of the podcast-style content you can consume there. A great way to do it if you're at the gym. I'm not at the gym, but if you are, you could definitely get your Smite content there. Yeah,
it is Auror's Twitch, PBM's YouTube, and then our Spotify, right? Under Smite Game. So that's where you can find them if you're looking for those to listen in. I was actually I loved listening in live this last week with where Aggro was talking. It was a great way if you've been in the Smite scene for a while. Honestly, even if you haven't been in the scene for a while, just listening to some of the old stories they had. I mean, from like Season 2, Season 3. Which took up a lot of it. I know I said this on Waiting Room, I think, yesterday, that I felt a little bad for Billy, because not only did it go 3 hours, because it was 3 hours after the SBL, but they would very verbally and vocally apologize to Billy, but then say, okay, but one more story. And that went on for about an hour and a half that it kept coming up. But it's the Ferrymen who are first pick here over the Dragons in Game 1. They ban out Camazotz, Freya, and Athena. Other side, Hades, Oleron, and Chernobog. And so this is going to be the first time the Ferrymen have had to go away from a Chernobog or an Oleron for their first pick. And big surprise, but they've won a lot of those games from first pick as well, and they're going to grab the Amaterasu.
A very consistent first pick selection, doesn't necessarily have any really poor matchups. We saw what SOT was able to do with it, just clearing out the enemy jungle. That's afforded to Amaterasu by her hyper mobility, thanks to that first ability as well as the dash. So makes sense to me as a safe pick first overall, especially with so many Guardians still available. You don't really need to feel pressed to grab one in that first slot. Jade Dragons now, considering their first 2 selections. You could go towards a Guardian here just to get the pick of the litter, well, whatever you so choose, but considering Ganesha, Ares, Yemoja, all still available, we know that Aror is likely to go towards something a little bit off the beaten path for his own selection. Feels like the Jade Dragons likely could hold on to their Guardian pick. Instead, will be the Yemoja locked in. Other picks that immediately come to mind are some of those magical hunters, as well as some of the more meta assassins. Pele finds herself in that column, the latter column, and some flexibility now for the Jade Dragons in their top 2. Yemoja guaranteed support, but Pele, I mean, there's 3 roles I wouldn't hate seeing her in: mid, jungle, and solo if you're feeling crazy. And so the Styx Ferrymen going to have to see a little bit more of the Jade Dragons draft before they're going to lock down where that pick goes.
Vote even, I think, was the one who's played it over in the duo lane. So
That's right.
If most other people, that's probably not on the list. But for the Dragons, it does enter the conversation. I'm curious, Yemoja, first off, Mike's Yemoja, along with several supports Yemoja in the league, is just phenomenal, right? It is deadly. It can change the pace of a game. But I'm curious if this changes your opinion on it. The Amaterasu so far this phase, 3 games against the Dragons, 3 wins over the Dragons when that god is there. Does that impact, especially if this gets a Bellona lock-in, that knowing it's more than likely Baskin who's going to be piloting it?
I mean, knowing that the Dragons have struggled against Amaterasu does just give it a slight edge as well in this matchup, but I think anybody picking Amaterasu against anyone I would never complain about. Bellona is a pick that I would complain about had I not got so much data on Cyno's Bellona just last week. Has a lot of pressure out of the jungle, very strong gank potential, and has a really good matchup into Pele. So often we've seen him hold on to the Scourge, the 3rd ability from Bellona, until after Volcanic Lightning had been channeled and said, hey man, you want to AoE auto-attack my entire team? Crazy that you can't auto-attack at all, in fact. So a decent counter matchup there. Good scaling, decent boxing. Going to be another frontliner for the Styx Ferrymen. So now when you look at the backline of something like a Rama, you know that he's going to have a little bit more space to operate with. I didn't think I'd spend my October of 2023 talking about the upshots and the praise of Bellona Jungle, but here we are.
Even when she was busted, Bellona Jungle wasn't even
That's right.
often of a time. You go to Season 2, she had one role. That role was to 1v4 wherever you put her, but she was still doing it from the solo lane. So, Cyno, changing pace. Also worth mentioning, the Dragons, one of the only other teams that are picking Bellona right now, so it's kind of a double-edged sword. Ferrymen get something that they've looked good with, and they stop the Dragons from having that available to them. They get the Morrigan, which leaves still some ambiguity for the Pele, but definitely some choices to be made for both Ferrymen and Dragons left on the board. Bans. For the second phase, Dragons get rid of Set and Baba Yaga. The Ferrymen get rid of Thor, as well as the Sun Wukong. So trying to take away maybe some ease of access and some fight potential. Whereas the Dragons, it feels like, take away hyper carry and damage dealers.
Yeah, it's shots towards the mid laner, the Styx Ferrymen. But here's the thing about the Styx Ferrymen's mid laner and how it's Paul. His god pool runs far and wide, and so even with a few shots towards him, I'm sure we'll find something he's comfortable with. I would bring up something like the Scylla as a potential lock-in for Paul. Morgan Le Fay comes to mind as well. But looking at maybe some of the CC lockdown or lack thereof for the Styx Ferrymen, largely single target in the CC, barring Dazzling Offensive, might make you want to play something that's a little bit less reliant on CC. So that's where Morgan Le Fay does come into the equation as just a really good backline, self-sufficient peeler who's got relatively long-range abilities and decent CC immunity to answer some of the very strong CC lockdown of the Jade Dragons already established.
I think Morgan Le Fay, as you had highlighted, some magical damage, but also the top pick mage by the Ferrymen. And lo and behold, it's easy to forget about him. Ganesh makes it all the way through here. The Morgan Le Fay gets willed into existence. And so it comes down to the Dragons. Presumably a pick for Vote, could still be a pick for LASBRA, depending on where these things go. But outside of Bellona in the jungle, which Cyno has already shown he can do, I'm having trouble arguing against the Ferryman's comp.
It's a very solid composition, top to bottom. You've got standard mage, pretty strong standard duo lane as well. One of the top picks out of the solo. The only thing that is off kilter, and you already bring it up, is the Bellona, but even then, not exactly a wildly different pick. It's not like when Cyno first came back to the SPL and we were getting things like ESET and Scotty every single game. So I think, by and large, a very standard draft here from the Styx Ferrymen. But the Jade Dragons come away with an incredibly strong composition as well, and I don't want to gloss over it. Yemoja has hyper pressure out of the duo lane. We know that the Morrigan can have very good interactions as just an assassin in base stance, a magical assassin, and then transformations into either the Amaterasu or Bellona or Hercules could keep you very survivable in that backline. High disruption potential there as well. I think the Jade Dragons are going to be, for the most part, content to hang out throughout the early. They've got strong 5-on-5 come late. Potential for early game initiations almost entirely reside wherever Pele is on the map. If Pele's there, you can look for the fight. Otherwise, this looks to me to be a draft from the Jade Dragons that is more so, let's hang out, let's slow things down, let's play our game. And that's been the Jade Dragons' MO for a while now. They have consistently the longest matches in the SPL, at least so far this year. It seems to be a clear identity for them that they're starting to develop.
And something that we've seen drag even the best teams out towards the 60-minute mark. 65 minutes, I believe, up against the Ravens. Something that the Dragons had said that they, A, didn't want it to last that long, B, wish they had closed it out a little earlier. But that is something I think that they have been very adept at. Mifflin, the thing that they haven't been, and the thing that we've talked about for a majority of this year, has been the sieges around this team, and very particularly, I guess, those team fights, the 5v5s around those objectives. And it doesn't feel like the Ferrymen gave them an easy time here in the draft to try and get those. Do you think that the Dragons, assuming this game, both of these teams relatively methodical, so you're estimating, or at least I'm estimating, 28 to 35 minutes, like in that ballpark for even a quick quote-unquote win? Do the Dragons have something that fights really well in those late-game 20-minute plus fights?
They do. Morrigan, of course, going to be really good there. And let's talk about the siege a bit. The Jade Dragons have the Polynomicon factor of, okay, well, if we could just make contact with the Phoenix once every 3 or so seconds, I'll hit it for 500, and it's going to make it so much easier to actually knock down one of those birds. But the counter siege potential is something we had talked about briefly with the Bellona lock-in. That disarm can really make it difficult to choose when you want to commit to sieging against the or into the Phoenix, I should say. And that's not even bringing up maybe some of the very strong space control from Dharmic Pillars or Amaterasu and her space control with Dazzling Offensive. This is a composition from the Ferrymen, if we're projecting them to be on siege defense, that you have to work through 2 or 3 resources before you can make the decision all in. Whereas when the Jade Dragons, they're on defense, they're going to struggle a little bit more so. Lacking in that standard mage tends to put you in that position. You get a magical assassin in trade, but not exactly the best when your back is against the wall.
There's a lot, I think, in this matchup that's going to be revealing to us, right? The Dragons, who have been very on and off several times this year, sometimes beating the best teams, sometimes slipping against those same teams, or in some cases even against bottom teams, right? You go 5 against the Gladiators, lose 4 against the Ravens, things like that. That changes so much for them. So there is this conversation, I think, going forward as to what Jade Dragons are we going to get today, and what Jade Dragons are the Ferrymen going to face. That is the question for them to answer, and we'll find out starting here. So we jump into Game 1 with the casters.
Thank you so much, Gore and Mifflin over on the desk. That's right, it's Game 1 between the Ferrymen and the Dragons. It's J-Mac, it's Trelly, and it's Vile joining us today and for this weekend as we jump into our first game of the set. And immediately for me, Charlie, I think my mind goes back to this Morgan Le Fay, because this isn't really a meta mage right now. Morgan Le Fay's not topping all the charts for everybody, but this is a Paul pick through and through, and it's one that he seems to be almost single-handedly kind of forcing back into the meta, at least for him. What are your thoughts on Morgan Le Fay right now, kind of in the current mid-meta?
I'm a big fan of Morgan Le Fay. I think this is a pick that has come back in specifically because of the rise of assassins in the mid lane. If you're having to deal with self-peel and you're up against a Set or a Pele, or you have to deal with the Morrigan who can transform into one of those picks, Morrigan Le Fay just has tremendous self-peel against these melee assassins that want to try and close gap. She outranges just about everyone as well, which is really annoying to try and deal with, especially if you're the Morrigan. You know, you're trying to walk up, clear the wave, and you just get hit consistently by all that poke, and it becomes a real hassle to even sit in mid lane like that. So I'm a big fan of this pick, and I'm glad that it's, you know, starting to catch on, as you said. Not the highest priority for everyone, but something that Paul definitely recognizes as a valuable asset in the mid lane. And because he's up against LASBRA, who's got Blink on the Pele, and Dardez could probably transform into that Pele as well. You just Dragonflight away, you have so much time to stall, you can drop the slow at your feet, and the fear, there's just so many tools to try and stay alive. And what's Paul if not someone who just wants to survive in team fights, right?
Now, Paul's always one who, very rarely do you catch him with more deaths than kills in a column unless he goes like 0-1 in a game. Paul is a very safe player. He's always been heralded as one of the safest mid laners in the league ever since really his kind of rise back up in. But he's also kind of made himself known as being a trendsetter in a sense. I mean, we look back to his days on the PK Knights, or I guess the Pittsburgh Knights, PK, just in general. And nobody was playing Scylla at the time Worlds came by. What does Paul do? He drops the Scylla game and everybody has to ban it forever. Then he says, okay, well, I'm just going to play the Morrigan along with it when nobody else is. And now he has single-handedly ruined the entire meta of Worlds by playing those two picks to such a high degree. So seeing him bring out this Morrigan Le Fay and seeing Cyno do Cyno things, rotates over to duo lane just to try and get some added pressure onto Mike and Vote. Now sets up, at least for the shield buff, to be able to guarantee his team a little bit more farm.
Yep, and once again, doing not a patented Cyno classic, but definitely this shell start. He's the only one out of the jungle who is picking this up. Brings some extra safety, brings dive potential if you want to try and scrap in mid like Paul and Cyno sometimes do. The shell helps out. And because you recognize there's not too much CC from the Jade Dragons point of view that Paul has to worry about, he just goes in for the Aegis, right? Now you've got immunity, right, to all that burst damage, but also an extra health bar with Cyno. I mean, Paul and Cyno are showing their hands. They would like to try and fight if possible before that ultimate becomes a thing. Vote, wow, forced into those bees just thanks to the dash there. Good poke, but now CycloneSpin trying to return some, and he's eating more than he really should.
Well, meditation from Aror lets Cyclone turn back to fight a little bit longer, plus a couple of health potions. One thing I gotta point out, Trelly, and I just noticed this, so that's on me for going almost 2 minutes before seeing. That's a sturdy stew from Cyno in jungle. It's not Party Punch, it's not Bow, it's not Gooseberries. It's a tank-related one. So to me, that at least tells me that Cyno, for the first at least 5 or so minutes of the game, just wants to sit there and soak farm with everybody else.
5 or so minutes may be an understatement. It is so difficult to stack up sturdy stew, especially as Bellona. It is not going to be easy because you have to hit hard CC. And, you know, unless you're just spamming your disarm and ultimate, it's not going to be easy to try and stack that one up. I don't think Cyno is really looking to get value out of Bow, and obviously you don't need Gooseberries if you're going to be starting the Golden Blade, so just wanted to get some value from those starter items, and we know Cyno's placed already. He does build a little bit tankier. He likes to be more set up for his team. So if that's the call, we'll have to see if he's able to get it online as this game continues. But you got to look towards LASBRA as well. Remember, he started Blink. He's on this Pele, one of the most early game-oriented junglers that is in the meta currently. You're not going to have a great time into Cyno. You Volcanic Lightning in, you're going to get disarmed. You can just absorb your auto attacks. It's never fun. But you can look elsewhere. You know, when Cyno goes left, LASBRA's then going right. Is there really kill potential onto Baskin? When Dazzling Offensive is up, not so much. But if you can go ult for ult, if Nika's able to pull that ultimate down, maybe we see LASBRA show some more face on the right side of the map and possibly play through these blue buffs.
So if that's the case, and it's not fun to gank Baskin. The duo lane Aurora CycloneSpin also a bit tough to gank if you're LASBRA. You don't want to fight Cyno. Where is your opportunity for LASBRA on this Pele to kind of really get that opening? Is it that you just try and force something in duo? You maybe try and get a 1v1 against Paul? I mean, what's the real answer that LASBRA has in these first 10-15 minutes? I
mean, I would assume it's still solo lane, despite the fact that Baskin's very safe. You can see Nika has been able to hit a couple of these knockups to get some good poke, because Ama's clear early on. is nothing great, right? Baskin should be getting out pressured here, and is. A couple of those pulls, though, if LASBRA's here right now, Baskin could be dead, right? Volcanic Lightning, 1 Pyroclast, you're finding a kill at this point. So I think being exactly where he is on this right side of the map near blue buff spawn is a great opportunity to try and fight. But going on to Nika, that's a bit questionable. He's going to have plenty of sustain, plenty of damage, and it's not like Baskin provides that much at the moment.
LASBRA does run into Cyno. Dash gets
Oh,
away.
man.
Baskin has been caught by this pickup so many times. Now it's used the
Gone.
ult, but doesn't get a chance to get any value from it. It's a boulder from Nika. First blood for the Dragons. And Cyno's going back in. He's already dashed. Has ultimate if he needs to get away, but I'm not sure if he's going to be able to defend this blue buff. Does get stolen away. It's first blood and invade for the Dragons.
I mean, Nika didn't miss. That was like the 3rd different pull I've seen onto Baskin, who should have a fair bit of movement speed, but just got picked up every single time, was not able to go into dazzling offensive, and LASBRA still here. Cyno able to get out of trouble for now, but losing that blue buff means that the right side of the map is in for a rough couple of minutes. I mean, just 1 blue buff alone, as well as giving first blood over to this Hercules, the Jade Dragons should be able to play through this right side of the map now.
Paul will grab the green buff, bring it over with Cyno, who has gotten through stage 1 of his Sturdy Stew, now working on the hard CC portion of it, which, as you mentioned, really only disarm the likely option to be able to be used. Don't want to Eagles Rally just for Sturdy Stew stacks. So while Cyno gets that stacked up, Baskin and Cyno both get their first items online, so it'll be easier clearing for Cyno now inside the jungle, maybe a bit of extra sustain for Baskin on the right side of the map, but those are the two who are already starting to fall behind to the Jade Dragons. This 1,000 gold lead for the Dragons is pretty much just coming from that right side of the map for Nika.
Yeah, and a lot of ward coverage on the left as well. The Jade Dragons recognize that duo lane could be something Cyno's looking towards. Walks right over that ward, and there is a wraparound now. LASBRA not interested in the left side of the map. Actually, he just goes right for mid camps. I thought would look to fight, but then you remember this Bellona is very annoying to try and box up against, even with a bit of a lead. So LASBRA probably taking the safe route and just running away, saying, you know what, I'm going to focus farm and not try and kill a Bellona anytime soon. Some good damage coming his way, though. So I don't think I have to run to Aror for Peel. Do they try and fight this?
Darmic Pillar from Aror. That one will slow down LASBRA. Keep Mike on the opposite side of the cage. Cyno, I don't think you want to back inside the jungle because LASBRA's got Blink and Ultimate. Eagles Rally used. LASBRA's trying to close the gap. Doesn't have the movement speed to do so. But an Ultimate burned and a Blink from LASBRA for the Ultimate out of Cyno and Aror.
I'm surprised Cyno made that call. I mean, you got to assume he had eyes on LASBRA there, but still just lazy back, forced into the shell and the Ultimate. Luckily, gets out alive. There wasn't enough movement speed. The Pyroclast just did not have the damage to try to confirm that one, but still, the Jade Dragons with pressure throughout the map, and that's saying something. I mean, it's not like Vote has that much pressure. He's on Jing Wei. He probably shouldn't, but pretty much everywhere else looking real solid. Baskin forced into the Ultimate. Can Mike find something is the question. And another pull back in!
Nika got it before the stun went through, and now the river from Mike. Baskin only has one path out. Fortunate for him, there was no one to cover that option with Cyno at about a 3rd HP. He's not going to want to stick around this fight either. Somehow, Baskin lives through that, despite the great play by Mike and Nika, getting that knockup right before the stun goes through. And Nika nearly turns that one back around. Aror throws the pillars up against Mike, but that'll be the end of the fight in mid.
If you want to call it that. It was a little bit of a scrap.
Scuffle.
Yeah, a little bit of a scuffle there at the Dharmic pillars. But, man, Nika, this is looking scary. Like, if you're this on point with the knockups now, the game is only going to get easier because you get more CDR, you send out more knockups. And like I said, Amaterasu with this movement speed is not easy to clip, especially this many times. Baskin is going to have to watch his positioning for the rest of the game at this point. I mean, there's a reason that gods like Athena are so prominent right now, because having a designated initiator on your team that can just pull beads and get some hard CC is a great look. And so far, Nika has been that. That's 2 different times. Baskin should have died there. Unfortunately, did not have the boulder up. Nika couldn't confirm that kill, and he was just able to get out of the River's Rebuke. But by all accounts, that's been on point. I want to see this Hercules rotate out. I mean, not right now, obviously only level 10, but at some point, I want to see how much damage he's doing to carries with these pulls.
Yeah, Nika's been... Oh, he finds another one! Dude, this guy legitimately does not miss. Every time we pan to Nika, that Earthbreaker has pulled somebody back. Usually it's Baskin. But I can't see a time where Nika has missed one unless he's just going for the wave. Like, and if this is game number 1 for Nika, win or lose, I think the Styx Ferrymen have got to keep this pick in the back of their mind as something that Nika is just on point. I think Hercules is in a similar spot to Thor when we have conversation about, is this a Thor day? I think Hercules falls in that same category. Yeah, it's a Hercules
goodness.
day for Nika. He's got some help with LASBRA, so not a solo kill, but it doesn't matter. This man is insane.
Yep, I'm sure it started off a pull and ended by volcanic lightning coming through. Give the kill over to Nika, and that's the second assist on the board for LASBRA. And it's just a good look. As I said earlier, LASBRA has one lane where it's very easy to find ganks, and it's going to be solo. Everywhere else, it's a lot more difficult. Sure, CycloneSpin and Aror are pushed up on the left side of the map, but that's because they know LASBRA's nowhere near, right? He just ulted in solo. He's going to have no sort of pressure on the left side of the map. But because of that, when you know LASBRA's going to spend so much time over near Baskin, the Gold Fury's got to come into question here, and the Styx Ferrymen haven't cared yet.
The Styx Ferrymen have not done so. We did miss the overhead view, at least of the kill on the right side, but we can take a look at the replay to see exactly what happened. Would have connected if that dash had not fully channeled through.
Well, I'm sure one's coming.
But just wait for another one. Wait for that 2-second cooldown, a couple of in-hands. Might not have even needed it. Just, oh, no, he just throws the boulder. The first one was just to get damage, and then he has a boulder following after. And Nika on point with the Hercules. It's got to feel good being up 2-0 against your lane opponent, especially against a team like the Ferrymen, who have been so consistent, have been so strong in their first couple of matchups already this phase, where the Jade Dragons have also been on a bit of a struggle recently. So getting at least a little bit of fire under their belts now for the Jade Dragons through their solo laner.
Yeah, and I think that's just because of the starter as well, right? Basket did go for the Vital Amplifier, which sure is going to give you a lot of damage, a little bit of extra HP, but not true protection. So LASBRA is able to just burn right through that thanks to the CC and forcing out the ultimate from Nika, which means that Baskin just wasn't quite tanky enough. Now that he's got the Berserker Shield, maybe that gank is a little bit more difficult to try and go for. Beacon spawns in, and the Jade Dragons are immediately there, but Paul is not giving this one up without a fight. This might be the first time we see some aggression from the Ferrymen. They're stepping up for this.
We do have Cyno standing on the point. Does get some backup from Aror. The Jade Dragons, they're just going to concede this one. They'll give it up. They say, okay, we got a little bit. Maybe one too many bodies, not worth risking our lives for a stack. At least on this first Stygian Beacon, so it does get capped by the Ferrymen this time. We'll be back in about 5 minutes on that next one to spawn in to see if we see a bit more action around there. But for the 2 kills that the Jade Dragons have gotten, it's an end of about a 2,000 gold lead over the Styx Ferrymen for the time, and similar in XP. But again, a lot of that feels like it is coming from Nika and LASBRA, just from their ganks on the right side.
Gold Fury's up with the beacons being down. Like I said, the Styx Ferrymen recognize, hey, LASBRA's been spending a lot of time over on right. Since then, since that last gank, and specifically since Baskin actually got a FizzD item, has been the right side of the map he's been hovering. It's actually been over here, near where CycloneSpin's at. Has beads, has Aegis. Doesn't really have too much ward coverage, but is sticking around. Cyclone, I don't think, has too much danger of dying as long as he's near the tower, but if he steps up to that purple buff, for example, LASBRA could certainly find some good damage onto this Rama.
Don't want Aror to get caught out, though. Rotation from Mike. Maybe not expected by Aror immediately, but Auror's been walking around on that ward for the last couple of seconds.
Here comes Baskin.
And right through another one. But here comes Cyno to join as well. The entirety of the 6 Ferrymen on this left side of the map. Nika is nowhere to be seen. His teleport's down for 50. He's not going to be able to get to this Fury. And the Ferrymen have already put it down to a third, but an ult from Mike might just pull them away from this one and Cyno to the backline to keep Vote out of the fight, but the 6 Ferrymen are not winning out on this one. In fact, it's CycloneSpin going down first to LASBRA and will be nearly traded out. LASBRA can't get it. The disarm from Cyno keeps him alive, and Cyno at half HP, still healthy targets on the Jade Dragons. A stun from Dardez to bail him and Vote out, but Aror has not given up. In fact, he's gone right back in to try and get some more damage, but now Nika has rotated over towards the fight to join his team. Cyno stun out. One more hit from Nika, and that puts up 2 for the Dragons to the 1 of the Ferrymen.
I mean, that was questionable from the Ferrymen through and through, right? You see the rotation in. Baskin says, hey, it's going to be a 4v5, but the call is we're going to go for this Gold Fury. They do just that. They make the pull. they didn't have much burst, right, from the start. Maybe it was just a checking a response time situation, but the Jade Dragons knew it was coming. They stalled out. Dardez gets a fantastic flank on a CycloneSpin, and now the Pyromancer's at about 20%. Baskin's here to go in for the steal, can't find it. So the Jade Dragons pick up the Pyromancer, and Nika is able to grab that Runic Bomb. Either way, though, it seems a bit questionable to even go for that 50-50. Of course, they ended up dropping it, but the Jade Dragons were all there. This was not a sneak attempt. They even had ward coverage on it. They had the oracles. They had vision. And the Styx Ferrymen decided to commit anyways.
They stuck to their guns, but unfortunately, it's a misfire here for the Styx Ferrymen. Trading out the 2-for-1. Don't get the Gold Fury either. And still afford the Jade Dragons a bit more pressure. And again, Jade Dragons, especially for Nika there, that all started when Nika was on the right side of the map without a teleport. That fight went on for so long that Nika was able to go back and just mosey on to the Fury. Speaking of Nika, he might just go down, has to use the beads, gets value from both ultimates, but there's just a little too much burst damage still from Cyno and Baskin, and his killing spree now knocked down.
Is it going to be a Gold Fury pull, though, from the Jade Dragons? You'd recognize there's 2 warriors on the right side of the map. 4 show up, ward coverage down, Oracle's grabbed, but no Fury pull. Looks like because the Styx Ferrymen had the vision, the Jade Dragons were not interested in going for that pull. Too many variables to have to worry about, right? Paul's got some decent damage online. Does Baskin have his teleport up? The answer, of course, no, but how quickly could he get here? And since Baskin's here now, the Jade Dragon's in a commanding position. I don't think you want to stick around for too long, though. Aror has Darting Pillars and is just waiting to see if someone will step forward. Actually, Nika teleports in, so seems like the Jade Dragons are worried about a potential pull, but Baskin's zooming all the way back over to right lane.
He'll just head on over. Paul finds a double CC with that one Dragonflight against Nika and Mike. The Dragons, they haven't given up their chances at a Gold Fury. Once that Oracle Vision fades away, Baskin doesn't have teleport, and he's on the far right side of the map. In fact, pushing up towards tier 2, the Dragons will now just pull the Fury for themselves instead. Cyno and Aror here to try and stop things out. Darting Pillars doing decent damage, but the Jade Dragons get the Gold Fury. But can they get out of the team fight? Cyno is chasing, but he misses the ult, and instead it'll be Nika trading out his life. The Jade Dragons, they get the Fury, but they're losing out in this fight because Baskin doesn't need a teleport. He'll walk in just the same way. Get beads from one. Snipes from Cyclone. That's a double for the Hunter of the Styx Ferrymen, and Mike will lock Paul inside the river, but I think you're trapped with the mid laner instead. Paul cancels the ultimate. Boat goes in with his own, but he doesn't get the damage. There's just too many shells on the side of the Ferryman to keep Paul alive.
Wow, I really thought LASBRA was going to be able to make it out there. Plenty of peel came from his team, but not enough to keep you away from not only the rotation in from Baskin, but of course the snipes from Cyclone. Confirm that kill, pick up the beacon, and the Jade Dragons are okay with this, right? They are able to get their Fury. It's unfortunate they get out there, but they still are able to hold the lead for now. Not the greatest situation to be in, though. This is a composition the Styx Ferrymen have where I feel like a lot of people went bridge items in the sense of, hey, Paul picked up that breastplate, and Cyno went in for his kin size early on, but he's going to get a lot tankier. Not easy to try to fight into this as the game continues, not to mention the fact that Baskin was able to grab that tier 1 over and right before he even rotated, so that he was just essentially split pushing getting farm, while Nika was over on the left side of the map. That's the objectives for now. Pyromancer is about to spawn in, and Nika is still holding on to the only Runic Bomb in play. I do want to see some grouping over there as Baskin is going for some damage on the LASBRA, not finding too much yet.
Eagles rallied from Cyno, not enough to kill LASBRA this time, but now Nika's used his mobility just to get in and bail out Laz. Doesn't have anything left for the fight. The 2 warriors of the Ferrymen now starting to hit their stride. Level 16, a lead for Cyno. And Baskin now, level 17, a lead for him. This was going so well for the Dragons early, but the Styx Ferrymen have just caught themselves right back up in this game. Even if you look over at the gold, it was 2,000 plus for the Dragons. Now we're sitting at less than 1,000, separating the 2 teams.
And that's the benefit of Ama. She farms very quickly, she can split push, and she can still make the rotation. Pyromancer, this time started up by the Ferrymen. Keep your eyes on Cyclone, though. He is actually making the rotation over the Rama. Looks like he was trying to get involved over on Pyro, but does not want to lose tower. Does LASBRA really want to try and trade with a Rama who's 3 levels up is the question. He is sticking near duo lane. Not going to be an easy dive to go for, though, especially with the snipes available. Cyclone can stall in the air, which means LASBRA's probably just going to bail on this one. Still, though, Pyromancer available, and both teams have attempted a pull already. Ward coverage favoring the Jade Dragons. They have so many in pocket, and vision on the right side of the map is in their favor as well.
But will we see an objective pull before or after that Gold Fury spawns back in? That Primal Fury sets him back on the map in about another minute. This Pyromancer was teased earlier and sets a fight right towards mid. They catch Dardez, get him out of the Aegis immediately, and a shell burn by Mike as well. The Jade Dragons are going to make sure to keep things up. Sorry, it's not a shell, it was just that heal from Mike giving the shield over to Dardez, and that opens up for Pyromancer for the Ferrymen. They got an all-important relic from Dardez. That Aegis now 2.5 minutes on the cooldown.
Yep, making sure to just force out relics from Dardez, definitely a smart call, especially if they could have got a defensive ultimate, right? From the Morrigan, you get that ult down in a defensive way. That sort of stops the Jade Dragons' aggression for quite some time, but Dardez hangs on to it thanks to the Fae Blessed Hoops, and of course just the heal from Mike. Not going to be a problem for now. But Vote hits level 20, that's a big deal. The Jing way, not really a god that wants to rotate out of lane until this level 20 is reached, until some upgraded starters are purchased. And Vote's on the right side of the map. There is no Pyromancer here. Is it possible the Jade Dragons are looking towards a pull, or more so just face-checking Fire Giant to make sure nothing's going on? I mean, this was stalled out long enough that Primal Fury already back on the table. Both of these teams have plenty of DPS. I definitely lean more towards the Ferrymen just because Baskin has the Frenzy. He's got the Shoguns and, of course, the Amaterasu passive. But the Jade Dragons are given a minute alone with an objective. They will be able to shred it down pretty quickly as well.
It's kind of funny how the roles swap a little bit when it comes to objectives. You know, early, mid-game, when you're solo laner, when they leave the lane, that's when you know, hey, they're trying to go for a Gold Fury. Maybe they're trying to pull a Pyromancer. But then we start hitting this 20 or so minute mark, and it's once you see the carry out of lane on the opposite end, that's when you know Fire Giant could be on the mind of the team. So we approach 22 minutes, score even 4-4. Gold might as well be even, and Cyno boxing against 2. Not a favorable trade for him, especially when Mike is standing by with those heals on the Yemoja, plus the shields that come from them as well, make it hard to box up against Vote for the time. But not afraid to continue this boxing and see if he can keep members of the Jade Dragons busy while the rest of his team regroups.
Wow, Cyno backs and picks up the erosion. Not something I was expecting, but there is a lot of shielding on the side of the Jade Dragons that Cyno doesn't want to deal with. It's also going to make him just a bit tankier. So wanting to try and find that I mean, that's the thing as well. You saw Cyno see Vote and immediately a shield bash and try to trade auto attacks, but you want to have a little bit of Fizz-D before you try and trade with a level 20 Jing Wei, even with the extra absorb autos from the shield bash. Runic Bomb gets placed. Nika just trying to grab the tier 1, all the while Baskin is trying to hit level 20. He's going in for a tier 2. LASBRA should be able to stop it, but the beacon comes through, and J-Mac, so far nothing much, but seems like the Jade Dragons are getting the more value here.
The Dragons sent 2 to the right side to deal with Nika. This is going to be an advantage for the Ferrymen, at least around the beacon side of it. 4 members of the Styx Ferrymen standing by. Now we do get a join in by the rest of the squad for the Jade Dragons. A pickup by Nika, silenced out by Aror, so no push to Cyno this time. And a cap for the beacon, getting closer and closer to Ferryman. Knock-up missed by Nika, but it's a collapse in onto LASBRA, who's going for Paul and for CycloneSpin. Cyclone up in the sky, avoids damage of the boulder and gets some good snipe damage back in return. The beacon has been given up for the time being. A little bit healthier on the side of the Jade Dragons, especially with the sustain from the Yemoja.
Yeah, but Nika's not done yet. He steps forward, and it looks like PBM is trying to chase this one down too. I think the Styx Ferrymen may just have to give up this beacon here, even with a little bit of sustain. It's not going to be easy to step in. And that was all with Dardez missing. If that stun doesn't miss, we may be in a different position. Paul forced into double relics there. I was wrong. They weren't ready to give it up yet. Now they will be giving that beacon up, but still. If Dardez connects with that damage on the CycloneSpin, I don't think he would have been able to make it up into the sky. He might have just died. And the Jade Dragons, okay, they're waiting for Pyromancer. I thought they were going in for a cheeky Fire Giant pull immediately after the beacon. Either way, right side of the map, ward coverage. Jade Dragons are in favor for now, and for good reason. They want another Runic Bomb.
Runic Bomb will likely go here for the Jade Dragons. Aurora a bit too late on the touch. It might get caught out instead. Already half HP, and there's still another Omen mark on top of him. Barely makes that a here, but Paul returns fire instantly back to Vote. Puts him at nearly equal health. to his support who was sent back to base. Aror lives. Does manage to upgrade that breastplate now, as well as start working in on the Ancient Blade tree. But what do the Jade Dragons do now? Given that they know that Paul doesn't have double relic, is this a case of the Jade Dragons where you maybe try and force an objective, see if you can get maybe Paul to step out of position?
They definitely have the ability to, but someone has to track Dardez. You see, every time he goes invis, abilities start being spammed. Everyone is looking for the Morrigan, because if he catches a stun onto Paul, as you said, with no relics, Paul should be getting deleted for free. LASBRA's in the jungle. The Titans have met up in mid lane, and it's actually the Ferrymen who are stepping forward.
Roar used the ultimate, gets picked up by Nika, pushed against the wall as well. LASBRA trying to get out of this fight, but the boulder's doing so much damage to a Roar in the back. LASBRA dives in with Volcanic Lightning, but just doesn't get the damage he was looking for yet. Nearly takes down Baskin, but Aror is the first casualty of the fight. Paul used his ultimate from max range to get some damage, but it's all being returned right back to him. Baskin nearly dead, but able to snake his way out of the fight.
Someone has to deal with Titan. That's going to be Paul, and actually everyone goes back to base, so that could be the Fire Giant, but Cyno and Paul and Baskin not going to give this one up for free. The Jade Dragons, despite using a bit of ultimates there, they still have plenty of HP.
Cyno ults in place, gets a relic away from a couple of them, but Cyno's health bar is worse for wear as well. Even with Dardez showing up, has the disarm boulder just off the mark. Can't zip that one around the wall. The Jade Dragons, though, have now given up the Fire Giant. They didn't get any of their kills just yet. We'll have to reset once more.
They've got healing, though. Mike is keeping his team sustained, and the Fire Giant's picked up once again. Baskin gets dished backed up with the wall. Saves him for now, and Dardez is still trying to go forward, trying to play zone duty. It's only Baskin.
Baskin, Dash gets him out. Paul and Cyclone have returned to the fight. Paul's got ultimate, and Cyclone's full HP. The Fire Giant's given up once more as Nika is just being pelted with in-hands by Cyclone, and now the Ferrymen are the ones who pick up the Fire Giant. HP bars across the board. It's a full breakout fight. Boat is being collapsed on, but same as Paul. He's got his relics back, and he's had a lot of the damage. And now LASBRA is trying to close out this kill, but he just can't. Aurora stopping all of this, traps him on the ring of fire, and Baskin trying to take down one, but it's Dardez who takes his life as snipes from Cyclone nearly get the job done for Cyno to close it out.
Cyno's not done, though. He's stepping forward. He's not done trying to chase, but Nika has the peel. The ultimate is able to pull the beads here. Now Cyno's got to run, but he can't get too far. Dardez picks that one up.
Cyclone picked up by Nika, but still standing his ground, fighting up against them. That is a 2-for-2 trade at the end. Fire Giant goes to neither team, but the respawns relatively even between the two. We could just have ourselves a full reset here now that both Titans are dead and Fire Giant's been set back once more.
Yeah, I would say that's definitely a full reset at this point. You still have carries alive, you've got tanks, but not enough to feel confident going in for a pull. Because of that, we will see the full-on reset. Paul's been taking a big portion of the dive here, but thanks to the peel from his team, the shells, the sustain, the Morrigan Le Fay's been able to stay alive. It's just not easy to try and kill the backline. I think that's the big issue. Cyno's got some decent dive, but if you're trying to fight him in the actual lane, he doesn't get protector of the jungle value, and then he really only has 3 damage items. So this Bellona is not the kind of just one shot. Usually he's going to shred you down if you keep trying to trade. That hasn't been the case so far. Everyone sees Cyno and essentially just runs. But the Jade Dragons are the first here to Fire Giant. We have been dancing for a solid 6 minutes now. It may be EFG by the time this structure actually goes down, because even with runic bombs in play, doesn't seem like either team really feels that confident going in for the confirmation.
Cyno calls out. Fire Giant's at half health. The Jade Dragons all standing around. LASBRA voting Mike inside the pit. Cyno follows in with an ultimate of his own. Vote is being pelted with a little too much damage by Cyno, and now he's trapped in the middle of everybody. Use the disarm to slow things down. Snipes from Cyclone, not quite enough for a kill just yet. But the Ferrymen have forced the Fire Giant away from Dragons once more. But the Fire Giant didn't get reset until just now when Paul and Aurora are able to walk out of the pit. And once more, a return state to neutral.
Yep, that's going to be it. At the very least, Vote gets to fly back in with that Jing Wei passive. Health bars coming through. Ults attempting to come off cooldown. But it's the Jade Dragon still with offensive positioning. Nika steps forward. Remember, he's been on point with the pulls so far. All it takes is one knock-up, and he's able to start this fight. Jade Dragons take the fire. It's at 60%, and Baskin steps forward.
It's just a repeat of what we saw 30 seconds ago, but Mike's got an ultimate this time. Fire Giant low. Jade Dragons do get the fire, and Cyno tries to take the fight against Dardez. Force the transformation out. Cyno's losing this battle. The Morrigan Le Fay just a little too much damage when it's in Dardez's hands. It's a kill for the Dragons mid laner. It might be a second one as CycloneSpin and Aror both low. Aror down. Cyclone in the middle of 4, and he's not living through this one. It might be a trade out to Dardez instead. Took a little bit longer to kill Cyclone than the Dragons were hoping for, but it's a 3-for-none wipe, and the Jade Dragons get fire on all 5.
And that's the confusing part. Cyno actually dives Dardez this time around instead of Vote. If you want to think about who you have the best matchup towards, sure, you're able to pull Magi's off of Dardez, but he can just transform into someone who doesn't have a rough time into Bellona, whereas Vote, he's got to ult away. Just curious positioning there, and now Fire Giant is down. Jade Dragons are pushing forward. There's no one here to contest this. This Phoenix definitely drops.
Do have a Runic Bomb in Mike's hands. Not even going to worry about using it just yet. Mid-Phoenix, with the help of the minions, goes down swiftly to the Jade Dragons. But now we have our second course of Stygian Beacon starting to spawn in. First one of rotation 2 up in about 20 seconds. But the Styx Ferrymen down 8,000 gold at this point. It was bouncing right on a knife's edge at the beginning of this one. 2,000 gold between them. But look at that harsh spike right down in favor of the Jade Dragons after that fire goes down. About a 6,000 gold swing. And climbing.
So far, that's the gold swing. Mid-Phoenix, Fury, full-on reset for now. The Styx Ferrymen, I imagine, feel decently okay with their Phoenix defense, but you can't count on just the Phoenix defense now that your actual mid-bird is down. Someone has to be on minion duty, and because of that, you gotta deal with split push, and that is always annoying in this position. If you don't have a teammate that is a dedicated solo agent or can feel strong in the 1v2, it's sometimes difficult to allocate all your resources. Cyno surrounded by 4 right now. Not sure he knows. He's going to try and book it out of here. With Eagle's rally, shouldn't be in too much trouble, and luckily that Riptide's off the mark, so Cyno will be okay for now. But that right side Phoenix, you got a minute 40 left on the buff, and the Jade Dragons still feel pretty confident with that one Runic Bomb in Mike's inventory. Wouldn't be surprised if they tried to siege this one once all the relic cooldowns come back up in about 30 seconds.
It's so difficult to deal with this siege of the Dragons at the moment, especially that Emperor's armor now in hand from Mike. I mean, that Phoenix is not going to be as impactful as one might hope, especially when you couple it with Runic Bomb. That anti-attack speed that both of those provide to the structure might make it difficult for the Ferrymen to get that bonus damage that they need. Nika does walk in, gets pushed back immediately by Paul. But the Jade Dragons are split. This is where the difficulty has been for the Dragons of the past, has been this siege. They have a increasing gold lead of 12k, with Aror standing at the front line. It's going to prevent the Runic Bomb from going down. Meanwhile, LASBRA Dardez keeping Baskin at bay on the left-hand side. Nika just off the mark on the push. The Dragons slow on the siege.
Slow but sure, they are poking down that right side, Phoenix, and again Nika steps forward. There's the dart push, almost deleted his vote!
Mike gets the rivers up. Paul is almost down. LASBRA knocks him away, and Cyclone's trying to get snipes in the sky, but Vote able to dash from the last one. Vote lives throughout all of it. And now it's Baskin and Cyno trying to zone everybody except for Nika out of the fight, who's just dealing with CycloneSpin in the back. Baskin goes in for the stun, only hits Nika, but Nika is alive and healthy. The heals from Mike keeping the entire team alive.
Yeah, they're going to have to give this Phoenix up for sure. The Styx Ferrymen cannot hang around. Despite getting some low health bars, the sustain from Yemoja is a problem that they had zero answers to after that fight comes through. I mean, Vote was so low. Cyclone tried to hang around and sit in the sky and wait for those snipes, but just could not confirm the kill. And simultaneously, right when Vote got dove with the Dharma Pillars and the extra damage from Paul got dove. And it looked very difficult to try and survive what Nika and LASBRA were able to accomplish there. Throw Dardez's name in the mix as well. It was just full on, hey, can we kill Morrigan Le Fay? Answer ended up being yes. And they get the Phoenix as well because of that extra sustain that this Yemoja is providing. The Jade Dragons end up with 2 Phoenixes, but Midbird is going to spawn in very soon. The Styx Ferrymen, if they're able to clear 2 waves in mid and stall this enhanced Fire Giant, they're just going to have to worry about the right side, which is not too bad. The real issue, of course, J-Mac, is that climbing gold lead because it is still very impactful. We're talking about full build, upgraded relics. moving into 3K pots, whereas the Styx Ferrymen, they still have recipes they need to sell. They still have some extra items they need to get online, and they have a bit of a relic graveyard going right now. I guess so do the Jade Dragons, but Dardez goes untouched.
I think that's the key, is that Dardez wasn't even a part of the initial fight on the right side of the map. He's sitting off to the left with LASBRA, just split pushing and keeping that mid-Phoenix under threat. Should it have respawned? It does now, but a weakened Phoenix will be an easy picking for the Jade Dragons, who have now reset themselves around Enhanced Fire Giant. The Styx Ferrymen have done a good job so far of 2-3 fights around fire, stall things out, delay the Dragons from being able to continue the objective. But now let's see if the Styx Ferrymen can do so once more. Fire Giant pulled by Mike. Jade Dragons start to collapse back into the objective. Nearly half HP. Baskin stunned by Dardez to collapse onto the Alma, and he is deleted. Cyno tries to fight against Dardez, but that's a losing battle because LASBRA shows up and hand delivers a second kill for the Dragons.
Jade Dragons almost chased that one down. Wanted to go in for the end call, but play this one smart. Go ahead and grab that Enhanced Fire Giant. The end call can come in the next 50 seconds or so. Without Baskin, without Cyno, not going to be easy. And that's all thanks to Dardez once again. Goes to the backline, immediately deletes Baskin, who he's got one magical defense item, J-Mac. It's just the Shoguns. That's not enough to try and survive what the Jade Dragons are doing. This mid-Phoenix is going to go absolutely down, and it's not going to be easy to keep this Titan alive.
Oh, but by the way, Mike is still holding on to the Runic Bomb from earlier. Just used it on mid-Phoenix. Not sure why. A couple of in-hands would have done the job, but now everybody on the Dragon step forward. It's 15 seconds to the other two come back up. Paul goes into the ultimate to throw damage at Vote, but it's all into shields from Mike. The Titan falls, and it's the Jade Dragons on top for game one.
Wow, clinical there from the Jade Dragons. From minute one to minute done. I mean, get solo lane pressure. Nika has an absolute pop-off performance on the Hercules. LASBRA is able to get the lead from camping that lane, and then he uses it to get the rest of his team ahead. And also, Dardez just positions flawlessly. There really was no room for this Bellona to get to Dardez. It was, hey, I can sort of box Vote, and Vote was dealt with a bit, right? The Jing Wei seemed to say, hey, I'm not doing anything till level 20, but it's a Jing Wei. She's not going to do anything anyways. It was the Morrigan that was a problem, and there was no traditional dive that could get to the Morrigan, especially when Dardez can just damage diff you at that point in the game, right? If the person who's supposed to be threatening you just gets half health by you, you're probably not having a good time.
Yeah, tough time for the Ferrymen here in game number one, and the Jade Dragons look hot. We'll see if they can keep up that streak in game two right after this break.
Baby Jesus, talk to me. Photo smoking on my. Please don't know that I can see. All this love is hitting me. Baby Jesus, talk to me. Photo smoking on my. I'm feeling myself. Feeling myself. I'm feeling myself. I'm feeling myself. Feeling myself. Face on numb. Face on numb. Face on all that I can see. All this love's hitting me. Baby Jesus, talk to me. Photo smoking on my. Face on all that I can see. All this love is hitting me. Feeling myself. Baby Jesus, talk to me. Photo smoking on my. Face on all that I can see. Face on all that I can see. Face on all that Jesus, talk to me.
I want to. Look. I-35 with the top down, quick to tell a hater they should get like me. Seem like everybody wanna be the boss, but it costs and these lames ain't like me. Drop a couple bands on the crypto fans, know my go. I ain't gotta tell them what it is. Tell them I'm a grown man, so you'll never fool me with the cap you be selling to the kids. Shorty, we the lords of the land, we wavy. Bad little mama tryna have a baby. In a coupe seat color like gravy. Children of the sun, why these so shady? Boss talk with the wolf pack, I ain't never look back. Got a couple bands and I flip that. I be chillin' with my shorty, got the crib on karate. Keep up, little baby, that's a kickback. Can't flex on the living hate free. But he say real, but I know that can't be. Paying for the
All right. About time it got interesting around here. It's okay to be impressed. Wiki. Don't worry, I gotcha.
That's right, available now. You can go to advance.gg and pick up some of Maui's Tropical Splash. And not just Maui's Tropical Splash, you might notice right here in the center we've got Baron. Of course, we still have the Ares, the E-Shell, but right there is also the Maui Shaker, a nice little fade, right, blue to blue, looks beautiful. And of course the Tropical Splash flavor, for those of you who are curious, it's a strawberry and peach flavor, and it sounds like, first off, absolutely delicious. It's anything to go on considering track record. And I'm just really excited to continue working alongside Advanced GG to get these flavors out there. And for people like me who have been like support mains to actually now have 2 support flavors, the Godslayer into the Maui Tropical Splash.
We don't have an assassin one, do we?
Yeah, what we're really getting at is that we're the better role for taste.
Okay. I mean, Loki flavor coming up. I made that up. Don't hold it to me.
Miff's like about to start DMing Advanced GG.
Yeah,
like,
I got it.
Yo, guys, I got some
Junglers
real
out there,
good Smite ideas.
I got us. Don't worry. We'll get there.
Man, I'm really excited just to see what it is and to have the shaker as well. I don't know. It's great. Go to advance.gg, get yours. It's Gore, it's Mifflin, and of course, it's going to be, in just a few minutes, Game 2. What we're looking at, though, is Game 1 actually falling shy for the Ferrymen. I was pretty big on them going into that game because of their draft, Mifflin, but there are some things you just can't seem to factor in. Sometimes that's the Nika factor, and which usually is what changes a lot of Dragons games.
Yeah, I thought Nika had himself a phenomenal game here, as well as Dardez. Dardez going undying in this match. I think pretty indicative of the issues the Styx Ferrymen were running into, which was a dive composition that was, for the most part, unsuccessful on the dive. Felt like Baskin and Cyno were playing their own game, whereas Aror and CycloneSpin were struggling in the back line, and generally that's okay for the Styx Ferrymen so long as they're able to maintain a lead. But because the Jade Dragons got off to a fast start, I believe around a 2,000 gold lead by the time we had crossed that 10-minute mark, they held on to the lead since then. And at no point was anyone on the Styx Ferrymen posing enough of a threat to Dardez to really stop him from playing just about however he wanted. I mean, you could see it here. Can't cook it up better. Cyno tries his best to make it happen in the 1v1, and here's the thing. When you're that far behind, it's just simply not going to work out. I think it's not a composition issue. If the games were run back again, could go the same way, could go differently. So I'm not going to say we need to get Cyno off the Bellona. I'm not going to say that maybe it's an Amaterasu issue. I think this one came down to play on field, and the Jade Dragons played, and this is uncharacteristic for this new age Jade Dragons, just a little bit faster in the macro, and that generally will net you some wins.
Mike 009 on the Yemoja as well. Looks really good. 306 for Dardez. And Mifflin, one thing that I think has been interesting, and this game maybe plays into it even more, I was actually just peeking at it, double checking, because Frog had mentioned it in our Discord, and something that has been kind of hovering there, but like, you know, let's go to last year and the year before that. You know, we track like order win rate, and most of the time it was like, okay, order's at 48, and then chaos is at 52, and it's like, that's boring to talk about because, oh wow, they're mostly even, right? And sometimes I think like the biggest variance we would see was like 47-53, like that, and that was like a huge deal that it was like a 6% difference between them. Then, as we jump into picks and bans for game number 2, and very specifically to get to the point, the Dragons, who are going to be second pick, it feels worthwhile mention coming into this week, and much like we just saw, it's actually way more drastic than that so far this phase, which is that the Order side only has a 33% win rate.
Is that globally in the entirety of the SPL? Order side's 33%. That just means we're in a second pick meta. Gone are the days of seasons 1 and 2 where the chaos side of the map was just worse, the Order side of the map was just worse because of positioning of jungle buffs or things along those lines. Nowadays, it's really about just getting that draft advantage, and it seems like every single time we get into that second pick of draft, it's, okay, well, there's still 3 Guardians available that anybody would be happy to have. There's still 2 mid laners available that anyone would be happy to have, and that top pick, generally being a consistency pick, means that, for the most part, you'll probably see that value from the second pick selection spot. That said, it's the Styx Ferrymen off loss who choose to be first pick once more. Amaterasu, it wasn't a poor performance, but wasn't exactly the stellar performance that you would want from something drafted so high and so highly prioritized. We'll see if the Styx Ferrymen go back towards it. Otherwise, fishing for things like Pele could be pretty decent in that slot, or maybe restricting some of that Guardian pool, considering you have taken away that Yemoja and Athena on the side of the Ferrymen. Things like Ganesha now start to rise in value a bit. I'll be interested to see how the Ferrymen play it from here.
Bans that are common against them, against the Ferrymen, that is. You know, the Ola run, the set, Ama, as you had mentioned. Some very, very big picks. The bans that are actually against them, as of right now, Dragons go for the Ola run, the Hades, and the Thor to ban away from the Ferrymen. Now, Ferrymen have gone on to first pick Chernobog several times so far this phase.
I'm thinking that's what we're looking at.
4 of their 6 first pick games have been there, so you can bet on it. The Morrigan, Yemoja, Athena get banned away on the other side. Chernobog's also just their most picked god for the Ferrymen, so feels like something to maybe bank on. And if you had bet on that specific pick, you'd be very happy right now, because it is, in fact, what the Ferrymen go for. But the question, I guess, in the follow-up, Mifflin, then becomes, what kind of answers do you get? Freya seems to be one of them, but with the Athena taken away, Yemoja taken away, a lot of powerful guns that were left up. I almost forgot about Pele. And that is a very deadly 2 to pick up if you're the Dragons in response to just a Chernobog.
Yeah, so Chernobog has had flexibility towards mid as well. So the Jade Dragons say, if it isn't going towards Paul, let's go ahead and grab our duo lane, get something that's hyper aggressive, has really good PvP potential. Freya fits the bill and has phenomenal scaling come late game, and also serves as a ban away from CycloneSpin, one of the most prolific Freya players in the league. Pele, of course, something that we could just expect to get drafted in that slot, regardless of what the selection was for the Styx Ferrymen. Just incredibly strong, has some of that flexibility we were just talking about, and incredibly high 1-for-1 potential. But into Chernobog in particular, the speed of which Pele's damage is dealt, very, very relevant. You want to use that Living Nightmare to get out of sticky situations. I mean, you can get like a Pyroclast, auto-cancel Pyroclast off while he's starting to charge up that ultimate himself. On the other side, the set lock-in for the Styx Ferrymen does, I believe, confirm Chernobog for the duo lane. We know Paul's very good on this pick. We know what he's capable of getting done. Does play it a little bit slower than some of the other set players in the league. Likes to get to around that level 8 mark before he gets aggressive.
Ares in response to help try and lock down the set a little bit. I'm interested to see the Bellona, because we know it can be flexible, right? It doesn't have to be Cynos. That being said, the Ferrymen have gone on, I guess, record as saying that sometimes, you know, when Cyno's in the mood, you just get him what he wants, and then you hope for the best when it gets into game, and actually sometimes getting out of that can be an experience in and of itself. I think we saw that a lot in Phase 1. And so who knows where this Bellona is going to go. But with the Ares, something the Dragons have gone to a few times so far this year, maybe this phase more specifically, it feels like something to give them a little bit of extra punch to help deal with specifically the maneuverability of like a set.
Yeah, a little bit extra damage output as well. Secure some of those kills, confirm some of those slows. Chains, we talk about the cripple so often. It's like a 10-second cripple if you're channeling it properly. But just having that slow, making it easier for Pele to stick to her targets or Freya to do the exact same, certainly has some value in of itself. Good beads burn potential too. We'll put threat on some of those relics from the Styx Ferrymen. Need to see a little bit more beads burn potential from the Jade Dragons. Anytime you've got an Ares, no escape, burning beads feels good, but you really want someone to be able to make use of it while that relic is down. So one more bit of AoE CC or maybe some highly confirmable single target CC could simplify the fight for the Jade Dragons. Styx Ferrymen, on the other hand, in the exact same position. Very low CC composition as it stands. You've got disarm, you've got some slows, you got a root, but you really want something to get these fights started on the right foot. I wonder, so many support bands from the Jade Dragons, where does Aror put his eyes? I mean, Standard Guardian's still pretty decent. We know Aror in his previous matches as well has gone towards things like Guan Yu. He's played a fair bit of some of the less meta selections, so could be he decides to put his eyes there. But Guan Yu doesn't feel exactly great here, considering you're already a triple physical composition. Hasn't stopped him in the past, but it's worth thinking about.
And just double-checking the list of the Ferryman's gods so far this phase, he's got to change something, because most of them, whether it's the Ganesha, the Sobek, the Ares, or the Yemoja, just not available to him. The Athena as well, actually, on that list. And so he's going to have to change things up. I'm really curious. Now, I will say, I've heard that On Her is kind of a hot commodity over there now.
No. You're just like all the ranked players out there right now. Steer clear of ranked players, by the way. It's going to be tough for the next few days.
Well, that's their identity, based on what you just said, is playing ranked, though. What are they supposed to do?
Touch grass.
No, just play casuals. That's well, it's a different experience. I don't know. Up to you. You can determine at home whether it's better or worse, at least in your eyes and in your personal experience. That thing I already said. Erlang Shen gets locked in. We've been seeing a lot of Erlang Shen, Mifflin, and it feels like one that, admittedly, if warriors in the jungle presumably are coming back, he can always fit in pretty well, right, with the taunt, things like that. But with a Pele on the board, do you like the idea of an Erlang Shen, especially now that it's going to be going into Xing Chen on the other side?
Man, Xing Chen was a very smart pick for the Styx Ferrymen. Triple auto attacker composition. What if your auto attacks just straight up did less? That seems pretty good to me. A little bit of CC as well, exactly what we were calling for. And a lot of CC with Cerberus flanking it. I really do like how the Styx Ferrymen close out this comp. Feels to me like a very strong dive once more. Chernobog will match up with that dive. It's a 5-man all-in composition with pretty decent scaling come mid to late game and some great counter selections individually. Even Amaterasu, to a certain extent, can be considered amongst those auto attackers. We certainly see her go towards things like Kin Size or Death's Toll or Death's Embrace. So anything that's going to restrict some of that efficacy, I think, finds a good deal of value here. It's actually a back-breaking pick, that Jing Shen. That's not to say the Jade Dragons haven't got a lot of damage regardless and still certainly have potential to run away with the early game. Yeah. They've got a very strong early game composition. But in the late game, Jing Shen's going to make it real miserable.
Just throw some hot breath on you and then suddenly... Well, ghastly breath from the Cerberus.
That is so gross.
Yeah, well...
Throw hot breath on him.
Well, what is it?
It's a ferocious roar, man.
Oh, you're right.
It's a furious roar,
It's a furious roar. Ghastly breath, that's coming from Cerberus.
So ghastly.
Which, I mean, you've got a dog. I've got dogs.
It's right.
That tracks. Yeah, it's just accurate. Man, Bellini and Lala's grossly salmon, bro. It's awful. The play, though, a lot of in-your-face supports from the Ferrymen. Like you said, dragons are still going to have a lot of damage. Does the Ama... It almost feels like it maybe plays into what the Xing Chen is disrupting for them, right? It's more auto attack, more focus on shred and things like that. Is it going to help at least in terms of trying to kill Xing Chen, or is she going to have trouble with the front line?
I mean, potential to kill Xing Chen is decent here from the Jade Dragons.
That dude jumps a lot.
He jumps a lot, so Chain's locking him down. So often we see Xing Chen go in, drop his entire kit. He's going to use one leap on you, one leap away.
Yep.
All of a sudden, you're chained up. You're kind of stuck there, but... if it's a full dive composition, is he really leaping away all that often? I'm not thinking that's going to be that case. So the Jade Dragons, I think, will find themselves in a position of, can we kill the front line? Can we kill the initiators on the Styx Ferrymen? And if at any point the answer is yes, their team fight is incredibly simplified. If the answer is no, things become very difficult.
I think the big question right now, Cyno, not a bad game, not a great game either. The big thing, What does the Bellona look like this game around? Like, is it going to have a better time? I mean, I feel like we've talked a lot about what the Xing brings, considering what his Roar can do. But then you add that into a disarm, and suddenly it's like, okay, cool. So now not only are you hitting less, but when you're not hitting less, you're not hitting at all. And it feels like it could be a really deadly combo.
It's worth noting that back in the day when it was always Magical Hunters and they were to talk to town consistently, that was when CycloneSpin was on his full-on, I'm never going to play any type of Hunter style of pick, and he was going towards the Bellona himself for that direct Freya matchup, because it's so telegraphed. When do I use Scourge? Probably when he uses Pulse and Irradiate.
Well, I'm not going to spoil it. I'm going to let us jump into game, but I'm going to say keep your eyes on the mid lane as we get here into game 2. We're going to jump down to J-Mac and Trelly and find out what it is.
Oh, leaving us on a cliffhanger. We got to jump into game now here between the Ferrymen Dragons. I got to see what's in the mid lane. Oh, it's Dardez on Erlang Shen. I was looking over here saying, what, is Paul going to play Bellona or something? No, Paul's not going to do that. It's Dardez keeping things weird. Erlang Shen mid is something I haven't seen since Meerkat on Armada, I think, is the last time that I saw something like that. And he went double Chalice, got a first blood, they won that game. But Charlie, that was years back. Like, we're talking years back at this point. So I'll just ask you, how do you feel about Erlang Shen mid?
I don't love it, but I guess up against Set, you're never going to get soloed. At least you shouldn't, right? Because you just pin, run away. Ult if you're scared, plenty of sustain. I think it's a direct answer to the Set as opposed to, hey, this is a good Erlang mid game. It's a, oh, I'm in a Set. Now I can just like survive it. I'm not going to get bullied by picking a mage. You've got plenty of magical damage elsewhere in the Freya and of course the Ares, so that seems to be the call here for Dardez. I'm curious how it's going to play, right? Like I am down to see how this will work out, but gonna be interesting nonetheless, because Erlang Shen is a pick that I don't see people playing too much even in jungle. So in the mid lane, to see if it's something that Dardez plays a lot, or maybe just thought, again, it's got a decent matchup into the Set and it's not going to get bullied out very easily.
Well, I'll keep eyes on Dardez's progression through this game. Paul and LASBRA trade some blows between the assassins. Cyno showing up, keeping an assassin warrior 2v2 combo, but flip which one is in which role whenever you look at these two teams. Now, I think for me, a secondary factor does come into something that Gore brought up on the desk, which was the combo of Xing and Bellona, the ability to reduce how much damage someone deals via the Roar, or to flat out make them not do anything in the disarm with the Bellona. How does that kind of team factor play into some of these team fights as we start pushing later in the game?
I mean, Auror's going to have to be on point with who he decides the Furious Roar. More often than not, you're going to want it to be Vote, right? If you're hitting that Freya, you're going to be taking a lot less damage, which certainly helps out your team. There's also a lot of physical damage on your side that you might want to be looking towards. And Baskin playing with fire here as those minions start to stack up. Not to say that Nika is not also pretty weak. With Cyno and LASBRA on the left side of the map, that means no junglers getting involved. Just going to be a true solo lane battle for now. Either way, though, it's just a situation where I like that the double Guardian comps. If you've got double ADC, or in this case, just you've got assassins in the mid lane, the Guardians still do plenty of damage. But your positioning has to be on point. Like Paul, who just zooms out of trouble before that knockup hits.
I think that's one thing that maybe goes a bit unnoticed from some of these mid lane sets, is how often you're keeping an extra spawn immediately like away from you, like in a tower or off to the side of the jungle, just for situations like that where you're getting collapsed on, all of a sudden you see LASBRA charging up to you and you say, well, I got to get out quick. Maybe not have a whole lot of time to be able to channel both a spawn and the sandstorm after, so it's nice, and it's actually very interesting to watch how some of these mid lane sets start to kind of prioritize their safety by keeping these little spawns around.
I mean, you really have to, right? Because if you use 2 spawns on the wave, your escape is essentially gone, or you've thrown it towards the enemy tower, which is almost never where you want to be if you get ganked. So just holding on to 1 clone, definitely a good get-out-of-jail-free card, one of the longer dashes in the game. And Paul usually does use it for safety for the time being. Aror not going for the typical gauntlet at the Eep start. Looks like he's going to be going for that Chronos pendant. You already have so much safety on this Xing Chen. Getting 2 leaps that are damage immune where you can use them to just sort of avoid any sort of trouble is going to be a good look, which means Aurora doesn't want to be tankier. He just wants to be able to be more mobile and possibly get that ultimate up. Notably, you can use the Whirlwind of Rage and Steel to just immune no escape and then counter pull Mike if you get the chance. What about this?
Well, Aror used both of his leaps for damage and clear and ends up paying the price because of it. Fast rotation from LASBRA off a bit of a misstep from Aror. Nets the Jade Dragons a first blood. And giving it over to the jungler. Not a great start that you want to have to face off against this team.
Yeah, double jumping right as that, the prot butt rather, actually spawns in. Not a great look, right? I mean, you know that there's going to be some sort of jungle pressure the second that shield buff spawns in. And since Cyno wasn't there, seems a bit questionable. Roar maybe thought he was hitting level 5 at that wave. It just didn't get cleared fast enough. And because of that, you're giving first blood over to LASBRA on this Pele, who was going to have essentially a field day. And didn't actually go in for the Soul Eater start either, which I appreciate. I think the Soul Eater start is a bit overrated, honestly. The anti-heal is so impactful when you look towards, you know, Baskin's build. He already has just his passive in the Tainted Steel alone, where you can get just raw damage and have such a better time, and that's exactly what LASBRA does. He goes into Jotun, says, I've got CDR, and I'm ready to fight right out the gate.
Dardez does hit the level 7 point first between the 2 mid laners. Paul on this set. I'm actually curious. It probably didn't matter at all on that left side because Aurora, you know, used both of his leaps, didn't have ultimate. But Paul picked up the green buff when him and Aurora cleared it, and it kind of looked like maybe a miscommunication on who was getting the buff. Paul will have it now for this fight against LASBRA. Quick teleport out with the clone, but now Mike is here. Beads are there for Paul, but might want to channel them sooner if that third chain maybe connects in an ultimate after. But Mike just puts some pressure on Paul, forces him back to base.
Yeah, I didn't feel like using that ult just to grab Paul's beads, I guess, so decided against it. And even with no chains afterwards, probably wouldn't have been something Paul even had to beads. But pressure on the left side of the map, the shield buff goes down to Aurora. Doesn't seem like the Jade Dragons really have a composition that can burn through gold all that quickly, even with Vote there with Telkines on standby. If you don't have the rotation in from Nika, and if Dardez and LASBRA aren't there, you're not sneaking a Gold Fury at 6 minutes in. This doesn't seem that likely. But with Dardez finishing execution already, they definitely have the damage, J-Mac. If Nika teleports over or just finds a way to rotate, just about any structure on the map is going to be getting shred through very quickly with the first item Shoguns and all these auto attackers. But it's all about, you know, actually confirming set objectives. There's not too much burst in play. I would say Paul doing the brunt of it with his stand skewers. So because of that, not eager to pull the actual Gold Fury. Just stick around and, you know, try and find a little bit of scrapping for now.
Is there a reason that Dardez does go Executioner first in there? I mean, Kinsai is always a viable option. Aussie if he's going for lifesteal. But the Executioner, while not entirely out of pocket as a pickup for that tree, just feels weird maybe having a little bit less sustain compared to what you could have had if you gone the Aussie. So any thoughts for you as to why maybe the Executioner in that first spot?
Yeah, I mean, it's just a triple fizz draft, and you want to shred for your team. If Dardez gets it, no one else has to. Paul used the Kingslayer there, possibly. I don't think there was any kill potential, as you can see. Dardez got plenty of health bar and didn't even use the ultimate, actually. Aurora in a little bit of trouble, caught a lot of trouble.
Used the ult, but Vote's got one of his own, goes straight up to the sky. Now Cyno in danger, LASBRA rotates over. That's for the shield buff pressure. Mike walks around the corner, misses the second chain onto Cyno. It's a chance to try and secure this buff for themselves, but the Jade Dragons do manage to get this one. Styx Ferrymen lose out on Aurora, second time this game. And maybe, if you look over at what his first item is, might explain a bit as to why he's dying so quickly.
Yeah, like I said, you're very safe with the double jump, but what happens if you get chained and then your jumps don't matter? You're forced into the World of Rage and Steel, which is not going to get you out of trouble, especially when LASBRA's there. That puts the second death on the board for Aurora. And he really is one of the tankiest gods on the map if you can get that Furious Roar off onto these auto attackers and actually build tanky. But I guess because Aurora knew he'd be so tanky, he thought he didn't have to do any of that, and now he's having a worse start before it.
Cyno able to dash just before that chain goes in. Aurora gonna bully Vote at the tier 2 tower line as the purple buff set to spawn in here in just a moment, but CycloneSpin's not near him. So not going to be able to seal the buff with him, at least not yet. But now once Cyclone clears this one out, gets the all clear from Aror, says, hey, Vote's not here, Vote's not going to do anything. Well, I thought maybe we'd see a pro buff in Bay, but Mike's rotation over, maybe called out by Paul before heading back to base, keeps Aror and Cyclone from going for that buff.
Yeah, I think that's a smart call. Aurora has already been picked twice just for overextending a little bit too close to Mike. If you don't have that vision on the Ares, you don't want to step up towards that purple buff, despite how free it may look. The Jade Dragons have themselves the kill lead, believe it or not. The Ferrymen are up in gold. Actually just got behind, so very even at this point, all things considered. Just quick farm, and that has been the case for a while now, where even if the fighting isn't going so well, and even though Aurora is 2 levels down, it's just the fact that quick farming, getting their last hits, and sticking around in lane has been really working for the Styx Ferrymen.
Oh no.
LASBRA and Mike want the gank, but Aurora jukes the chain just for fun.
I don't know if Aurora even knew someone was there.
I
He just
do not
walked
think
up
he did.
and then he just instantly like backpedaled, and Mike's just like, oh, well, that didn't do anything. Now he knows we're here. And Aurora can go back safely into the lane. CycloneSpin now able to finish up his recipe. Looks like Paul struggling to get a little bit of his, which is strange to say considering how much damage he's been pumping into Dardez, at least in the first couple of skirmishes that we have seen between these two. Now, as well, the Ancient Blade Tree for Dardez. I think maybe some anti-heal for him, potential Toxic Blade maybe online. Mike does hit all 3 chains. 2 on a Cyclone, 1 on a Roar. Roar jumps in. Might need to be a bit cautious, even with Cyno nearby. That ultimate from Mike, always a looming threat. And CycloneSpin goes up for the ultimate himself, and LASBRA walks away.
It's not LASBRA they're looking for. They're looking for Dardez. They dive that tower. Paul finally finds that Kingslayer. Good call by Cyclone to ult in to help him out. Unfortunate. Dardez ult, he beads, uses everything, but the team was just nowhere near able to chase that one down. It's going to be the first kill for the Styx Ferrymen. But as far as what they can get after, it doesn't seem like too much. When you send everything to mid lane, CycloneSpin, even had to use that ultimate, you're not able to grab a Gold Fury, and the beacon's not here. So good look to at least find some aggression. And Cyclone was able to confirm that shield buff, so duo lane at the very least. Not looking too bad if you don't count Aurora's unfortunate mishaps twice already so far this game.
And those mishaps have put him down about a level to Mike. But not a whole lot has been done with those 2 kills up against Aurora. It's not like the Dragons killed him and then went for a Gold Fury. They killed him and went for, I guess technically at this point, not a non-existent Pyroman. It's just some extra Harpy camp. So not much gain from Aurora's death, but a nice turnaround. Gives Paul a little bit of leeway in the mid lane. Gives him a 1-kill favor up against Dardez. Maybe tries to slow things down here at the Styx Ferrymen. And I think this is one thing that we kind of touched on a little bit during the waiting room, was the Ferrymen's ability to pace control a game. Even from behind, able to delay things. You look back in game 1, going to Fire Giant 1, 2, 3, 4 times to make sure the Dragons don't just get a free Fire Giant, but it's one of the strengths the Ferrymen have had so far this phase.
And I think because of that, able to find leads where they probably shouldn't, at least for now. I mean, again, the XP throughout the map does look a little bit in their favor. You got a level lead in duo just because Cyclone's been able to find it. Cyno hits level 12 first, which is a big deal. That second relic can be extremely impactful. When you're starting Shell, you usually do want another sort of survivability relic in that next slot. Now, we've seen how Baskin's lane has been going. A whole lot of Nika just silencing the ghastly breath and then just back up, sustain, and repeat that process. But it's Baskin's build I want to dive into. Of course, the breastplate. We've seen that time and time again. That's nothing new. But the Spear of Dessa, this Cerberus, is going to be doing some pretty solid damage towards these lesser tanky targets like LASBRA and Vote, for example. I kind of want to see Baskin rotate out now. Know how much the partial damage Cerberus does. Because there was a time when you were playing, a couple damage items on Cerberus solo, and he could essentially 100-0 you if you hit the ghastly breath into the paralyzing spit combo. I'm thinking that's what Baskin's going for. Just have to find a reason to use it. Beacon was not that reason. Didn't decide to rotate out. Gold Fury, Pyromancer, not that reason just yet. See if Baskin even wants to leave, right? Maybe he's just going to sit and farm. As long as he's got eyes on Nika, he has no reason to get out of lane.
And that small little bit of chip damage doesn't look like much against Nika. Considering Nika does have defense, though, and that was only one, maybe two portions of the spit, and 2 or 3 breath ticks doing about 10-15% to one of the tankier members of the team so far. Paul, gonna go ahead and knock away the last Bastion in mid. Dardez walks up just to handle clearing the wave, now going for defense in his 3rd slot. We'll keep eyes to see if this ends up turning into a Phalanx, maybe a Berserkers. Is there one that you would rather see, maybe given the matchup that he's into with Paul? Do you think Phalanx would be a better option, or do you think Berserker probably his best call?
Yeah, I mean, at this point, it could go either way. It just really depends if you're valuing more damage, more survivability, more just, you know, helpful items. That if Dardez is trying to be the damage dealer, I think, yeah, you just want to grab the Berserkers, but that doesn't seem to be the call. Paul gets blinked on. Is going to have to beat this pull. That's going to be all the follow-up, right? You don't really want to keep chasing. The Kingslayer gets wasted, and a beads. And CycloneSpin ults forward. Is he looking to fight or just trying to rotate?
Well, he gets hit by a chain from Mike. A 3rd one goes in. Cyclone has now used both his beads and his Aegis. Vote is being collapsed on. CycloneSpin dashes into the wall, and Paul goes over that wall with the spawn. LASBRA, the one forced out of this fight, 10% HP on him. Not a chance that he's going to jump back in this one. The fight peters out.
I looked over towards Baskin. Remember last time this exact fight happened, LASBRA gets out with 1 HP and then ends up lazy backing near the tier 2, and Baskin made the rotation over. Did not happen this time. Baskin's on the Cerberus, not quite as fast as a pick like Ama, so he was not able to pick up that kill. And of course, Cyclone wasn't on Rama either, so there was no snipes to try and go for. But still, a lot of relics were burned there for the Styx Ferrymen. They only have Cyno's beads and Paul's Aegis to their names for now. Whereas the Jade Dragons are setting up for a possible Gold Fury pull here. They don't have Nika, but they're still going in.
Vote was standing at the front line for a moment. Cyno and Aurora, can they steal this one away? Nope. Jade Dragons get Gold Fury and can now push their lead up to about a 2,000 lead over the Styx Ferrymen. Pyromancer is up. Baskin and Paul have immediately head over to that side. But Nika's got to know that this is going on at this point. He sees Paul standing by. And yes, that's a Pyromancer, but it's not going down very quickly. There's not a lot of damage on the Ferryman side. They've got to give up the Pyromancer, even being the first ones on the scene. They're also going to be the first ones to get out.
It doesn't matter too much if you don't have the DPS to actually do the Pyromancer. Cyno attempted to tank that one up with Scourge, but wasn't even healing enough to try and stick around. So unfortunate with Paul playing zone duty. The Styx Ferrymen do lack a bit of that objective burn, which is so important trying to go in for a pyro play like that. But you could send your ADCs over, right? Vote, Cyclone have already found some impactful rotations so far this game. Hasn't been one of those games where you've just delta over to, you know, do a lane and you're not allowed to leave. If anything, CycloneSpin's been trying to ult out pretty consistently. That second item fail not. You're only getting value if you ult out. Here comes the pyro play once again. Just checking response times, and LASBRA immediately lets him know, hey, we've got a ward there, buddies. We know exactly what's going on.
Yeah, that ward's sitting right in the middle of lane. Right by that tower line. Gave away that Aurora was heading over to the right. So LASBRA makes a quick rotation over. Spots him out at the pyro. Keeps him away for him for the time being. So now, PBM wrapping around. And LASBRA coming in for the pincer. Aurora going to have to jump back to the safety of the tower, but Mike goes in. Ult on 3, brings Paul back, but now it's 2 being delivered right back to the Eagles rally. And LASBRA blinks into the back, but he missed the knockout to Paul. With Cyclone joining the fray, it's a full-on 5v5 in mid. Baskin goes in, 2 with the ultimate. But where's the follow-up? Damn it, it's not there. It's Vote in the sky, pumping the shots right back to CycloneSpin. A kill for the Dragons, but 1 for the Ferryman as Paul with the skewer is able to land one out, but not for Dardez. Is able to chop away under the tower, and even Nika got to zone another one out. Baskin gone, 2 for 1 trade. And the Jade Dragons will continue over to this tier 1 tower.
Yeah, they want to grab this tower. Aurora sticks around to do some damage, but the tier 1 should fall down. Along with that, the Pyromancer that seems like Vote might stick around for. Aurora doesn't have any ultimate just yet, but does have Blink. Could make a play here. Blink Furious Aurora, can he get past Dardez? The answer is no. A little bit too late. Good zone duty there from Dardez as well. I thought LASBRA was going to be able to pick up 2 kills. That was very close to him getting just a bit more damage off, getting some of those low health targets, but ends up getting traded out. Still worthwhile for the Jade Dragons. You'll take that extra runic bomb for Nika, and even more free farm for the time being. But if LASBRA gets a couple more casts off, I think that fight goes a lot smoother. 18 minutes in, still on pace. This is not an outlandish game by any means, only 6 kills. But not for a lack of trying, JMac. There has been some attempted ganks. And because the structures are down for now and no one's looking towards FG, might be quiet till the Pyros, or the Primal Fury rather, spawns in.
Nika does manage to take down Tier 1 tower over in the solo lane. Baskin just gonna have to work on his blue buff for now. Nika level 19 on the Amaterasu, highest farm on the map. Usually at this point of the game, it's the carries who are leading the charge in experience, but Nika's just been getting the better end of farm everywhere, whether it be rotate over for an objective, jump into the mid lane for a team fight, or just getting all this solo farm on the opposite end. And maybe that's kind of the difference from game 1 to game 2, Charlie. There was a lot of time spent by LASBRA on the right-hand side of the map, making sure that Nika's getting those ganks that he needs, focusing towards mid. This time, though, it's just been Nika and Baskin over here. Cyno and LASBRA just kind of, not necessarily gave up, because giving up implies that they would make attempts to this lane at the very least, but just foregone this lane, said, all right, you two just have fun over here on your own solo island.
Are they going for fire? I think they are. The Ferrymen know that Primal Fury's up. Cyclone's on the right side of the map. All of the Ferrymen are looking towards the objective. If anything, why did Cyclone show his face onto Nika then? They're trying to gank this Ama instead.
3 for the 4th one closing in. Cyno on the way. Nika does have ultimate. Uses it to stun out one, but he gets picked up by Baskin. There's plenty of damage, but they don't block the dash instead. Now it's got to be Cyclone ulting in. Nika's buying so much time for his team to show up, but they're just too late. They're just doing everything else on the map. By that, I mean they got a tier 1 tower in trade for Nika's life. 40 more seconds on the grayscale, but the Ferrymen are already at the Fire Giant.
Yeah, you've got your whole squad over here. You've got Vote, who just showed his face over on left. It's at best a 3v5. LASBRA, PolarBearMike nearby, and it's actually Vote going in for a flank. He might be going way too far. That can even get here in time.
Dardez has been spotted out by Aror. PolarBearMike goes into the middle. Ult against 3. How many can he pull back the chain? It's none of them. Dardez is collapsed on instead. And up from Aror will pick up just Mike, but Cyclone is the first one down in the fight. And it might be Baskin or Aror up next as the Dragons continue their chase. LASBRA dashes forward, gets that extra bit of movement speed. The Jade Dragons, despite being in a 4v5, are the ones who get the first kill, and they go right back to the fire. And LASBRA is not going to let this teleport go through. Not for Baskin. Paul shows up, but Fire Giant's still under the eye of the Dragons.
This one's going slow, though. Baskin's got the teleport. Dazzling Offensive is available. Does Nika get here in time? He does. Plenty of damage, but Baskin's the only one who can go in for a steal. They're just going to turn and try and kill him.
Hit by a chain. He does have ultimate. Hits it on nearly everybody, but only Dardez gets picked up. Everyone else just kept firing damage right into Baskin. Down for 45. Cyno is back.
Low
Fire
health
Giant,
bars.
50% health. Mike low in HP. Dardez boxing against Cyno on the ring, and now with a roar here, the double knockup. The double root is good, but LASBRA has so much damage going right back in the fight. Cyclone shows up, but immediately has to dash right back out. Another 1-for-1. That should say a 1-for-2. No, 3. Nika goes in for the double kill. Aurora at 200 health, sent back to base.
All that for the Jade Dragons not to get the Fire Giant, though. They have too low of health bars. They have to retreat for now, even with the amount of damage and the picks that the Jade Dragons got. And that all starts from, honestly, a good play from the Styx Ferrymen. Hey, let's just go in for a possible Fire Giant pull, see what we can get done. They spot Nika. They're able to grab that pick. But then Vote goes from tier 2 tower, just horizontal to the right side of the map, immediately goes in, and now Aurora's trying to defend by himself, but look at his health.
Now, Aurora will go down here. Fire Giant started up by the Jade Dragons once more, but down 2 people in this army for the Styx Ferrymen. The Jade Dragons might just easily be able to walk away with this fire. Baskin's the only one in the neighborhood, and I don't think he's going to knock on that door. It's a Fire Giant on all 5 of the Jade Dragons.
Yeah, I'm still baffled at that play, because I love the call from the Ferrymen, right? Again, you get a pick, and you see that Freya's in left. That is a call to go in for the Fire Giant. It just took a little bit too long. Dardez was able to go in first and stall as long as possible, and that lets this Freya pop off. Now we're 23 minutes into the game. There is a 5-0-4 Freya who has just been given the freest fast track to late game. And now Paul's getting wrapped around on. He's chained. He doesn't have beads.
Doesn't have beads. Probably doesn't have much health anymore. Nika gets the kill for that one. And Cyno squares off against Dardez and is losing this matchup. LASBRA's nearby as well. Probably will be a kill onto Cyno. Just a matter of time and a matter of who gets that last swing. It will be LASBRA who chases him out as Dardez goes back to join the rest of the team. Cyno is buying as much time as physically possible and gets LASBRA to go all the way back towards his Phoenix, but doesn't matter when the objective goes over to the Jade Dragons. A primal fury now for the Chaos team.
Yep, they grab the beacon. They've got plenty of time to decide how they want to try and pick apart this push. Left side tier 2 might be a decent place to start, but Dardez is over on right, I guess. Fearing the push in from CycloneSpin, does not want to give up that tier 1 for free. But I've seen Freya's damage on the structures, and
it's not great.
Yeah, this is going to take a very long time if the Jade Dragons don't group up with minions at the very least. They only have one Runic Bomb in play as well, so it's not going to be easy to grab Phoenixes, if at all. I mean, you got one ranged attacker, and it's Freya. It's not like Vote is going to be melting Phoenixes even with minions online.
Nika and Vote will path over towards mid. Work on the second of 3 tier 2 towers. Still the one standing in solo lane as CycloneSpin keeps the minions pushed out on that side. And right to do so. I mean, we saw what little damage Vote did to a structure, even with Nika fully tanking the tower for him without minions. So need those minion waves to get through if you want to see the damage from Vote. So as we now crest into the 25-minute mark here, Trelly. Titans are unleashed, marching down the right-hand side. It's a 12,000 gold lead for the Jade Dragons. And what's next of it? Is it take down the Titan and keep pushing up right, or is it drop the Titan, reset, and go to another lane?
I'd be willing to bet they drop the Titan, reset, go in for another Fire Giant. That's probably the call at this point. I would love to see them push in with this Titan and try and make use of it, because you already know the Styx Ferrymen are going to be on the other side of the map for a little bit. They've got time to try and grab some more farm. It's still not easy, though, even with their Titan's HP. Like I said, one ranged attacker, and it's Freya. Not easy to go in for a Phoenix this early on, so probably push up to tier 2. You got a minute 10 left on the Fire Giant buff. You try a soft push in for this right side Phoenix, but if it starts to look sketchy, you just back up.
There's a Runic Bomb for Vote. Paul, no beads. Cyno charging in. It's a 3 versus 2, but Nika and Dardez are already out of the fight. That's an ultimate and a relic burn for not a whole lot of gain. Vote's going to keep pushing up with the Titan. Mike, he's got 2 chained up and doesn't pull anybody back this time. Instead, it's an ultimate from Baskin in response. And now LASBRA is on the right side of the map. Cyno down to half HP. He's got to go back to base. And who needs the range damage when you've just got your full HP Titan batting away at the Phoenix's health? Mid Phoenix started up by Nika. PBM rotates in. Chain on Aror, chain on Baskin, but not a full lot of damage this time through. Nika used the dazzling offensive defensively, heads back out as the right side Phoenix does go down and the Titans will square off.
Titans are squaring off. That should be the end of the Jade Dragons Titan push, but still, going in for the mid Phoenix. This seems like a bit of an overcommitment here, but with the teleport in, Nika's feeling confident. He steps forward with his team. Ultimate's available, just equals rally for the Styx Ferrymen.
Phoenix not taking a lot of damage. Aurora put into the sky, but immediately it's a collapse onto Vote. The disarm is there. It gets the beads away from him. But there's so much DR onto Vote at this point. That disarm hardly lasts any time. Dardez stun, jumped on, top pulls back too. Nika goes back in with the rest. His Baskin got to jump out, but he's met by LASBRA. He's got so much damage from the volcanic lightning, but LASBRA takes too much in return. It's Cyno who gets the kill immediately after, and Vote drops in from the sky as Paul charges in the middle of all 4. Cyclone right behind him. Aurora has picked up 1 with his ult, but it's Dardez and Nika doing all the damage. You gotta stop these 2. But Dardez goes down. CycloneSpin gets Vote, and Nika takes down Aurora. It's just Nika left against Baskin and CycloneSpin, the 1v1. Nika does not want to take that trade and heads on back. The Jade Dragons had the damage done on the right side, but they lose the fight in mid.
Wow, that was some low health bars as well. Mike almost picks up the kill on a Baskin. I think the real difference maker there, though, is the fact that when LASBRA goes in and gets all that big damage, the healing is just not coming through, and Baskin, if anything, is just getting the benefits of all this healing around him. The Cerberus was able to stay alive through all of it and just do so much for his team. Plenty of AoE DPS as well. The Jade Dragons get their one Phoenix. The right side bird was what they were after. They can set up for this next Fire Giant once the rest of their team comes. Or the Styx Ferrymen can go in for a pull immediately. They're going to go for the Pyromancer first. There are no runic bombs, so this could be important if Nika doesn't steal it away. Seems like the Styx Ferrymen will be able to grab it. That was a close one. They grab it. And now the Jade Dragons, they're just making a beeline for the Fire Giant. Sure, you got one Phoenix down, but it's very close to FG being on the right side of the map, so that's not something the Dragons are too worried about.
The Dragons with a nice lead over the Styx Ferrymen push to the Fire Giant once more. 10,500 gold over their opposition. PBM walks up and gets vision on Cyno, drops a ward nearby just to keep a count on where everybody is. As Dardez deals with Paul towards mid, but as the Fire Giant goes in, let's take a listen with the players as we start to push down this objective.
Fine. We just wait a little bit.
Balkan,
please.
Yeah, I mean, Balkan just defend waves. What's the fight that
I
we
have an
want?
item. Beefington.
Yo, let's do this. Let's have Dardez.
I'm gonna reset as well. I have Kins. I'm gonna sell my Shoguns for Kins.
Listen,
I think.
Dardez is gonna back. When they're two frontliners, when the Xing and Serb are grouped, I'm gonna blink ult on both and force their ults. If they go on me, just take.
Well, Mike, starting to prepare for the next fight. Thought we were gonna have a breakout there for a moment, but turns out that these players not willing to continue their box up, especially when you have some power spikes coming in. You saw Dardez head back to base, finish off his build. And now Nika as well. I believe he said, I have kin size ready, is preparing himself for this next team fight.
He ends up selling the Shoguns, not fearful of the magical damage at all from Baskin. Mike goes in first. Looks like he's just going to pull some ultimates. Actually pulls Aror back. Aror not taking too much damage just yet, but has to jump away.
Will be able to get out of dodge for the time. Doesn't feel great for Baskin having to use his ultimate as Fire Giant is started once more by the Jade Dragons. The ring is up. The Ferrymen know that this is being done. Cyno gets pinned in place, and Aror gets caught out nearly again, but the chain's not there this time. Instead, it's on to Cyno and Baskin around the wall. The Dragons reset Fire Giant, but head to EFG once more.
Yep, CycloneSpin's taking care of the fire wave, so that right side Phoenix is under no threat. And at any moment, Cyclone could just take to the sky and join his team. Letting Nika solo this is actually a pretty good look. With Death's Embrace, he won't be taking too much damage, but eventually the Styx Ferrymen are going to have to commit. They know the timer, and the Jade Dragons, they're burning through this. It's going to 50-50.
Fire Giant's nearly down. The Jade Dragons do get fire, but do they have the fight after a vote is forced up into his ultimate as Nika goes to the stomach, doesn't get anybody. Aurora instead has picked up PBM and thrown him to the Wolves, but the Wolves aren't very hungry. PBM's just walking away from this one. LASBRA taken down by Cyclone, and Aurora gets an extra one. Make that two for the support of the Ferrymen, and a triple for their support. This is Aurora. He doesn't have anything but a Chronos for damage, and that's all that he needs for the squad. Fire only left on Nika for the Jade Dragons, and the Ferrymen win out that fight.
I mean, I don't even hate the call from the Jade Dragons up until the retreat. You can never retreat there. So many of your tanks are just committed to the fight. Nika comes back, wants to get the kill on Paul, can't find it, but he's winning the auto attack trades and lets the crits come through. That was close. Nika, make sure that tier 2 tower does not fall. This Amaterasu is spreading.
Paul is risking it around these camps. Nearly down, but still alive. And I think you called that perfect. Crits from Cyclone, the only difference maker on if Cyclone wins that trade or if Nika goes there.
If he was getting a little bit less lucky, Nika might have taken that and just 50, all right, let's go. Let's see who wins this.
Well, that's twice now. That's 2 times where Cyclone and Nika get into a little scuffle. They both get down to about 300-400 HP, and then they both go, I don't know if I'm winning this one yet. I don't know if the RNG's in my favor. And so they both just back away. They say, okay, maybe next time. We'll wait till the next time that we battle at full health, and then we'll see who wins.
Did Nika just go back and trade for Spectral? I'm pretty sure.
I think he did.
I'm pretty sure he did. He recognized, hold up.
RNG's still a little too good.
Yeah, that's twice now where I should have gotten a kill, but then those crits did a little bit too much damage, so I made a little bit of a switch up there. But point is, I don't hate that call from the Jade Dragons. They clearly just wanted to commit. They get the enhanced Fire Giant, but when everyone tried to turn and run, that's when you're losing just about everything. You've got Dardez who's ulting defensively to confirm. You've got Mike who is never getting out as an Ares. And the team couldn't decide whether they wanted to abandon Mike or not. Nika got out of there immediately. He recognized, hey, if I die, this game is over. We lose, which is a smart call for sure. But I think they probably should have just committed to the fight at that point. You are a composition that is not easy to run. If you've got the Amaterasu and the Pele, yeah, they're getting out. But Freya, Ares, you can't leave them behind. They're just too slow.
All in or all out.
Yep.
Kind of mentality for Mike and Vote. And that little win for the Ferrymen has slowed down the momentum of the Dragons, but not much was able to get done afterwards. A Fury, a tier 1 tower in mid, that may have already been down at that point. Just removes Fire Giant from everybody except for Nika at that point. Though given the Styx Ferrymen didn't have the healthiest members alive, Paul took a couple too many tower shots, nearly dies to Nika. Same thing for CycloneSpin, nearly goes down in the 1 versus 1. So back to a reset. Both Phoenix alive and healthy on the right-hand side. The Styx Ferrymen now have no reason to keep CycloneSpin out of these fights. He has had to jump in through one of the shadows of the ultimate to jump into that last fight, but now a full force Styx Ferrymen, nearly full build on everybody. It's just Aror who hasn't been able to sell his recipe yet, so that's the only real difference in at least the item builds compared to Mike, who does have that mantle of Discord for himself. So now, as the Fire Giant timer slowly starts to fade away here from the Jade Dragons, about a minute and a half left until that objective comes back up. Might just be spinning our wheels here for the next little bit, Trelly.
Definitely seems like it, and that's going to favor if the same call happens, right, where the Jade Dragons go for their pull, they go for their 50-50, and then they, let's just say in this case, they confirm EFG, and then they try to run. It's not going to work out, right? If they get that enhanced Fire Giant, they are going to have to try and turn and fight. Whereas the Styx Ferrymen, I feel like they could just run the same exact playback, right? Just sit there, watch, wait till EFG gets low, go in for your steal attempts, no matter what, go in for the fight afterwards. I guess the only big difference maker is this will be enhanced Fire Giant, which is very impactful, of course. If you're able to win the fight after just because you get the guaranteed confirmation on it, that's great. But only Nika was able to hold on to the buff last time, and that's why we didn't do anything for 5 minutes with just one Fire Giant buff. Neither team feels confident grouping up and pushing. But Oni Fury will spawn in here shortly. There's only one Runic Bomb you got to worry about, and it's the one on Baskin and Nika. The solo laners have that confirmation in hand. And CycloneSpin smart. He bought this 3K pod and he said, you know what? Something tells me we're not fighting for a while. I'm going to hold on to this until the action begins.
I don't want to burn away those precious minutes of that elixir. Very expensive to grab one of those this late in the game. Where we start seeing those for a carry, your mid laner, jungler. Start to try and pick those up. Your soul laner might be able to grab a defensive one at this point of the game. But if you're not doing anything, we're not expecting anything to happen, hold on to it until the real fight breaks out. Aror hit by a chain and some damage from Vote, who's just chasing in. But that's just to get damage back on Aror. Send him back to base and start up the Fire Giant once more. The Jade Dragons have found their advantage, but they're not really going for the burn on this fire. They might just be baiting a Ferryman forward.
Trying to bait is the call. They recognize, hey, Cyclone was on the Fury. Maybe we can go in for the burst here. Isn't getting bursted down too quick. Oh, not even 50%. And Dardez and LASBRA are not even in on the pit. Wow. I mean, you poke out Aror, Cyclone's over on Fury, and that's not the go button? I'm not sure how much better you could ask for if you're the Jade Dragons. It seems like they're not interested in EFG anymore. They want to fight. They want to bait in someone to some Ares chains. But it is not easy to try and find. I mean, I believe last time Aror gets poked out from the whoop. And if it's all on Vote to try and step forward, you really don't want him being that close to these Guardians either. There's a lot of CC that could be headed his way if he's going to be in the front line.
Cyno dashes in. Doesn't really get too much value from the dash, just a small slow. Keep the Dragons back. Mike with the ultimate chained onto 3, but nobody's pulled back this time. It's ultimates across the board to remove it. But Baskin is now in the middle of everybody, and Aror is being poked out by LASBRA. A little more damage would do the job. A good banish keeps him in place and locks him in for LASBRA while Nika closes gap to take down a second one. Now it's CycloneSpin in the fight. Vote is in the sky, and CycloneSpin is being collapsed on. You're not winning this trade out. He does take out LASBRA, but how can he do with the rest of the fight? Paul is being zoned out by PBM, and Cyclone doesn't got an extra leg to stand on this time. It's 3 down on the Ferryman, 4 of the Jade Dragons march forward. Paul tries to slow things down with a chain on Baskin. He can't jump out of here. That's 4 removed. The Jade Dragons now just have to deal with Paul, who's already dealt with Vote. No more Freya for this fight. But the Jade Dragons with their 3, they might just have enough damage to go for the Titan, but can they deal with Paul? Phoenix is down. They have no minions to stand with this time. Do they have enough damage to deal with not only the Titan, but also with Paul? A Runic Bomb is used. Paul goes
Going
in,
real slow,
but doesn't get a whole lot of damage back. The Jade Dragons slowly but surely take down this Titan and win out game number 2 to put them on match point.
Wow, I mean, Paul does the best he really can there. Without the ultimate, there's just no way. Set has so much poke damage to try and go for, but those were some tanky members of the Jade Dragons that were still alive. And I love the call because, again, I didn't even hate their previous Fire Giant pull where they said, hey, we're going to go for the 50-50. The call I hated was to retreat, and they said, you know what? If we go for the 50-50, we're not going to be able to run. Let's just not 50-50. Eventually, we will get this bait off, and someone will walk up too far. This time, it was a little bit of a roar. He was getting just completely melted by Vote. This Freya hit late game, and she was shredding. But also, the fact that you're able to live through Paul's dive. The set was getting Aegis, was getting Valkyrie's Discretion, but couldn't confirm those kills at first. And then you just have the man advantage. 3 tanks walking down right lane. They get that Phoenix, and they're able to end the game.
Hard for the Titan to kill those ones, especially with how tanky they were there. The Jade Dragons, another slow game here, but they went out and put themselves up 2-0 over the Ferrymen. Can we see a reverse sweep happen for the Ferrymen, or will it be a regular sweep for the Dragons? Let's find out in game number 3.
Show me what you made of. You know what I came for. I see the real you. You should let her out that cage more. I've been playing it cool, but couldn't lie to you. You know what I'm waiting on. Waiting on. Waiting on. I don't wanna wait no more. No more, yeah. More. Who had you down for the count when you needed to breathe it? Just got too hard on your mental. I've been around some time to care them bills when you had them passions. Remember, you knew me before the back. You seen the vision, you know me for showing you things. Knew how to rip it apart. You let me inside. I pick up the pieces and place them. Come treat me right. I know you excited. Know what I like already satisfied. You've been on my mind, I don't wanna hide it or fight it. Slide in the night hour. I want it right now. Wanna spend this time on you right now. Tell me, can you slide on me right now? What you want now? Can I fall through? It's on you. Your body language clear to me, but I need you to say it to me. I got a good time being alone since you had one. Been at the head down to the racks come. What you want, can you slide on me right now? Got a little something for you when you're back home. Yeah, we don't need to talk, your body on me, already saying a lot. You been on edge, you really doing the most. I've been on plays, I'm done being a ghost to you. Sometimes I get tested, these hoes on the play, but I keep it together. You know that you get what you want when you selfish. I pick you up, you can slash in the back. As long as you tell me it's mine, I'm possessed. I know how you like it, I'm all in your head. I'm embedded in your bed, let's till we crash the connection. I got a thing for you. The way that you do it, you do make it hard to go out of range from you. You know what time it is. I'm on your line again. Pull up in 5, I throw you the vibe. You show me the things I miss. Come treat me right, I know you excited. Know what I like already certified. You've been on my mind, I don't wanna hide it or fight it. Slide in the night hour. I want it right now. Wanna spend this time on you right now. Tell me, can you slide on me right now? What you want now? Can I fall through? It's on you. Your body language clear to me, but I need you to say it to me.
I'm capable of every dream. I'm worthy of every desire. I'm the only person who can decide who I am, who I become, and where I go from here.
I've been wasting my time. I don't know why I can't get you out my mind. And if I find a way to get it, when I do it, I can live it and forget it. Cause I hate how much I love you, or I hate how you just put me in my feelings. I just wish you understood the gravity, but you got low sinners. I guess it's better just to live it and forget it than to live it and remember. I've been wasting my time. I don't know why I can't get you out my mind. Yeah, now I'm so lost, where do I go? I was in the chase, caught a flat on road. It was all love, X no O. I was feeling rich, but we turned out broke. North Pole, life so cold. Lukewarm love, should've took it to the stove. You were bad news, all kind, no pro. We grew apart fast. I guess we was reaping what we sowed in. I guess we was unequally yoked in. Guess if we was putting on the shoulder. Guess we should've tried to take it slow then. Guess I let my feelings take control. Guess I let my demon take the wheel. Used to think that we be growing older. Now I can't believe that it was real. It was back in late December when I did it. I just wish I could forget it. Cause I hate how much I love it, or I hate how I just love to catch a feeling.
Well, the Dragons are up 2-0. Mifflin, a spot that Dragons fans out there might be feeling a little nervous about, because sometimes this has been the difficult-to-convert win coming up for them in a Game 3. But looking back at Game 2 specifically, you get a lot of good from them, right? I mean, LASBRA active on the Pele, at least in terms of getting assists, but you got really good play 2 games in a row now from Nika out of the solo lane. That it feels like you've got a very good old reliable over there.
Yeah, Nika's had himself a phenomenal set so far. Feels like he was first in, last out in every single fight, usually last out because the rest of his team had died around him, but for the most part, still getting incredibly active, still finding those priority targets and buying a lot of space for his team. I do want to talk about just a bit Dardez, though, because I think a lot of what works well for the Jade Dragons is centered in that Erlang Shen versus Set matchup. So often we see from Set full dive potential, and either you're doing enough damage that your enemy mid laner has to back, and that's going to net you control around mid camps, or beacon, or maybe a team fight in the jungle. But up against the Erlang Shen, the answer to the dive from Paul every time was, I'll 9 turns Blessing, I'll trade you. Worst case, we come out even because of my massive burst healing. Best case, I come out ahead, and actually I've turned around that engagement a bit. And so often when that happened, we'd see Dardez and LASBRA play together around the sides of the map, rotate together, be very aggressive. So I think a very smart answer to that Pele. It almost reminds me of what BenEQ was doing with his Cleana selection, utilizing the healing of Soul Eater to deal with some of the set's damage so that he could match rotation or get ahead on it. So really good stuff from the Jade Dragons there. Once they have their aggression, in what is now standards Jade Dragon fashion, they slowly roll through the map, grab themselves a few Furies, a few Fire Giants, and then eventually able to turn things around entirely. The only time I thought the Styx Ferrymen were really going to be able to turn it around was that one team fighter on fire where they were able to get a few kills themselves, but by that point the Jade Dragons had already done so much damage on the map, had already accumulated such a lead that they just respawn, run it back, and this time the Dragons won out on it.
And that's honestly one of the things that we've seen the Dragons actually have success with in the past. Like, it feels like that is a common, hey, they might have even maybe made a mistake, right? That's where the fight falls apart. They've ended up dying, but they're actually pretty far ahead where they're at, so they don't have to worry too much about it. It's just the times that's happened 3 or 4 times and you've gone the distance, right? That it's really kind of equalized out as you get to the late game. So they managed to hold on. Like you said, the Erlang comes in, and based on what JMac had said on long history of the Erlang mid, it gets another win on its belt. And so one that I'm excited to see. but I don't know how often it will happen. We'll have to find out. Picks and bans for Game 3. As for the first time this set, it will be the Dragons on the left side of the screen for the first pick team. Now, this goes back to what we were talking about a little bit earlier. Again, first pick as of late, it is the second pick meta through and through. And so first pick has not had the most successful time. That doesn't necessarily mean they haven't had any success, though. Actually saw 2 games for the Warriors earlier today. So we'll see where this one shakes out. Bans, as they start to trickle in. Olarun, banned out by the Dragons. And the Morrigan, banned out on the other side from the Ferrymen. I'm wondering, in your eyes, though, if you're the Dragons here, I can maybe look up and actually see like what their top picks have been, but what are you thinking is like a first pick material?
Amaterasu immediately comes to my mind.
Yeah.
If Nika's playing well, I see no reason to get him off of that pick. You know, it's in an interesting spot right now, the picks bans meta, because first pick is generally going to be a selection that doesn't really have a poor counter matchup, right? You want something that is relatively good but isn't revealing too much in your composition, and then second pick, you kind of have to show your hand a bit. So from first pick, just anything that's consistent. I really like Guardian selections first overall. I really like Soul Lane selections, because for your jungler, your mid laner, and your hunter, you generally want to have a little bit more data on what you're playing into. So wouldn't hate to see Mike go towards something. If Yemoja makes her way through, I think that would be a pretty solid selection. I think outside of that, Ganesha comes to mind, Amaterasu. If you have to grab something that's a little bit more carry focused, Pele feels like something that is just so contested that if you don't take it for yourself, you're going to lose out on it. If Chernobog makes it through here, though, take that. And I'll say that every time.
Ama was a good call, just in terms of history, right? 6 games coming into today, and actually continuing into today, that they've been first pick. 3 of those have been Ama. So with Pele gone, it limits it down. You had mentioned Chernobog, though.
I want to see Chernobog every time.
And we'll both
it'll
be
never
wrong.
happen.
Athena, which admittedly is one of the most banned gods against the Dragons, because both LASBRA, Dardez, and Mike, I should say all 3, will play, and Nika. Honestly, what's Vote doing that he's not even playing the Athena? Otherwise, they could have all 5 ready. But it's got a lot of roles the Dragons can play it in. Unfortunately, Mifflin, it also does give up quite a bit to the Ferrymen. That Chernobog we were looking for
Could be just Chernobog Yemoja, yeah.
makes it to the other side alongside the Yemoja, and that's a pretty powerful top 2.
Yeah, I don't think you'd ask for much better than that from the Styx Ferrymen. Look, we know the Jade Dragons love this pick. They utilize it well. It's got flexibility, as you said, when it's in the mid lane. Dardez has really good performances on it. Can be an initiator and a pseudo-assassin. Has that defensive and global utility as well. Is it a worthwhile trade for Chernobog Yemoja? You know, I don't think so. I wouldn't personally put myself in that position. Maybe the Dragons concerned that the Ferrymen would have taken it for themselves. And I mean, it's certainly within the play cards there. Would have taken the Yemoja away as well, though. I don't think the Styx Ferrymen nearly as flexible with that Athena pick had they been the ones to take it. Would have more so just been going to Aror and would have been acting as a pseudo-ban up against the Jade Dragons. Yeah, I do not love that trade off rip, but we'll get to evaluate the relative value of it with these next 2 picks from the Jade Dragons. Could still grab that Amaterasu we've been talking about. Feels like that slots in pretty well and could set up for some of those Defender of Olympuses very, very well too. So I could keep my eyes there. Otherwise, maybe grab yourself a Guardian support, because I really don't think it's going to be Athena for Mike. Maybe you want to put eyes on that too.
Hades gets locked in. A pick that we mostly have seen in solo and has dominated the matchup against Amaterasu, but has, and I think it's just Minihue, been played in mid in this phase. So he's technically got flexibility. We'll find out if the Dragons feel like they can make that work. Rom locked in. Something that has been a very kind, tried, and true pick for Vote in the past. And it doesn't really change too much here, right? I mean, in the top 3, like you said, maybe you're not too happy about giving over Chernobog Yemoja, but you've still got an ambiguous pick that can play in multiple of the roles that are left open for you. Plus the Hades, who has been a power pick, and Rom, who has been very consistently good. If you go over the last couple of weeks. Answered back by Baba Yaga, who 2 games 0 wins. And I believe it was last week wasn't allowed, and we kind of expected to see it. This week is allowed. We've seen it a couple of times, but how are you feeling about Baba Yaga and the grand scheme?
I feel like she's still really good. She does everything that she did well before. Maybe itemization has shifted a little bit. We've seen Breastplate of Valor back in the meta, but feels like she also leverages bruiser items really well. I like Baba Yaga's interactions into Athena in particular. If it's going to be dash taunt, home sweet home, so get out of jail free card plus additional HP shield plus I'm returning damage while backpedaling. So there's really good interactions for Baba Yaga in that regard. The only issue I can see Baba Yaga running into now is the expediency with which the Jade Dragons apply CC could make it difficult to fully channel a leap for Baba Yaga. Has to hop in that pot, rattle around a little bit, then rocket away. Fear, Confound, Cripple from Ram all could make it pretty difficult to actually get out of some of these stickier situations. So have to play intelligently around positioning, but Paul is one of the best about that. Certainly very capable of it. I love the top 3 from the Styx Ferrymen. I am surprised to see the Amaterasu disrespect. Just hasn't been picked, hasn't been banned, hasn't been a concern. At this rate, I'm thinking we're just not going to see her.
Yeah, honestly, feels like she might be devoid. Still option for the Ferrymen. They ban out Ganesha and Ratatoskr, 2 bans that I think are very appropriately aimed at the Dragons. Thor, Surtur banned out from the Dragons. Thor, honestly, I'd bet more going to solo lane than I'd bet into the jungle. And Surtur, the opposite. I'd bet he'd be going into the jungle before he'd go into the solo lane. Naja's the answer for the Ferrymen. And do you like the Naja? Normally when we're talking about Naja, there's a lot of setup and combo talk, right? Like, oh man, yeah, you're going to take him into the ult, come crashing down into a Ra ultimate, or a Kukul Khan, or something like that. Baba Yaga's got a lot of late game damage, but it's not really the same feel.
Yeah, you can go for like the double potion setup, which is pretty decent, or hope you get a little bit lucky on whatever your passive effect on the first ability is going to be, but otherwise it's not massive damage follow-up like we're used to. There is high CC chain potential with Naja. Yemoja having ranged stuns means that she's going to be able to apply that from anywhere on map. I can't believe I'd completely forgotten about Raijin, by the way. Criminal that he's 9th overall pick. Naja is an interesting decision. It's a little bit different, but I think now even with more ranged CC, Hercules locked in, it's not about, hey, I picked them up, I dropped them down, they need to die now. It's, hey, I picked them up, I dropped them down, please pull them even further into our backline. Use Riptide, use Earthbreaker, whatever you got to do. Let's go ahead and displace this one individual target. So I think certainly some value there. And I was wrong, by the way. It is going to be Athena support, I believe, for the Jade Dragons here. Now that we've got a good look at the entire draft. Standard Initiator, it's one of my favorites for Mike when he's willing to play gods like this. Just, I'm going to get things started. I'm going to make sure I'm the first one in, set up for everybody else. And the setup, or the people you're setting up for, I should say, are incredibly powerful. Raijin, that's the follow-up we've been asking for.
We actually saw some of that CC combo from the Warriors earlier, right? The Athena plus a Raijin, like you can both go for a taunt, so you pull them in and kind of CC chain, as you just said. Pull them into pull them into pull them, and then Hunbatz shows up and pushes them away, depending on where Hades is. Maybe he's pulling them in. Definitely a lot of combo for the Dragons. I'm really interested to see what the Ferrymen do, just because, again, their comp is CC heavy, right? It's going to be very, very control heavy. Damage is going to be there. But the biggest question that is kind of resting on their shoulders right now, and maybe more specifically comes down to play on field, especially with the Dragons sometimes, in Game 3 scenarios when they're up 2-0. That's what it gets called into question. So the question for the Ferrymen and for you is, do they have a team comp that has what it takes to deal with what the Dragons have drafted?
I really do like the Styx Ferrymen composition. I feel like top to bottom, you've got just about everything you'd ask for. When I evaluate drafts, it's like a pie chart or something like that. Do I have the CC? Do I have the damage? Do I have the control? And I'd say for the most part, the Styx Ferrymen aren't really weak in any situation like that, but it's more so actually securing kills that I could see them struggling with. You haven't got that one massive damage ability that you can hold on to and say, all right, if they're below 30%, I'm hitting them with that, and they're dead, and they're off the map, and we're going to go run to a Gold Fury. Man, I really hope Chernobog hit all those auto attacks and maybe gets a few crits, man. I really hope Baba Yaga got lucky with her potion, and it's 5 red ingredients there. So there's going to be issues with that, but clean up your early game or even pull a lead throughout the early game, and your damaged questions are just removed by raw scaling.
We'll see. I mean, that's a lot of the question for the Ferrymen. And maybe some of that's going to be answered in the first 10 minutes and be very obvious to us. Maybe the Dragons are going to come out with a surprise. They are up 2-0. A spot the Dragons are not unfamiliar with, but the question is, can they close it out here in a 3-0? The only way to find out is to jump down to the casters for Game 3.
And thank you so much, Gore and Mifflin on the desk. Can the Jade Dragons 3-0 the Ferrymen and move on with their day, or are the Ferrymen going to have some fight back? We'll find out with J-Mac, Trelly, and Vile. Will give us the view into game number 3. Now, so far this set, Trelly, it's just been Chaos side winning. I think that's been an ongoing trend that we've heard, brought up on the desk a couple of times, that Chaos side is a bit more win-slanted so far in this phase. We'll see if that holds true with the Ferrymen. Very close on the poll between chat. This might be the closest we've seen it in a minute. At 51-49 between the two, but fans still just slightly in favor here with the Dragons.
Yeah, I mean, they've been in favor of the Ferrymen both times, I believe. So even going down 1-0 was not enough. This time, 2-0, we'll believe in the Dragons a bit more, right? That's how Twitch chat is. Giving Cyno the nausea, a different style of play than he has had recently, but definitely not a god he is unfamiliar with. Used to be one of his namesakes, honestly. And LASBRA putting no respect on that nausea. Starts blink. Says, go ahead, bro. You think I need beads just because Cyno's on nausea? Not worried about it. Seems like Cyno's got a pretty easy target for his first ultimate if he wants to, but I do tend to echo what the desk is talking about. There's not that much burst follow-up early on. It's not like Baba Yaga's going to provide too much. You can try and get a little bit off, you know, like Baskin, for example. I think the CC chain is much more likely than just the burst damage. But, you know, just sometimes just confirming that ultimate is enough to guarantee you win a team fight, especially if you've got the follow-up just there ready.
Yeah, you look back to when Cyno jumped back in the league, kind of at the tail end of last season. Jumps in the SPL, we say, okay, what's Cyno going to bring back in the, you know, his return to the SPL? What's on his mind? We're saying, okay, ESET bans, that makes sense. Scotty bans, that makes sense. All things he was doing. And he got left open at nausea one time. And then he never got to see that nausea until the SMITE World Championships. That's how long of some players went, oh yeah, that's right. He was kind of like the GOAT on this pick. We probably don't want to give it to him. But now here in a game 3, Styx Ferrymen jungler, get it one more time. LASBRA ports in with the monkey toss, now has to jump away. Will leave Dardez primarily clear out the wave, and now could be going right back in. A blink by LASBRA, but he doesn't have the follow-up damage. Needs the monkey toss to hit Cyno, and it does, but Cyno's just a bit too healthy.
Yeah, I even saw the rotation in. You could tell PolarBearMike wanted to go for that kill. He bailed over on duo lane, but did not have the range to try and go in for a taunt, and Cyno was a little bit out of range as was. But I mean, you don't see the junglers heading over to left, right? That shield buff still something that a lot of teams love to fight over. It seems, like if you think about the Hades burst, that Nika should have a free time grabbing cooldown buff at least, so that's going to be a net win for the Jade Dragons. But using the sash early means you can't cancel out Percussion Storm, but not enough damage coming through. It's scary to let Dardez free cast, even at level 3. I mean, there is a lot of damage, as Paul just showed, that these mages can do at level 3.
I mean, they're a single tier 1 item in a starter, so you're setting, well, maybe 30, 40 power on these mages this early in, but showing just how much of that base damage is available to these mid lane mages, putting threat on both the junglers. And Mike again rotating in. He's full health, full mana, but there's nobody really around to follow up for him this time. Mike will show himself on the map. Gets the taunt on the Paul, but Paul just shakes it off. He said, okay, you don't have anybody near you. I don't know what you're doing. So Mike meanders his way back on over to the left side of the map.
I kind of respect it. He held the wave and also went in for a cheeky taunt, you know? Didn't end up getting any beads, but he didn't sap wave from Dardez. He just held it there. And, you know, got some damage onto Paul. I like the attempt, right? Paul maybe thought someone was hiding behind the corner and could have beads, but didn't. So, not terrible there. I'm curious about this matchup between Nika and Baskin because, you know, we've been praising Nika on the Hercules. Baskin has a great Hercules as well. This pick in general is going to have a good time once you're able to rotate into the team fights. But it's been a lot of Hades pressure recently. That's the reason that this Hades pick hasn't been able to get through during picks and bans too often. So put that in lane up against the Hercules, both of which are just going Tainted Steel, saying, hey, we know that you want to heal. Like, the Hercules and the Hades both have a ton of sustain. Let's try and deal with that for now, then we can worry about, you know, actual team fights later on.
Dardez does go back, get a second tier of Book. Paul working on one as LASBRA jumps in for the slow against Cyno. Does get second ability pop, and an ultimate from CycloneSpin. Just put a little bit of fear in the potential rotation that this Chernobog could have had. But LASBRA recognized that there was that threat and immediately pulls away from Cyno this time. But now knowing that that global presence is down on one side, could opt in, but an ultimate missed by Cyno. A fast thunder crash by Dardez locks him in place and gets him away from the ult.
Yeah, I mean, Dardez had beads, so it wasn't in that much danger anyways, but still, you want to try and get those beads down if you're Cyno, and that was not the ult to do so. A little bit of an ultimate on Devo, but he's full HP, so we'll be completely fine. I don't even know if he needed a beads there. Cyclone had already used about all the damage he really had, but better safe than sorry. Vote trades his ult there for the River's Rebuke. If you know anything about Yemoja cooldowns, honestly a worthwhile trade until the beats came through.
I think it goes back to one of my favorite threads from one of our EU SCC players who's like, all the things you can do while Yemoja ult is on cooldown. You can brush your teeth, you can make a pot of coffee, you can go cook up a sandwich if you need to. A whole lot of time to spend while that one sits on cooldown.
You can brush your teeth, I mean
that's
a few times.
Isn't like the recommendation a minute? Like
you're supposed to sing your ABCs, right?
Is it? I thought the recommendation was 45 seconds to a minute on top and bottom each.
No, you go forward, and I forget. There's so many different tools. I've got a system that has nothing to do with
forward
time
and back,
at all.
Left to right, loop to loop, and you pull them tight is how you do your shoes.
Yeah, then yeah, that checks out. I just know there's a system. I don't count. That's old news.
I never had the tooth tunes. That was one thing that they used to use.
Those were sweet, man.
I was never fortunate enough for one of those. I did have the electric brush, but I didn't have the cool tooth tunes.
Yeah, I didn't have those either. I could just tell, you know, the people that had cool parents because they had tooth tunes on sleepovers.
I'm getting socks for Christmas. My friend's getting a tooth tune, and Cyno is getting an ultimate from LASBRA. A crash by Dardez, who goes in, uses the ultimate. But it's the Raijin that does more than enough damage. First blood for the Jade Dragons, but Paul trying to turn this one back around. Potion off the mark.
Here comes
LASBRA
Mike.
keeps up the chase, because guess who's around the corner? It's PBM with the taunt, gets the beads. But Paul's going to go right back into the tower because Cyclone is here. He turns it around, gets one of his own. But not much follow-up after that as LASBRA's already gone.
Wow, I mean, the percussive storm doesn't quite connect, and unfortunately the rotation in from Cyclone puts Dardez down. I don't think he would have chased that kill so hard if it wasn't from the rotation in, but also, if I knew Mike was there, I would think that kill is confirmed as well, so I respect the dive attempt. This does not end up working out, and unfortunately, you just get the beads off of Paul. Hey, at the very least, you get first blood, though. If you're Dardez, you're happy with that one. So Dardez picks up first blood, then immediately has to give a kill over to CycloneSpin. And Vote's like, guys, really? Like, I'm just over here trying to farm, and you gave my ADC a kill, but that's what happens when you let the Chernobog through. That rotation is always a possibility.
I will say it's been more often than not when Chernobog is let through. It's when the Ferrymen are playing. I don't know if it's just that other teams don't care if Cyclone gets the Chernobog, or they kind of forget it exists, and they're just like, whatever. The Ferrymen are more than happy letting it through themselves. Say, okay, cool. Either we get a Chernobog or we don't. But it's just weird to see in the last couple of sets against the Ferrymen that teams have just been letting this pick go through to Cyclone every single time, and he's just been popping off with it every single time.
Yep, it does seem like what a strategy a lot of teams use against him, though. Remember when Marty was top pick, top head, and it was like, okay, Cyclone is just going to play Marty every single game. Loses beats there, but here's the rotation in from Cyno. Gotta try and take Vote up to the sky. They're going to try and go for this, though.
Mike going to try and bail as much time, but there's a River's Rebuke from Aror. Vote. He's got to take the only path out, but he had his beads back. Used them to roll away from Cyno. Still has an ultimate on the Naja, while LASBRA is getting handled in the backline. Tries to take down CycloneSpin, but there's just not enough damage. Taunt back onto Cyno. Missed on the sash, and that could be the kill. But Dardez is out of range with his ult now. With Paul showing up, the Jade Dragons have got to turn out of this fight and leave.
Yeah, but here comes Cyclone. How deep does he want to go? He ends up going to LASBRA and catches him. LASBRA can't escape there. Wow, I thought he had the blink off cooldown ready to escape, and I think he did use it looking at that cooldown, but it wasn't enough to get him out of danger. Unfortunate. That's another beautiful play from CycloneSpin on this Chernobog. It's twice now where he just gets to pick up a free kill just for using that ultimate, essentially.
2 ults, 2 kills for CycloneSpin, giving him a lead over Vote. But flip side, Dardez has been able to get a bit of a lead over Paul at this point now because of it. The carries of the Ferrymen trade spots for a moment. Now Paul going to head back to mid, Cyclone towards left. I was wondering if for a moment there could have been some threat on the Gold Fury with that rotation, but not going to be the case this time. So Rorax manages to steal the Chester away from Vote, who was trying to clear that one out. I wonder where... At least maybe Aror kind of goes with this first item. He started into the cloak, and then he stopped, and instead went to Thebes right away. So I wonder if Aror was maybe thinking this is a prophetic game and then backed away, or maybe he goes to it after. I'm not sure entirely. But Aror, whatever it is on his mind, he said that cloak was not the answer for round 1.
I'm sure he'll eventually build into it. Or maybe he feared he would need a Magi's or something and said, you know what, I'm not going to build it into 2 cloak items. I'll just build the Magi's later and focus on the Gauntlet of Thebes. Either way, there is a ton of CC. You got to worry about Baskin. Stuck in the ultimate. Should have plenty of CC coming his way. And the anti-heal.
Alive?
Yeah, not enough. LASBRA finally picks up that kill. I'm amazed that he lived for that long. That just goes to show. I guess it's the start. Okay, now that you look at his build, it makes a little bit more sense. Was more so focusing on his cooldowns as opposed to the actual defense. Now, going into more deviants. Because, you know, the anti-heal was pretty good, right? You got the Tainted Steel. But LASBRA also held his ultimate for quite some time.
Paul ults Cyclone, jumps to mid, PBM. Able to dash away, but it's right to Aror. That's another ultimate now used to try and get a kill, and this one will be on to Mike as the Styx Ferrymen round out their 3rd one of the game. And now, even things back up with the Jade Dragons. Cyno tries to steal away blue with Ring Toss, but doesn't manage to do so. Just gets a little bit of chip damage on the enemy as they clear it out.
That's all for now. Objective still certainly something that both teams want to look at here. That Gold Fury, as far as I'm concerned, because Nika doesn't have teleport, looks a little bit worse for the Jade Dragons at the moment, but Styx Ferrymen, Cyno has been rotating across the map. He could try and just pick up someone like PolarBearMike, for example, with no beads. Still think LASBRA is always going to be a great target. He's got Blink. You get a pick near gold. I mean, there's plenty of DPS to try and go for it. As Aror looks like he wanted to try to invade purple buff for a second, but decided against it. Either way, I like this call from LASBRA and Mike. They have just been following each other around and just trading CC, like wherever they need to. Like, hey, taunt into ult, who we looking for, who we trying to fight. Last time it was Baskin. But it's just anyone. Anyone who walks up in the jungle is in danger of getting taunted into a Fear No Evil at any given moment.
Now, Charlie, on some gods, I probably wouldn't question this item.
Okay.
But on Hunbats, Soul Eater second slot?
LASBRA is a Soul Eater believer. I've seen him build it on just about everyone. I still think it's overrated. But this man just builds Soul Eater on everyone. It's very cheap. I'm guessing that's the reason he values it so much. Because the sustain is okay. But it does just seem to be a cheap power spike that he loves.
We're on the opposite side. Cyno caps off his CDR with 2 items, Jotun's and Breastplate. No more need for cooldown from Cyno, though. Easier said than done. So many items just might have that extra bit of cooldown. And all ones that maybe a Naja would like to have. First beacon of the game, capped by the Styx Ferrymen. Jade Dragons not able to step up. There's only Dardez in mid. And Nika between the 2 towers on the right side of the map, just doing a little bit of proxy farm, or he heads back to reset for himself. Mike dashes in, no taunt to follow up. Maybe does approximately have the silence that was laid down by Paul, or just thought twice about it, but doesn't get anything that time through, so it'll just be beacon for the Ferrymen and silence around the rest of the board.
That silence is so annoying, by the way.
I hate it so much, especially on that shape there.
You can't predict it. Sometimes you're just walking over it and you just end up getting caught. Speaking of getting caught, Roar takes a little bit of damage, and more specifically, Dardez is going to take some damage as well. Fearful of the ult, ends up dashing out. Holds on to the beads, though, so Cyno still has that wind fire wheels. Is he going to find the target? Does he want Mike is the question. Seems like not yet.
Taunt to Mike, Raiju, an ultimate by Cyno. Now he's out of position. Fear No Evil gets beads from Cyno, but there's no follow-up damage immediately after. Mike crashes back in with his own ultimate. Cyno sashes Mike, but now he's set himself back up for potential death as it's Vote to knock him away before CycloneSpin trades it out. Cyclone is low, though. This is a big shutdown that the Dragons need, and Vote gets it, a double for him. and 1 for Dardez. The Jade Dragons now up with 5 kills.
Can they even do anything? Yeah, I was going to say 3 of them are heading over towards where Gold Fairy would be. It looks like farm more important. With Paul around and essentially at full HP, there's no way you go in for an objective pull there. You just try and steal away as much farm as possible. Great call, though, and that was, again, another chain CC of Cyno missing his ultimate into the taunt, into the Fear No Evil, and Dardez thunder crashing in to confirm those kills. I mean, this Raijin pick, the slipperiness of it is very strong, but also the fact that you can use that dash in aggressively, and because it's got the mini mez, the damage, the fact that it can close so much distance, usually makes people run away the second you go in, when in reality it's like, wait, you just used your escape. Can we turn on you? Not when you're level 15. Dardez is just, he's got too much farm, he does too much damage.
Especially at level 15, full Book of Thought, Divine Ruin, working on an Obsidian Shard already. Whereas the opposite end, Paul. First couple items match up, but now going in towards Cloak, Prophetic Cloak. Potentially on the mine there, which may also could be a reason why Aror stopped his. Said, wait, I've got Paul. Paul loves building defense. He's on Baba. That's an easy cloak stacker for my team. We'll see where Aror ends up doing with his. I think you may have made a great call with the Magi's a little bit earlier. Jade Dragons start up gold. As soon as Aror turns the corner, walks over that war, the Jade Dragons back away from objective.
Yep, Cyno's nearby. I really do think if he's able to just pick up PolarBearMike, especially half health when you tank up Gold Fury like that, yeah, that could be an easy kill before the fight begins. And also, I'll keep my eyes on Baskin. That Hercules walked over, started to look towards Pyro, started to look towards Fury, and then keeps going back. And that's because Nika has not left lane, right? Just been split pushing pretty consistently, proxy farming, trying to catch up, trying to push Baskin behind. So you have to think about every single rotation like that. Hey, I could go here, but are we doing something? Are we actually pushing an objective? Or am I just losing waves and losing pressure to this Hades that insta-clears everything? There was no good answer, so Baskin head on back. But the Pyromancer is available. I think this is something that the Jade Dragons or the Ferrymen could easily pull. But I like the call of leaving Cyclone and left, right? He's got that global he could get over at any moment. He's done that twice already. So just leave him over in dual lane until a fight is actually breaking out. And then use that teleport, use that global presence to your advantage. That's, I mean, one of the best assets the Styx Ferrymen have here.
Mike charging up. A dash around Pyromancer. Paul the only one in lane. Taunt by Mike. Doesn't get the beads. Paul realizing he's a little too far away from the enemies to be under real threat to need to burn a relic. But we'll get that Prophetic Cloak online now. Start stacking that one up for his team. Gives him that extra protection. I believe the Oracle Harpies actually have vision for the Ferrymen here. So the Jade Dragons pulling it under the knowledge that the Ferrymen do see this happening. So with that knowledge, the Jade Dragons will not go for the objective, at least for the moment. Now with the second set of Oracle Harpies popping in, or I should say at least the new set of them, now the Dragons do have that vision they need inside the pit.
They've got it. Doesn't mean they feel confident pulling, though. Even though a lot of the Styx Ferrymen just back there, no way of knowing, right? And because of that, cannot stick around for the time being. But this beacon spawns in. The Styx Ferrymen have been pretty on point and trying to get pressure towards this beacon the second they can. And keep your eyes on teleport as well. That's going to be big. Nika doesn't have beads, whereas Baskin's got teleport available. Could even upgrade it if he goes back to base at any moment. So that is definitely something to keep your eyes on. Does Dardez feel confident enough to walk in? All the while Paul's going for a wraparound. Not easy to play.
Vote's here, half health on Aror from poke by both Dardez and Vote off that taunt. LASBRA waiting in the wings on the right side of the jungle. Does have Blink, Beads, and Fear No Evil if the Ferrymen grew up a little too much. Mike ready for that chance to charge back in. LASBRA does go. Fear No Evil on to 3, but Paul ults in time to not need to use a relic this round. And with the firebolts coming out from the house, Paul will zone the Jade Dragons away for Beacon to go to the Ferrymen.
Yep, a little bit too telegraphed there, unfortunate. Now the Styx Ferrymen get some good positioning to go in for the Pyromancer. This is shredding fast. I don't even know if the Jade Dragons want to step up this, but here come the Taiko drums.
Mike's already gone in, but he gets stopped by Cyno. He's in the sky and will be dead on landing. Cyno gets some damage and a kill for the Styx Ferrymen, as well as a Pyromancer.
No, the Jade Dragons
that gets
got the
stolen
pyro.
away
Yeah.
instead. Vote So homing in autos, he gets picked up by Baskin. Use the beads to roll away, but Baskin's still walking in while CycloneSpin closes the gap. Vote is eliminated off the map. CycloneSpin, credit for that kill, was on a killing spree earlier, got shut down. He's going to start it back up once more.
Do they go in for the Fire Giant? No, it seems like trying to go in for the Fury is the new call here. The Styx Ferrymen chasing down LASBRA. They don't have too much to try and even go for this call, but at the very least, this Fury seems pretty doable. No real impactful ultimates up just yet. LASBRA has ult, but very low on mana. You're pretty much dropping the ult and then jumping out. That's the best you can do, but here comes Dardez, and he doesn't have his ult.
Paul knows it's happening. LASBRA's got Mike this time in. Fear no evil plus Defender of Olympus. It's enough to not steal it away. The Ferrymen reset and then grab it away once the Dragons picked it up again. Nika pushed back after the ult from Cyno, locks him in, but Nika gets picked up by Baskin this time. And even with some nice damage in return, Nika is too low, and it's Paul with the kill. 7 on the board for the Ferrymen.
Wow, I'm amazed. I thought that re-pickup play was pretty solid there from the Dragons. They had a good bit of burst, but not enough to confirm anything. And now, it does seem like the Fire Giant is what they're after. Paul sticks around, gets some decent poke onto Dardez, but Fire Giant has been started up. There's no vision, but the Jade Dragons know this is happening. Vote's nearby with snipes, but that's the best steal tool for now, as here comes Mike. He's going to step forward first.
Vote instantly to the sky, snipes onto Paul, 2 of the 3 land, but he rolls into a silence, the worst case scenario for Vote, as Paul puts him down 205 on the Baba Yaga, as Mike taunts 1, jukes the sash from Cyno and has to go back to tier 1 tower. Vote meets one of the worst fates you can when you're just trying to roll away.
Yep, not a great call either. I don't think that Fire Giant is ever going to burn that quickly, whereas the Jade Dragons just felt because they didn't have vision, someone had to face check it. All things considered, J-Mac, not the worst trades in the world for the Jade Dragons. If you look at the gold lead, not much has changed. It's just been a sort of chain reaction of, we go in for something, doesn't work out, go in for something, doesn't work out, whereas the Styx Ferrymen, they've been pretty on point with at least counter-engaging, waiting for Mike to go in, trying to find some CC. Cyno has been connecting the ults more recently. Started off where he was a little bit off the mark, but now you've got the first level 20. That's CycloneSpin on this Chernobog. He's going to be a threat as this game continues, whereas Vote probably wants to AFK for a bit, right? He wants to get some farm. Dardez was ahead. Now he's going to have to do some catching up. I think the Jade Dragon just want to sit back and sit in lane for another 2 minutes, whereas the Styx Ferrymen, again, level 20 on this Chernobog. Cyclone's ready to go for fire.
The Ferrymen will begin their group up around Fire Giant. The Dragon's a bit slow on the rotation. Vote nowhere to be found. This might be another 4v5. Should the Ferrymen pull the objective? Cyno will be there with Aror. They'll start this one up as Paul and Cyclone have now grouped up. Baskin zoning the right side, but it's really just 3 now around here. Dardez will join Mike. Fire, half HP and falling fast. LASBRA waiting for the flanker on the backside. Sash missed by Cyno, but Dardez was standing on a ward. He gets pulled up into the sky. River's Rebuke to try and secure fire, but the fire hasn't been finished just yet. Dardez crashes out. The Dragons can take this fire away, but they don't do so. The Styx Ferrymen grab the objective and might just pull Nika alongside them. He's already used his ultimate as Vote will split push down the left side of the lane. Phoenix removed, but it cost the Dragons 2 of their lives.
Yep, that's the only play that Vote could really make. He wasn't going to make it over there in time. I'm just amazed that the Styx Ferrymen just channeled in like that. Everyone going in for the steal. It was another 50-50, but I don't think the Ferrymen care about losing that Phoenix, right? They get fire. They can just group up and push down that lane. The question is, can they grab mid-Phoenix or can they get a little bit more? It's just Vote and Mike. LASBRA nowhere to be seen.
Taunt by Mike, gets 3, but Cyno's already kept Vote busy in the back. Mid-Phoenix goes down to the Ferrymen, and LASBRA still hasn't come back to base. Didn't even split push the tier 2 down. I thought that's where he was going to steer by, but instead he's just clearing out what no jungle there is because that was cleared before the Fire Giant started.
There's not much that he can grab there. I think if LASBRA's in mid lane, that Phoenix doesn't go down, or at the very least it takes a lot longer to do so. Maybe you find a pick. In this case, LASBRA's still sticking around for the time being. You trade left for mid-Phoenix. You lose Fire Giant on 5. And now the Styx Ferrymen get to group up and just push down that fire wave. But if I know anything about how this version of Smite is played, now the Jade Dragons just push up mid and right lane, right? They stay away from the Styx Ferrymen. They say, go ahead, clear. We're just going to try and get level 20. Notably, Vote was able to AFK for quite some time. He has hit level 20. Dardez still really needs to cross that threshold. LASBRA still really needs to cross that threshold. And heck, Nika has not been able to get too much done on this Hades. Is not doing enough damage, hasn't been tanky enough. Needs that upgraded starter item. So level 20 would be great for this Hades pick as well.
Yeah, it's not there, even with the buff. Just being dropped by Nika on the right side of the map. Would love if some of those minion waves would push up towards him, saying clear. Meanwhile, the Ferrymen can continue their slow burn on the map. 6,000 gold up for the Ferrymen here, 24 minutes in the game. And actually, it's now closer to 7,000 with that 10k XP. Though around this point of the game, the experience starts to matter a little bit less. I say that as only one player on the Dragons are level 20. Now two. The moment I say it, Dardez pops over to 20. So we can start to see some of these starter items get upgraded for the damage dealers of the Jade Dragons. Most importantly, getting Dardez a little bit more damage. He was very active in the early game, constantly crashing in, but now we're at the point of the game where you can't really play as aggressively on the Raijin.
That is true. And also, CycloneSpin always has the ability to fly over to LASBRA, right? If he recognizes, hey, there's someone over there that I think I can 1v1, I'm going to pop ult and I'm going to head over. Seems like now, that is not the call. You don't go in for the 1v1, and if anything, LASBRA's heading back to base because there's a Titan pushing towards his base. Right side tier 2 is the call. Fire Giant buff for another minute or so. The Styx Ferrymen should be able to grab this tier 2 comfortably. The question is, can they get anything else after?
Love watching the minions up top. They're just waiting patiently inside
Nothing they can
the
do,
throne
man.
room.
There's no Titan to attack.
Order Titan is back. Chaos Titan marching in. There'll be a moment before those minions get to do anything on the top end of the map. This is a 5v5. LASBRA inside the jungle, but he's clearing out speed. Tier 2 tower removed by the Styx Ferrymen. Titan still nearly full HP. The Jade Dragons, wherever they mount their defense, it's good damage from Dardez, but all of it is being shielded away by Aror with his heals. Look at that, there's no damage being done to the Ferrymen. It's all have to be done to their Titan that's just now being sent back. Dardez up in the ult with the help of LASBRA, but not a lot of damage dealt back. Instead, it's all from the Styx Ferrymen going to the Jade Dragons. Right side Phoenix for the Dragons, removed off the map.
Yep, that's going to be easy, right, Bird, and that's all the Styx Ferrymen have. But that left side Phoenix should be spawning any second now. If it does, maybe the Bird drops down, but nope, not in time. Those minions should not have the damage to grab it with CycloneSpin there. So unfortunate for the Jade Dragons, they can't get anything off of that defense, or attempted defense, I should say, because the right Phoenix was not defended. They got some key power spikes, yes, but if you want to look at damage numbers and the fact that the Styx Ferrymen are in such a better spot as far as the rest of their late game builds are going, does it really matter that you were able to get those power spikes online? That's the question. The Jade Dragons will be able to get their middle Phoenix up for now. That's the last fire wave that Nika's looking at, so he should be able to clear that, upgrade his starter item, and then group in for one more FG. If the Jade Dragons step forward, this could stall out to EFG. If they just give it up, we're probably looking at another sit down, another defense, another slow push into a bird or two, and then a full-on reset. That's kind of the pace that this game has been going. It is 2-0. One mistake and the Jade Dragons could just take the set.
Mike walking forward wants to remove Magi's from Aror if he can, or maybe just a relic from Cyno. Beads gone from the jungler of the Ferrymen. Snipes from Vote, not there. Lost track of his target and maybe just a bit out of range. And that's an ultimate for one relic on the side of the Ferrymen. Mike's not going to stop there. Go ahead and remove Magi's from Aror.
Yep, keep taunting. That's the play. That's the best thing Mike can do. Keep setting up for his team. If Dardez dashed in and ulted, of course he had no idea who was behind, but maybe he's finding a kill there onto Cyno. So just walk around the wrong corner when Mike's there. There's plenty of DPS. All the while, double ton. This time it's the tanks. Remember, LASBRA's here as well, and he's got Fear No Evil, just trying to find one target. Doesn't seem like the Styx Ferrymen are too stressed about it, because remember, they've got Aror and plenty of sustain.
Yeah, not only the shield that comes from the heal, but also those Fey-blessed hoops. Keeping the Ferrymen alive and giving them the confidence step up to Fire Giant. Half health already on the objective as Mike walks forward. Baskin's taking some big damage. The Styx Ferrymen are pushing in. Will they go for the fight? Will they go for the fire? It seems to the fight. Let's take a listen in with the Ferrymen.
Yeah, ulting into Hades, ulting Hades.
Hades jump. Anything?
In front of me.
Anything?
They have nothing. Can we chase?
I can ult maybe in a second.
I'm just gonna ult for. They're all slowed. They're all slowed.
Go back to
That's
fire,
your shell. Just go back to fire. Just go back to fire.
you want burn now?
Yeah, burn.
We burn really
Nobody
hard.
can walk in.
I can bomb. I'll bomb it. I'll bomb it.
I'm just gonna pull.
I'm just gonna bomb.
The Ferrymen able to keep the Jade Dragons out, but had to reset fire. Now back to it once more. LASBRA standing near. Recognize that Baskin goes back, but Baskin can teleport back to the fire giant. The Jade Dragon's gonna have to give this one up.
Yeah, but because it was quick, not enhanced fire. I think that's the reason they were so willing to give that one up, right? You have the opportunity to try and mount a defense, but without any ultimates, without the relics that the Jade Dragons lost there, stepping forward could have been disastrous. Plenty of damage, though, coming from any sort of follow-up that Baskin's able to grab. I mean, the pulls have been pretty consistent here. I'm amazed that Nika even made it out. It seemed like Hades went a little bit too hard in the grand scheme of things. I mean, it was a halfway fight that turns into just, hey, can anyone make it out? The answer was yes, everyone made it out. But at what cost? Right side bird still down for probably one more wave, so 2 waves of fire minions coming in over on right. And that means the Styx Ferrymen can just stall this a bit. Wait until someone goes over to right to clear. And no one's got that quick global presence. You're not sending Mike to clear fire waves and then ult back over. Just doesn't work out that way. You're sending LASBRA to do so, which means you got time for the Styx Ferrymen to mount their offense over on left and try and get the left side, Phoenix.
Well, you can see by the player damage chart, Charlie, where the bulk of this is coming from. Paul and Dardez, the mages, are the ones doing the brunt of the work as far as player damage is concerned. Styx Ferrymen take out the final tower on the map and now move into the only healthy Phoenix left standing. And it's starting to lose its health pretty quickly to damage from CycloneSpin. Half HP on the bird, falling quickly, goes down. And Cyno's got one in the sky, but on landing, there's no one to follow up against Nika, who's able to dash right back out. But the Styx Ferrymen have done the damage they need. Left side Phoenix gone, and they could head over towards mid or right side, but instead will back up and regroup.
Yeah, props to Dardez there. I don't think that Nika survives if Dardez doesn't push forward. He had to push everyone out, all the follow-up, and that means that Cyno was not able to get the follow-up he needed on the Windfire wheels. But keep your eyes on LASBRA. He has been hiding in the jungle for a bit now, waiting to try and find a blink in, trying to find a fear no evil. And there's the taunt from Mike. No follow-up just yet. Mike's getting low.
Cyclone didn't even use his beads there. Mike gets picked up and pushed right back to the wave, but gets caught on the very edge of the wall. Will able to dash right back out. Styx Ferrymen get yet another Phoenix. Just one more in hand, and then we can move over to the right, take the last one. LASBRA is waiting for the golden opportunity, but he might not get that chance because his team is dead. And Paul has spotted him out. LASBRA is out of this fight. Nika is on the grayscale, and Mike is in the sky. And as soon as he is down, he'll meet a similar fate to Nika. The tanks are gone. Vote is gone. Dardez has to go back to the fountain, and LASBRA has ultimate, but he can't hold it for much longer. Uses it only on Baskin. That's not the value he was looking for. It's 3 for CycloneSpin, and Dardez will be the next one. The stun doesn't connect. The Titan will be the call. The Styx Ferrymen extend the set to 4.
Wow, the Styx Ferrymen bounce back in a big way. I thought their mentals would be shattered with how this set has been going so far, but this time around they were able to find Cyno, not on one of these tanky warriors on the Naja, and even the beginning of this game, right? The Naja ults were not connecting. It did seem like once the rotations came in, really did like Baskin on this Hercules, really did like the Yemoja as well. The tanks was the big difference maker for me this time around, and especially, you gotta mention CycloneSpin, right? The Chernobog, seems criminal that he was even able to get it, but what he was able to do on it, even more gross.
I mean, I remember the early game, it was, he ulted twice, and both those ults netted him a kill. And then he picks up one more in a fight before inevitably being shut down, and then just continues to go on this rampage. There's too many teams that are just letting him have this pick. It's one of the top picked and banned gods for a reason. It is wild to me that players are just letting CycloneSpin have this pick time and time again, because it keeps working time and time again for the Styx Ferrymen. They're able to find themselves a big win here in game number 3. They push this set to at least game number 4. We'll see if they can push it to 5. Game 4 right around the corner.
Trying to make y'all comfortable. For the record, you ain't trying to grow, then it's done for you. For the record, lab on me going all the way. For the record, ain't trying to link, no time to waste. For the record, for the record, for the record. Been a little too nice to y'all. Now I gotta up price for y'all. Snake eyes on dice for y'all. Shoulders on ice for y'all. Frozen. 8-6 all the hate. I won't get involved today. Got lost in the ball and age. I'm flipping the bars and flipping the. On record, off record, I still count wins when they doubt it. On record, off record, I let them take advantage. I was wildin'. On record, off record deals. Tell them talk to Colin for the quote. On record, off record, I still want the act, not the ghost. Running through it with the young influence. Adolescent presence, also coming to it. I've been giving yeses when I shouldn't do it. I complete ejected, but the moves elusive. And I'm barely moving, but I'm still gon' boost them. I can't work on winners when I know you're losing. So I went the winners and they play with deuces. Guess I have to pivot, shooting the bazookas for the facts. I need racks, paper, cash. Tax, that's a joke, tell him laugh. Uncle Sam, got the bag. Brody plot, but get a whack. Contract, give me the max. I got lab on my back. You ain't that, then it's raps. Whoa, 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 whoa. For the record, I'm done trying to make y'all comfortable. For the record, you ain't trying to grow, then it's done for you. For the record, lab on me going all the way. For the record, ain't trying to link, no time to waste. For the record, for the record, yeah. For the record. I got problems on problems on problems on problems on problems on problems I solve them. I run through the money, the pressure be calling. Left on my blessings, I feel like I'm falling. The birdie is back, tell me I'm garbage. I'm going through something, that's why I ain't calling. Phone and progression, it's all that I wanted. The phone in affection, I summon and dub it. Cause I got problems on problems on problems on problems on problems on problems I solve them. I run through the money, the pressure be calling. Left on my blessings, I feel like I'm falling. The birdie is back, tell me I'm garbage. I'm going through something, that's why I ain't calling. Phone and progression, it's all that I wanted. The phone in affection, I summon and dub it. Why you be all on my line about nothing? Why won't you go get you $1 or something? Don't hang with it who lying for nothing. I see that we different, you riding, I double. I don't do discussions on bragging about hundreds. Don't go to your places, I know that they sunken. Don't call me your brother, I barely could trust it. I talked to a shorty, she bagging the bugging. And I'ma need all of my dollars on corporate, so hand me the money, I divvy the pie. I'ma give all of my people a portion to build them a fortune. I'm flipping the ride. I can't be mixy when iffy the vibe. And 40 on 50 is really the time. Why are you all on my phone like you want me? Like you wasn't pushing the kid to the side. I don't know if you thinking I'm blind. Cross on my crosses and dot on my eyes. Done with your efforts, I'm dealing with pressures. I know it's a lesson, that's word of the wise. Dubbing the mixes I'm mixing, I know I've been missing. I needed some personal time. All the pictures, dimensions, I don't with your digits. I mean it, I'm staying inside. Cause they got problems on problems on problems on problems on problems on problems I solve them. I run through the money, the pressure be calling. Left on my blessings, I feel like I'm falling. The birdie is back, tell me I'm garbage. I'm going through something, that's why I ain't calling. Phone and progression, it's all that I wanted. The phone in affection, I summon and dub it. Cause I got problems on problems on problems on problems on problems on problems I solve them. I run through the money, the pressure be calling. Left on my blessings, I feel like I'm falling. The birdie is back, tell me I'm garbage. I'm going through something, that's why I ain't calling. Phone and progression, it's all that I wanted. The phone in affection, I summon and dub it.
I'm only talking flash, then deposits. I maneuver on some calls. In the South Street, round the clock, can't tell me nothing. This is everything I wanted. I'm only talking flash, then deposits. I maneuver on some calls. In the South Street, round the clock, can't tell me nothing. This is everything I wanted. She ain't know it, but I'm everything she wanted. She ain't know it, but I'm everything I wanted. Look,
I'm manifested where I'm at. The credit card just up the max, and everything I do, I tax. It's hard to buy my time. They see me shining, my paint dripping. I'm acting different. I keep it modest till I turn up. I've been champagne sipping. They clock watch while I big boss and a flossing proper. I'm quick to slide like a slip, not ducking cops and robbers. Been on the wave, you can't tame. They pressing play to play me, and I'm out of body. My vibration high, I'm levitating. I feel amazing. I'm keeping space away from them toxins. I'm going places. I'm gassed up, ain't no limitation. Headed where that tree in that weather. Got my melanin popping. Whip with the leather, the softest. Motherfucker, humble brag. I'm bad boy with that cash, ready to spaz. I splash the dash, digital rag. They mad, cause try and bite too hot to handle. I ghost ride it, I pilot phantom. My mind ain't yet hit its prime. They ask me when I'm quitting. Decline to answer, I'm unbothered, I'm kind-mannered. But fuck a body in the way, cause I've been moving at a rate where any day the fuse gon' burn out, then I blow up, then we go up, tell a hater, so what? It's in my veins, I'm cold-blooded and function, I'm flawless, I'm manufactured different. They carbon copy, they sloppy, I'm everlasting with it. I'm legendary, it's very scary, I'm seeing this through the finish.
I'm only talking flash in deposits. I maneuver on some comms in the South Street. Round the clock, can't tell me nothing. This is everything I wanted. I'm only talking flash in deposits. I maneuver on some comms in the South Street. Round the clock, can't tell me nothing. This is everything I wanted. She ain't know it, but I'm everything she wanted. She ain't know it, but I'm everything I wanted. She ain't know it, but I'm everything she wanted.
Cool young in the middle, kick raps like riddles, Got game wrapped up like Reynolds, kush packed like Skittles, Move like I'm supposed to be, I chose to be this lit. Shorty at the show just wanna get close to me and pose for me, then flick. And to be honest, girl, that's cool with me. Hey, yeah, at home in my t-shirt and all my jewelry. That too cool for school, but you know that ain't fooling me. Let her do her thing, cause I can't tell her mama who to be. Girl, that's rude to me. And if she wanna swing that Lexus down to Texas, know that I'm gon' let her. What the fuck I look like trippin'? I got polo on my sweater. Give a fuck about all that gossip, cause them don't know no better. All my
That's right, you can head over to youtube.com/SmitePro and get your hands on some exclusive content that's over there. I mean, immediately just looking at what pulled up, I see top plays of the week for the SPL. Of course, as well, I see a Shinto Raijin build, a Fine OK Hades build, things like that. Not to mention Waiting Room, which we had recorded yesterday, the Jungler Role Queue and Tier List that Trelly did yesterday, some of the recaps, battle sounds. The list goes on. I mean, we keep referencing the Jake documentary. That one's going to be there. It's any video that you want to see and could see and might see. It's all going to be there, so make sure that you go over to youtube.com/SmitePro, subscribe, leave comments on all the videos, as long as they're nice. If they're not nice, you know the golden rule. Don't say anything. Actually, no, drive that engagement. Say mean things, too. Just leave comments. No matter what, it always works. Check out youtube.com/SmitePro. Check out Mifflin, who's on the desk with me. As we get into that one, there's a lot that goes right, a lot that goes wrong, depending on where you want to slice that game. And all the right is usually on the Ferryman side. Most of the wrong, unfortunately for the Dragons, was on their side.
Yeah, I just think leaving Chernobog available when you were in first pick was the first and maybe most crucial major fumble from the Jade Dragons there. Cyclone looks really good on that pick. How many of those fights were looking so Jade Dragon-sided, and then CycloneSpin's like, I'm in your shadow, loser, haha! Like this one. This is the first of many from CycloneSpin, just absolutely turning things on their head. It is so clear that this pick is just bar none one of the best in Smite right now. So many kills secured, so many team fights switched up. CycloneSpin has himself a phenomenal game. Cyno on one of his just most potent picks as well. I think JMac gave us a brief history of it as we went into that game, but it's generally not allowed to have Cyno on one of his best. And so Naja looks good there, even with a non-traditional follow-up composition built around him. Paul as well, just really good damage output from him. But I think maybe the biggest thing against the Jade Dragons, the number one detractor in this game 3, was the Jade Dragons curse. They ain't getting 3-0s. That's just not what they do. Mike used to call 3-0 or 3-1 if we're trolling. I haven't heard him say that in like 2 years.
Yeah.
Even Mike's accepted that 3-0s just are not in the cards.
And it's been a little while since it's been there. And again, up 2-0. That's like the most dangerous spot for the Jade Dragons to be. They're still in the lead 2-1, but that is a great win. 7-1-7 for Cyclone. 3-0-9. We haven't talked a lot about Paul because Cyclone was in every single fight and affected 14 kills. But you get a ton, it feels like, from Paul as well. I mean, a ton of damage, a ton of presence on the Baba Yaga, and a ton of know-how. That really did, I think, in some of the crucial moments when Cyclone wasn't able to rotate, Paul was doing something that was proactive for the team. So when you got a backline that's doing stuff like that, what are you going to do about it? And the answer for Mike was get in there and taunt. It did not work. There were several times where there just was not a lot of follow-up. So the question going forward is then going to be, how do the Dragons respond? First off, Mifflin, they do swap sides again, so they're going back over to second pick. But do you think that in and of itself is maybe enough to kind of outbalance what was going wrong that game?
Having seen now that the Jade Dragons are unwilling to first pick Chernobog, I don't want to see the Jade Dragons in first pick just about ever. So maybe that is enough. Maybe they're more comfortable banning out Chernobog in the second pick position and can still fish for that Athena selection themselves. So yeah, I think second pick, great adaptation from them.
And you know, it's really worth mentioning at this point, and mainly because it is getting to the point where we have not seen a skew like this for which side was winning for, I mean, years, right? For the last few, it's been pretty close to 50-50, favoring, again, one side or the other a little bit. But it's not since, like, the very, very, very early beginning. And I'm talking, like, there was, the map was not symmetrical. Yep. Things like that, since we've seen kind of a skew towards one side maybe being a little bit stronger. And so knowing all of that, and the fact that it's approaching 70% win rate, depending on how many times the second pick team keeps winning. This is a good spot for the Dragons to be in. If you're a Dragons fan, they could go up 3-1 and find themselves a victory here. But it all does start in matter and picks and bans. And we'll see where they end up going with them as we jump into picks and bans for game number 4. The biggest question, will the Ferrymen push us to 5? This has been a very unfortunately common thing for the Dragons to have to experience, is getting that reset period in game 4 as they go forward to game 5 to try and win 3-2. So we'll see how well they do. Ferrymen ban out the Morrigan and Camazotz, Dragons, Baba Yaga, and then TBT on the next two. If they're unwilling to first pick Chernobog, we know that
Well, they can't do it now.
Well,
the Ferrymen are just going to take it.
They just straight up can't. But we know the Ferrymen, a couple games ago, were willing to first pick Chernobog, and it wasn't the end-all be-all, right? The Dragons still won that game. Do you think that's something that they could play with, or do you think they need to ban it?
I think Chernobog is so much better than the next best god that they're just, even if you can beat it, and everything's beatable, right? Like, you could absolutely do it. Why make it so difficult for yourself?
Yeah.
Why give over one of CycloneSpin's best picks? Why give over one of the best picks in the SPL if you don't have to? You could make the argument that it's going to allow you to fish for some really good stuff. We'll see what that really good stuff is with the top 2 from the Jade Dragons, because I'm almost willing to just guarantee it's the Chernobog here. Unless the Ferrymen are saying, wow, they just don't have one. You know, they didn't pick it for themselves. Maybe they won't. Maybe they can't play it. And if that's the case, I mean, experiment. But I would say, why even would you? It's that good. It's really that good.
And I can guarantee, depending on who we talk to after this set, depending on if the Ferrymen win, there's a good conversation with CycloneSpin, but it would remind me of the answer he gave at the end of Masters. It was, you know, he played a lot of Marty, and he goes, yeah, I had a Freya in my pocket the whole time, but nobody, like, they just kept giving me Marty. And so why would I not pick him when he's the best? And it feels like that, where it's just like, he's probably got 5 other gods he wishes he could be playing, but he's going to go back to the Chernobog and grind that one out. But the benefit of Chernobog is we've seen it flexible. Technically, it's been played in solo lane, but that was mainly solo or troll who was picking it up. And you go back, it does throw into mid lane every now and then.
I think the Ferrymen probably just grab Ganesha here, Gore, right? It has a really good matchup into both Athena and Freya. Ganesh, one of the few Guardians that can prevent the self-banish from Freya. Oh, you want to go up into the air? You're worried about all this damage around you right now? You actually can't speak is the thing. Here's the thing. Stay, sit. Or,
Might
oh,
shut
when you
off.
landed, oh, okay, you're slowed and also you've less defense. So a lot of really good responses that Ganesh could have here. And it's likely if they don't pick it in this slot, the Styx Ferrymen will likely have it banned against them. So I'd be surprised if it isn't the elephant. Besides that, I've been talking about Amaterasu a lot. Still a massive Amaterasu fan. Feels like she has a pretty decent home in the meta right now. Or maybe you even fish for the Bellona. I know it didn't have the greatest matchup earlier, but Disarm does just interact really well with Freya. Could make it difficult for the Jade Dragons. Styx Ferrymen, considering their options, where would you go from here if not one of those two picks?
Admittedly, because the camera right now it's sitting on Cyno.
Grab the set.
I can't predict Cyno for the life of me. Set is actually a really good call though, because we know Paul.
Set Ganesh. I actually
loves
love
that.
Set Ganesh. I'm a fool, an absolute fool.
I
Egg
can't
on my
believe
face.
you didn't see the Naja.
The Naja
The
Sobek, of
Sobek.
course. It was so obvious. It was so obvious.
Really, yeah. You didn't want to say it because it was so obvious.
Yeah, of
yeah. I get it, man. 'Cause, like, it
Textbook.
Was like, it's similar to like that Chernobog conversation where you were like, "I'm just gonna go ahead and start talking about what the dragons get because like it's so obvious."
Yeah.
That's where we were at. It was so obvious. Naja Sobek. Granted, last week, well, first off, last game, we got to see a pretty good Naja, right? So, absolutely take it back if you're the Ferryman, run it. But if you're looking at what Aror did on the Sobek, I feel like, and just any pick on the Sobek, we've seen a lot of players who just bully anyone and everyone they can find. And what was the exact quote was like, I wasn't looking for Coast, I just kept finding him?
Yeah, no. He said, I was looking for Coast, and I found him.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, way more intimidating. Yeah, that was a roar on his last Sobek game. Sobek, I mean, good enough that the Jade Dragons have elected to ban it, I believe, once or twice so far already this set, so certainly something they've been concerned about from Aror. Has okay interaction with Freya in that a lot of Freya's survivability comes from the lifesteal she gets. Really utilizes it well. Here's the thing, Sickening Strike, all of a sudden you got a little bit less of it. And the displacement, certainly valuable as well. It's an interesting response in that Sobek is fast enough, and now with CC immunity on connecting with his dash, can actually response pluck Athena to her own dash, prevent the confound, deliver a little bit further to that back line, and all of a sudden maybe, even if she does confound a priority target, maybe far enough away from her own team that you don't have the follow-up that you're really looking for. So there is some interesting interactions there. I would have never predicted this too for the Styx Ferrymen, if I'm being completely honest, when there was so much still on the table, but could find some value. Does certainly win harder. This is already a strong win harder composition from the Ferrymen. Oh, we just have numbers advantage and we're ahead. Or, oh, Sobek's just allowed to play like Aror was playing in that set up against the Hounds and just be a solo agent, annoying guy on the map. There's certainly some potential there. But, and I say it every time Sobek's locked in, because it really has stuck with me, the quote from Iraffer. If I hit my pluck and they've got beads, I die. And that's just how the late game works. And if they don't have beads, maybe they die. And he really threw that maybe in there. And I could see that really being the case. Sobek lands a pluck onto Freya, beads, and oh, hey, bud, you're standing in front of me. And
Yeah.
I hit for 400 per auto attack. So
I'm Freya.
There's some nuance to that matchup.
Well, it was Thor locked in for the Dragons, presumably going over to LASBRA. Especially since with the Athena locked in. Although, now the Dragons have done something very, very interesting to our Mifflin, because it's the Athena, Thor, and then Terra.
He's Zeusing?
And we have seen...
You got the Zeus juice?
All three of those go solo.
Back
and we
against the
are
wall?
getting a Zeus.
We got a 2014 composition and Chernobog from the Styx Ferrymen right now. I mean, this is classic Smite.
Asterisk.
Yeah, I mean, good space control, right? King protection composition. Naja, Sobek, and Sun Wukong could kind of form up the wall. Have Zeus just throw out his damage from range. That said, having a Terra on the other side, it's pretty obvious when Zeus is committing to damage, so having the mitigations and protections from Terra in response to a detonate or a lightning storm could make it a little bit more difficult to find all your damage. But even then, through mitigations and all that, Zeus is going to do big numbers.
Somewhere, that bozo aggro is geeking out because he got a Maui flavor, a Maui cup, and a Zeus game today. It's not even his birthday, dude.
Yeah, I hate that guy.
He's on the list with genetics from earlier.
Genetics and Ryan Bailey just get under my skin, man.
We'll see where the Dragons go. And it's Jing Wei. So, Mifflin, you get the fun of figuring that one out. What's the unlock this puzzle box that is the Dragons for me?
I mean, we know Dardez has played Jing in the past, so I think that's where I'd put it.
Okay.
Hold on, give me a second.
Yeah, there's a lot of weird shaped pieces
Give me a
there.
second. Thor
like
solo, Terra support, Athena jungle, Freya ADC.
And then Jing Wei mid, yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
I'm there. That's where I'm at. And in fact, if it's anything else, the Dragons are throwing.
Actively is
That's where I'm at now.
And I feel like the Ferrymen, maybe like their lineup like Zeus.
Yeah, Zeus
Obviously
ADC,
jungle.
Naja support, Chernobog jungle, Sobek solo, Sun Wukong, whatever role I haven't said yet.
Yeah, it's one of those. I'm really excited to see this because it is. I mean, first off, it's a very Jade Dragons thing to do, is to have a draft this not only maybe ambiguous, but maybe even team fight heavy. It feels like this is not one that I'm looking at for the first 10 minutes. It's one I'm looking at for 25-minute late game team fight.
And once they get to that point, the composition, regardless of where some of these pieces land, will largely play as standard. Any double hunter composition is going to play just like this one, for the most part, even if it is one physical, one magical. So I don't hate the Jade Dragons late game. It's just, how are you getting there? What's the early game look like? How are you going to stand up against a more standard composition? And then also, the dive potential of the Jade Dragons. Do you have enough damage to kill Zeus before he's killed your entire team? How easy is it going to be for you to get to that Zeus? I think a lot of that rides on Thor's shoulders and how well he's able to position on map. I think the win conditions of the Styx Ferrymen and the Jade Dragons are diametrically opposed. Did we kill Zeus? If yes, Jade Dragons are feeling great. If no, Styx Ferrymen won the fight. And it's essentially that clear.
Depending on the game, you could drop that in. It's just, did we kill Paul? If yes,
for the most part, yeah.
Things are going great. If no, uh-oh. I mean, we even had it. In fact, this is a throwback to the youtube.com/SmitePro. You go there, you can watch one of the recaps we did last week where Zatman was on, and he had said that like one of the things when they got their championship for Paul was his job was dying so that Paul could keep doing whatever Paul needed to do. And so if you get Paul onto a Zeus, a very hard carry kind of style, then maybe roll for it. I gotta ask, though, because we've been talking about the Dragons and their propensities to go up 2-0 and then go to Game 5 anyway. Whether they win or lose at Game 5 is entirely up to them. We'll have to figure it out and maybe not actually turn to you and just turn instead to the gameplay. Game 4, will the Dragons win it, or will the Ferrymen tie us up and push us to 5? Let's find out.
Will we see a Game 5? Let's find out here in Game 4. It's J-Mac, it's Trelly, and Vile joining us as we jump into Game 4 between the Ferrymen and the Dragons. It wouldn't be a Ferryman game if they didn't keep things a little spicy for us. Maybe not in the way of Cyno, going back over to the Naja a second time, but instead for Paul on the Zeus, something that we have seen very little of this year. I believe Venenu played it a little bit on the Ravens back in Phase 1, but here in the Road to Worlds phase, haven't seen this pick just yet, and seeing Paul go back to it keeps me a little intrigued as to what the Ferrymen have cooking up for this game.
It's Game 4, and 2 Dragons aren't cooking, J-Mac? Is that what you're telling me?
Oh, no.
In Game 4?
It's the fatigue getting them, man.
It's the double Guardians forgetting the recipe?
Someone's got to tell them they're not cooking.
I know who's going to tell them. Hazer's going to draft it up as we speak.
He's already got a tweet going. He's going to add it to the thread.
He's going to add it to the thread. LASBRA's not telling Mike. Mike's not telling LASBRA. No one else is telling them. Unfortunate. That's all I'm going to say.
But is it actually a thread for Hazer now, or is it just individual tweets? I don't remember if
I'm
he made
pretty
it a
sure.
thread.
I think he adds to it every single time.
Oh, no.
I could be wrong, but I expect to see it. It's a picture of Gordon Ramsay yelling.
It's got to be Gordon Ramsay.
Yeah, and then it's going to be just Mike and LASBRA, and that's going to be it. And I'm not going to lie. It's pretty impactful on these Guardians because they already have some big cooldowns. It would be nice to get a little bit of extra CDR in there. Maybe they'll remember next back.
Yeah, that's the important part. You know, for getting it on first, not the end of the world. You can still get ideally stacked up by 10 to 12 minutes. It's if you forget that second back, that's when we're sitting there going, guys, you may have forgotten something here. Solo lane. Not interesting. We're going to pull away from there instead. It's the dual lane action. CycloneSpin again on this Chernobog. And it's just standing his ground against PolarBearMike. Auror's going to get the pluck back. Puts Mike out of position, but minions nearby and a monolith will keep Mike alive. Both the carries, though, starting to fall a bit low in HP, and Aror fishing for a pluck, but with that monolith down, it's hard to pull Mike back, especially when he's doing one of these. Just keep those walls up at all times, and you can't be pulled back by Aror. Vote doesn't have that same luxury. He's got to use beads.
Still found the pluck, though. Aurora always is able to find those beads early on, so Vote a little bit less safe for the time being. Thinking about the ganks that can come through from LASBRA on the Athena. Of course, Cyno going back to the Naja. Those beads being down are very important. Cyno already heading over to left lane just to see, hey, anyone without beads going to step up? Vote, you just use those. You're going to step up to shield buff? Answer is no. So LASBRA heads right. And of course, Cyno's just going to head over to left lane, which is going to be completely free thanks to that pressure that Sobek has afforded Aurora. The fear of the pluck is enough to just keep Vote and PBM underneath that tower for the time being. And since Vote doesn't have the beads, I imagine until his ult comes online, he'll probably be chilling underneath that tower.
Cyno rotating in from top side. Sash onto Dardez. Gets a whole heap of damage back from Paul. Detonate there. Puts Dardez to about 400 HP. Dardez will be fine. Holds on to the beads. The important part is maintaining those beads, especially as we start getting close to that level 5 point. Now, I do want to bring up that, again, last time Aurora played this pick, he had a single target in mind. It was Vaporish Coast. Said, I'm going to find Coast. When I do, I'm not going to let him have a fun time. I wonder who Aurora's target is this game. Is it the enemy carry once more? Does he got someone else in mind?
So far, it's been Vote, but he's in the same lane, so that makes sense. When he rotates out, you're probably not plucking Dardez too much. That just doesn't give you too much value. I think LASBRA is always a good option, right? You have so much CC as a Sobek that can just interrupt the dash in. So if LASBRA wants to try and go for a dash on, he doesn't really have the ability to because Aurora's always there. And then, of course, Nika's a decent option. The Thor will be relatively tanky as this game goes on, but you don't have beats at the moment, just that teleport. He does ult in, does look for a rotation, or will keep his eyes peeled. That means, though, that the Jade Dragons have the ability to do the same, right? They've got Athena, they've got the Thor wall, they've got the Terra CC, throw the Whoop into the mix. A lot of single target, yes, but they also have the single target damage to follow up on that poke, on that CC. That's what Vote and Dardez are for. That's what you go double ADC competitions for. Try and shred through frontline, off of a taunt, off of a wall, any bit of CC that your team has drafted. And like I said, the Jade Dragons have a bit. I'll tell you what they don't have, though, is the early gold lead.
No, they do not. That is a staggering lead. 1,800 already. Where has this gold been coming from for the Ferrymen? Is this just shield and cooldown buffs being taken away? I mean, where in the world did the Styx Ferrymen pull nearly 1,500 gold out of thin air?
It seems like last hitting in duo lane has been very impactful, last picking in solo as well. I mention this a lot whenever I see the Thor solo, but you do need a couple levels in the hammer before you're able to actually clear the archers efficiently, which means you're losing a fair bit of last hits to the tower, which I don't think Vote and PBM have been able to do at all. They've been getting very pressured. It was the beads pull into hide underneath tower, and remember, if the tower touches your minions, you lose so much value on it. So because of that, yeah, Vote and PBM are just going to be a little bit behind net worth-wise, but not something that they can't come back from. Just does mean, unfortunately, you're going to be losing a lot of your pressure early, and you can't finish important power spikes like the Dev Gauntlets early on, or in this case, Vote, obviously magical. He wants to go for a ring to try and match the Dev Gauntlets that Cyclone's going to go for, but because he's behind, is he really going to be able to get that Telekines or that Hasten Ring immediately? Probably not.
How big of a threat for the Styx Ferrymen are they kind of around these objectives? I mean, you have ADC and Cyclone, you got Cyno, pop the stim, extra attack speed during that. And then I look over at Paul on a Zeus. Is this a team that really puts a lot of threat on objectives, or is this one that might take a little bit more time and allow the Dragons to be able to try and close in and find a fight around those spots?
Definitely a team that has decent objective burn, but, you know, given the pace of the game and how both these teams have been playing so far, I don't think it's going to be a sneak fire giant day, especially when Cyclone is on the Cherno, or the Gold Fury for that matter. Especially when Cyclone's on the Cherno. He has been AFK split pushing until level 20, rotating out if he can find a kill. If he's got an opportunity to chase down a kill, yes, he will ult, but if not, he's going to stay over there and just try and get as much farm online as possible, which means trying to sneak objectives is only going to be a good call when you've got the ward coverage and your team has some sort of advantage, whether that be just ward coverage, oracles, or a pick. Nah, it's not one of those things. Cyclone probably not rotating out of lane.
Now the ultimate question for Paul is, does he go breastplate?
Of course he
Probably
does.
so.
Yes.
It's been buffed. He's gone towards it multiple times. Don't see a reason why he wouldn't on the Zeus, considering what he's staring at. Well, mostly Dardez and a little bit from Nika. It's a lot more magic focused up against him this time with LASBRA, Vote, and Mike all running that magical tri-core. Try and go down, but considering we've seen so much breastplate already, gotta imagine that's in the mind of Paul to build up. Couple along with the Book of Thoth. Cyno, ring toss, uses the Gold Fury and goes to the ultimate. Gets beads away from LASBRA, and that's a quick trade that Cyno will take.
Yeah, great play to sit around the corner, recognize that LASBRA's walking up, and use that ring bound to your advantage. Pull the beads as well. Just means that LASBRA probably not going to find any ganks anytime soon now, right? If he does ult in with Defender of Olympus, your CC immunity is gone. If Aror's there, if Cyno's there, there will be follow-up. And that dash will be canceled out. And of course, if Cyno's ult's up, you're getting sent up to the sky, which is not a good look. So LASBRA unfortunately has to play a little bit defensively for now. Up against Cyno, of course, because that dude already ulted. They're going to get the beads there for free. But here comes CycloneSpin just to ward off any oncoming attackers. And actually, Dardez ends up ulting there. I don't know how necessary that was. Cyclone doesn't have crit or anything, but looks like we're just fearing even more follow-up.
Baskin in a bit of danger. Will be able to sustain up with the last of his potions. Also went for a ward chalice. Now, as a solo laner, maybe a little strange to see that one picked up. I mean, for supports, it makes sense. You're walking all around the map. Everywhere you go, just drop a ward or two, get some vision. I'll go back to the base, refresh it. But it feels a little weird seeing it in a solo laner's pocket.
Yeah, definitely a bit questionable early on, but always being able to have that vision is nice. You just trust your teammates to get the sentries done, which is going to be a decent look. On the beads off of Paul, I'm amazed the Lightning Storm came through, but Dardez dashed in, and I guess Paul was fearful of a little bit of extra damage. So beads and ultimate down from this Zeus. And J-Mac, we were talking about, you know, would they go back on the first back? And actually, Dardez goes up in the air. He should be able to dash, though. There's no Lightning Storm here. He shouldn't be that fearful, but he takes so long to dash. I don't know if the mitigations are enough.
Oh, the roar does wait out the agility as well, but there's just a little too much mitigation from LASBRA. That keeps him alive. CycloneSpin, no beads, dashed into the wall to escape Vote, but barely Dardez able to make it out there. And going back to what you were saying right before that gank, we are nearly 9 minutes in the game, and still neither LASBRA nor PBM are cooking. Don't know if this is entirely a misplay, but it's just something we will continue to point out because we are now a full patch and more into having these recipes. We're game 4 in the set, and they still don't have them.
I mean, it's definitely a misplay. The question is, like, how impactful is it? And so far, I haven't seen someone die from lack of cooldowns yet, but Cyno could be in a little bit of trouble here. Remember, he already ulted, and yeah, he's the first target here for sure.
Banish hits. One more shot from Boat, and that's first blood. 9 minutes in the game. I can't believe that's just now first blood territory at this point.
Wow.
The Jade Dragons will beeline to the Gold Fury. Even Nika rotating over to make sure that they can get some pressure. Aror is nearby, doesn't have ultimate. Used it previously to try and bail out. Gold Fury secured for the Jade Dragons. Nika lands the combo on Nika, but Aror is on the wrong side of the wall. We'll throw out a little back animation just to have a little bit of fun. But it's the Jade Dragons, and not just first blood, but also the objective.
Yeah, it didn't feel like first blood because there has been scrapping, but no one confirming those kills. So that's a good stop of the bleeding so far, because the Styx Ferrymen have been pretty on point with getting ahead. We've already mentioned their Goldie. We've mentioned they're just getting better last hits, better farm. And the Jade Dragons make a proactive play. They use that teleport. They say, hey, Nika, get over here. We need the Thor. Uses that ultimate, just defensively playing zone duty. That's the free first Gold Fury of the game. Actually, Dardez is making a bit of a flank here. There's the ult from Mike. They're trying to turn this. The Jade Dragons want to go in.
Cyclone nearly dead. Cyno, good as dead. LASBRA credit for that kill. And Aror I think he just used his dash to get out. Does not have the lurking in the water's back, so doesn't want to step too far forward and out of position. Jade Dragons now with 2 kills. We were at nothing for over 9 minutes, and now suddenly it's an objective and 2 kills. The Jade Dragons, though, are still playing catch-up, because remember, the early game was all Styx Ferrymen. Paul used his Aegis and his beats, nearly takes down Dardez. It wasn't quite enough, and LASBRA doesn't get the kill with the shield wall, though maybe Nika with his own wall, a spin after. It's 3 for the Dragons.
I am amazed. Not only did Dardez drop early from that ultimate because he didn't fear the damage, but that detonate got close. And then another clutch rotation. I mean, Baskin, as far as I'm concerned, has been caught napping. He's been in solo lane twice now where Nika has made impactful rotations, whether it be to just grab a kill onto Paul or to rotate over to the Gold Fury to actually get the team in a fantastic position to come back in this game and now take the lead. Actually, not quite. I assumed that would be enough. It was not. Turns out Baskin hasn't been doing nothing while he's over here. He's also been farming. Although, Beacon spawning in shortly. Nika didn't have to use the ultimate, but does not have the teleport, whereas Baskin does. So, if Baskin wants to help out his squad and actually get active towards this Beacon, I'm thinking now would be the time, and that's where he's headed. Immediately back to base, and now making a beeline for this Beacon. Something that the Jade Dragons have been not really on point with grabbing so far this set.
Styx Ferrymen, while still playing with the gold lead, it's been momentum for the Jade Dragons here in game number 4. Stygian Beacon spawns in. The Ferrymen have position on top of the spot for Beacon. But Nika up in the sky, aiming for Paul, but just a little shy. Will land the hammer and the wall combo. And that puts Paul down about 40% health, but always that threat when standing near a Zeus. As soon as that shield goes down, the Jade Dragons back away and give up the Beacon for the Ferrymen.
Yep, unfortunately the ult didn't reach, but if it did, we saw how much damage came through from Nika there. No relics from Paul, by the way, and the beads and Aegis were not available. If Anvil of Dawn connects, actually that's probably a guaranteed kill because Nika still had the beads, even if Aror tried to peel. Would have been difficult. So, unfortunate about the placement, but hey, Paul positioned himself well. Said, hey, I don't know exactly where this Thor is, but just in case, I'm going to stay pretty far underneath the tower. Unless we go in for the Beacon, which after the ult's down is pretty free. So the Styx Ferrymen grab that one, and that's going to be it for now. I do think that Dardez is in a position where he's on Jing Wei, who, sure, she wants to sit back and just farm, but letting Zeus get late game is also very scary. While yes, he does just die, you can certainly just W key and try and kill him. The later you go, the more damage he can do, and the closer he can get to trying to take someone down with him, right? If he just drops Lightning Storm defensively, you do a 2-3-man dive. Zeus can definitely die in that situation. It's all about how much damage can he do before he goes down.
Paul only at the 0-1 so far. Hasn't been under too much threat, so long as Nika's not standing by. If Nika's not there, Paul's chilling. And so are the rest of the Styx Ferrymen. I mean, again, the Jade Dragons had just pulled up 3 kills in like a minute and a half's time. And a Fury, by the way. And the Styx Ferrymen are right back where they were. It's 2,000 gold for the Ferrymen again. It's almost like that 3-minute period from first kill till now just didn't even matter. Jade Dragons won another one up against Baskin, but not enough damage between LASBRA and Nika. Baskin walks under tier 1 tower, will head back to base, and the Ferrymen are just coasting this game.
Yeah, I mean, Baskin didn't even have a beats to burn there, right? He went blink and teleport. Is just relying on the somersault cloud to get himself out of danger. And in this case, there was not enough damage to even put him in danger, so he didn't really care. He just decided to eat all that damage and keep that ultimate for next time. Oni Fury spawned in, and LASBRA still over on the right side of the map. Yes, he could get over here in an instant, but Styx Ferrymen knew that. I imagine they'd go in for a pull just to see what they can find. PBM still does not have any sort of beads, any sort of CC immunity, so could have been a target for Windfire Wheels. The question is, are you killing Terra with fully stacked Thebes and Stone of Binding this early on with just one Windfire Wheels combo? Now that Paul grabbed Obsidian Shard, it's looking a little bit more doable.
Still waiting for that breastplate. I'm surprised he hasn't built it, but maybe he realizes damage a bit more important than staying alive for himself. So Paul opts in towards his 3rd damage option as we now start hitting this 15-minute mark in the game. Pyromancer
gold again
will be an option. Fury started by the Jade Dragons. Cyno first to spot this one out with CycloneSpin nearby. And one stray ring toss is all Cyno needs to toss out there to make sure the Dragons pull away from the objective. But look at all the vision inside the pit. I'm not sure if the Dragons got spotted on that lower ward, but good on Cyno for stepping up and recognizing it.
Yeah, I thought they were just going to commit to that because of how quickly it was going down, how much damage Dardez was able to do without even, you know, the real crit chance online that I'm assuming he eventually builds towards. He started Death's Toll, but still. It's almost blasphemous not to get a little bit of crit on the Jing once you hit like level 20 or so. And I do want to see more specifically. I was going to say this guy. Yeah, I want to see Vote get active using the ult, and that's not going to be enough. And CycloneSpin ults forward. I want to see this Freya online. I mean, 1-0 has not done much. CycloneSpin used the ult as well, but to try and chase down some kills. Hasn't been successful finding anything because the Styx Ferrymen don't have any kills just yet. But either way, the Chernobog will be getting active as we see the ult drop. Paul did beats there, so good ultimate there from Nika. Maybe that was the call. Pull the beads, go in for Fury. Definitely a viable strategy. They can walk over now.
Well, I wouldn't try and taunt Nika too many times considering how much damage you know he's capable of. Cyno walks in, doesn't have ultimate, used it earlier, doesn't have beads or ages, had to burn them on the left side of the map. As PBM is juking in the middle of 4, but there's nowhere to juke around. There's nowhere else for PBM to go except to the grave. The Styx Ferrymen get their first kill of the game, and it's on Baskin, who's been, as you mentioned earlier, maybe asleep at the wheel for the first 15, but showed up exactly when he's needed. Now it's the Oni Fury for the Styx Ferrymen. The Jade Dragons have no way to get there, and the Ferrymen, who had no kills and no objectives to this point of the game, keep things even and now are pushing against the Dragons.
Yeah, they're going to group over a tier 1 tower. It seems like Cyno could be walled off here. Yeah, you got Windfire Wheels, but where are you going to go? To the grave is the call. There was nowhere for Cyno to find, so that tier 1 tower is no longer a viable option. And the Styx Ferrymen have to back up, except for Aror. He doesn't care about that. He's going to search forward. But Baskin and Aror are going to go to the beacon, even though they have a man down. They recognize they've got some time while Dardez starts up Pyromancer. So the Jade Dragons, I guess, just aren't too concerned about it. They're just going to go in for their Pyro and try and take a, I guess you could call it a consolation prize. It really depends on how much value you get from the Runic Bomb in this case. But so far, the beacons have been dominated by the Styx Ferrymen.
By the way, Aror didn't need to pluck Nika there. Just did so, saying, move out of my way. I'm going to beacon. Stay away from it. Caps that one for his team. Jade Dragons do get Pyromancer in response, as mentioned. But Styx Ferrymen and Baskin will head over towards the tier 1 tower. Evens out as far as the immediate gold gained by the Jade Dragons. But again, this is all about momentum shifts in this one. The Jade Dragons losing out on so much early lead. Remember, this is 2,000 plus gold without anything happening that the Ferrymen had. Then the Dragons pulled a little bit back, and the Ferrymen able to round back in. Grab another kill for themselves, an objective, tie things back up. The Jade Dragons just can't seem to buy the lead back. Every time it feels like the Dragons have found an opening. The Styx Ferrymen have shut that down, denied farm over to the Jade Dragons at this point. And so now it feels like we are just slanting back to that 30-minute mark.
J-Mac, I've got some good news.
Hit me with it.
LASBRA started cooking.
Oh, he's now cooking.
It took a bit, but he did pick up his party punch. Mike still has not noticed.
The old 19-minute party punch.
I'm curious if LASBRA even said anything like, oh, I forgot my rest. You know, like if he said that out loud, you'd think that would have alerted Mike. But no. Has not been able to pick that one up yet. And with no objectives gone, the quiet pace of this game will likely continue. LASBRA thinking twice about diving this tower, especially with all the ward coverage that CycloneSpin has on this side of the map. Not easy for a level 15 to dive a level 18 as is, but get ward coverage and make it a telegraph gank, and that makes it almost impossible to try and go for. But Fire Giant is the real prize these teams could be after. We're 20 minutes into the game at this point. You just got to look towards DPS. The Hunters looking good. Throw the Magical ADCs in the mix as well. Cyno gets some good damage on the Vote, but he's trying to turn this.
Oh no, Vote up to the sky. But he wants to go for Cyclone, but Cyclone used the wall to his advantage. Aror goes in, misses the pluck, but sets up for Baskin. Cudgel will get the Aegis away, and Baskin just dunk right on top of Vote and get the second kill of the game for himself, but it's traded by one from Nika, taking out Cyclone. Aror gets the pluck onto Nika, and a beads away from Paul as LASBRA is standing inside of the jungle as an ever-looming threat. Both carries from the teams have been taken off the map.
Yep, and now, with all that CC down, Paul had the beads there towards the end of the fight. Both relics gone for Cyno, both relics gone for Baskin. Some damage onto Aror and force the Aegis, but that tier 1 tower will stand tall for now. The Primal Fury is coming up here soon, so the Jade Dragons, with offensive positioning, want to try and stick around. But in that time, CycloneSpin will be up, he will have ultimate. He could fly in, so going in for that Primal Fury does not seem like a viable strategy here for the Jade Dragons. Props to, first of all, Baskin for making the clutch rotation, and that confirmed the kill on the boat. But then Nika immediately after, confirming the kill on the Cyclone. It seems like both these solo laners are making increasingly impactful rotations. Their timers on the teleports are essentially mirrored as well. If you know, Nika's is upgraded, of course, but they are just matching each other as quickly as possible because they know any one mistake of just not getting there on time or choosing to push a wave instead of help the team, you know, could be the end of your lead, and you have to try and go on the defense after that.
Oracle Harpies go to the Dragons, so Vision on the Fury in favor of the Chaos team. Styx Ferrymen and Cyno in particular hasn't been able to get too much done on the Neja. 3 deaths to his name already. We'll see if Cyno can get something done now with this Runeforge Hammer online. A little bit of extra bang for your buck with this item to help him out. We're back to not a whole lot happening, even with both objectives on the map open. Neither team really fishing for one or the other just yet. We see a little bit of push from both teams towards the right side as Pyromancer, maybe the easier of the 2 objectives to go for, but both these 2 teams playing so cautiously here in Game 4. For the Jade Dragons, doesn't mean the end of the world if they lose this one, but it means they got to go to yet another Game 5. For the Styx Ferrymen, a loss here means the loss of the set.
The end of the world.
The end of the world. The end of all time and space.
Is weighing on the Styx Ferrymen. That's why they're playing so cautiously. And I love this play, because I've seen LASBRA do this a lot. It works out a lot better when he's not on, like, Hunbats, right? Because you're a little bit behind as far as I'm concerned. You want to be at level 20 and match that of the other carries. He wants to just go and split push. He's going to head over to left lane, just get some farm. But he could join his team at any moment, and that's the beauty of it. Of course, CycloneSpin's done this all set, but it's a bit different for junglers because they don't have an endless supply of waves. They have to go find their farm in the jungle. Not unless you trade. You say, hey, Vote, can you rotate in? We might need your help to do Pyromancer. All the while, I'm going to just split push, and I can ult in if you guys need me. LASBRA should come back with a Bumba's Hammer, a Polynomica, and a Soul Reaver. He's got plenty of options to try and go for here. And all the while, if his team really does need him, he channels Defender of Olympus, and he gets there in a heartbeat.
Still doesn't have tier 1 of the Party Punch done yet. Just keeping track on that.
Mike hasn't even went shopping yet,
minutes,
man.
no.
He doesn't even have the recipe.
Mike's ordering out at this point. He's not trying to cook. He's on the phone. He's dialing. He says, "Hey, can I get a to-go order real quick?
Can I get some gooseberries delivered to the house?"
Shopping on Whole Foods at this point, seeing whatever he can scrape by for a meal. But I don't know where I was going with the button. I thought I had something to ask now to know. The whole point is that just Mike has not bought a recipe and LASBRA's still stacking up tier 1 of his. At least he bought one. It took him like 19 minutes to get it, but he's got one. But I think maybe if you had that Party Punch, that extra little bit of punch that does come from the fully upgrade, it might have been nice in the early game. But now the Titans marching forward. Styx Ferrymen have plenty of range damage via Paul to be able to deal with this Titan. Though it doesn't seem like too much is going to be gained from either of them.
Not so much, right? Because Vote hasn't even rotated out. He said, you guys go ahead, you deal with the Titan. Maybe Styx Ferrymen push over towards the Pyromancer. That seems free enough. Mike, only one nearby, and he doesn't want to lose his Magi's bubble for free. Unfortunately, he does just that, thanks to a pluck from Aror, as both Titans have been driven back. With all the globals, though, J-Mac, I did expect to see someone split pushing a bit more, but it really did seem like LASBRA just wanted that upgrade, like only that Bumba's Hammer now that it's available. He's been with his team, just waiting for setup. But think about the relic usage. There was a time when beads were getting burned pretty consistently. Now everyone's got everything at any moment. You need to force something, whether that be a pluck or a Thorwall or an Athena taunt. But no one's really grouping up to fight. The Styx Ferrymen are okay just coasting because, again, they've got the lead. They are able to just sit until, I don't know, let's say Aror hits level 20, whereas Jade Dragons, if they want to try and make an impactful rotation, they may have to go in first. And check out this ambush they're setting up, by the way. Whether it's in the blue buff or not, it does seem like the Ferrymen are not going to be walking up into any sort of ambush anytime soon.
It is a death ball by the Jade Dragons, hoping that anything crosses their path. For now, it'll be a fire giant, but Baskin's here. He knows what's going on. Styx Ferrymen have got to try and step in and stop this, but Baskin doesn't get much of an opportunity to do so as Nika goes to the sky to keep the rest of the team at bay. Pluck will remove his beads, but that may just be the end of the fight here for the Dragons and the Ferrymen. But the Dragons, I'm surprised they're the ones just giving it up.
That's what I'm talking about. I mean, you still have CycloneSpin split pushing. Nika had the ultimate. Paul was way too pushed up, but Anvil of Dawn misses. You don't get any relics. If anything, Nika had to use the beats to get away from Paul's damage. Now, Mike pushes forward as it looks like the teleport is coming through. Is this going to be another attempt at the Fire Giant with LASBRA over on left? Could be the call. He's got ultimate. Defender Olympus could come in, but no. The Jade Dragons are not going to go in for anything. They take their pick onto Baskin, and they accept that as the win. That's going to be the end of it. I really thought it would have at least been a fight opportunity, but I guess because that ultimate dropped, you don't go in on Paul without some of those relics down or some of those ultimates available. It was just a little bit too much, so they did not have that level of confidence that you need when you're going in for a late game objective like this, where you forget to burst, you're a little bit late on your confirmation, you can just lose the set.
Primal Fury to the Styx Ferrymen. The Dragons will now have knowledge that CycloneSpin is not on the right-hand side of the map, but with that global pressure, Cyclone can rejoin the fray at any moment. Didn't get the tier 2 that he was pushing towards earlier, but is already going right back to it, trying to keep LASBRA busy. The benefit of both LASBRA and Cyclone is that global to be able to jump back to the team. Downside of Cyclone, it's got to be an enemy teammate, or an enemy team that he goes to, where LASBRA can just pick or choose whoever on his side of the map that he wants to jump with and keep that fight going. But as we now continue our dance around the Fire Giant for both these squads, the two globals will stick to the left-hand side of the map. CycloneSpin will default back to the shield buff while LASBRA goes back to base and gets that Polynomicon now online. And hey, his party punch is finished up, so we'll start to see a little bit more bang from his damage.
Unfortunate that he just got it online right. He finished his full build essentially where he's got to sell it to get the last item. But still, getting the upgrade does help. As you said, the globals over in left lane, and neither one feeling like they need to rotate out just yet, sort of just sitting around that objective. I don't hate this call. Group up for a tier 1 tower. This is a great way to try and start a fight. Does Aror step up too far? Does Paul step up too far? Don't group up for Chain Lightning though, which means the tier 1 tower will not drop. Man, I forgot that the Titans even pushed out. I completely forgot that they just shredded through them and just essentially ignored them after that. I was like, maybe the Beacon's going to come in soon. No, this is almost EFG territory.
Yeah, we are 28 in. Well, the Beacon is about to come back up, but it's for the second wave for them at this point. So we're going to see Beacon number 4. Aror caught out. 1 wall, 2 wall.
Oh my goodness, late on the Aegis.
Goes to the pluck. And lurking in the waters. He's chasing out Vote because Cyclone's jumped in. Vote's up in the sky. But as soon as he lands down, it's met by Baskin, who's Scorching Blinks right through the pack. Goes for the Ox form. Doesn't hit the knock-up. It's Aror who does land the pluck. But another whoop onto Baskin. Aror wants to keep up the chase, but has to give it up. Vote's a bit too speedy this time, and Baskin on the Somersault Cloud will crash right back down. But what happened to Nika all this time? Cyclone gave up his chase on 1. It seems that him and Cyno decided to team up on the enemy solo laner.
I mean, that's insane because it did seem like all of the damage was going on to Vote, but now this Fire Giant's getting absolutely shredded. LASBRA, the only one close by that can go in for a steal, and he's not even within range. He's got to give that one up. Aror is low, but not enough to go in for a kill. I think what happened is CycloneSpin went back to base, got a Deathbringer, and Nika thought he was tanky. That's the big difference maker, right? Take a look at his build. Does anything about that Thor build tell you that he can be near CycloneSpin right now? The answer is no. It's just a breastplate. It was not enough, and Cyclone started critting for a solid 500. Now the Styx Ferrymen can just march up mid lane. They've got the one-man advantage for at least 10 more seconds. It should be a free Phoenix unless there's a big play coming from Vote.
Paul's still got ultimate. Watch what he does in this fight. Drops on top of PBM and keeps Vote from charging forward. The mid lane Phoenix removed in an instant as Paul trying to find his way out of the base. Ring toss bounce between Dardez and Mike. And LASBRA goes back in with Vo, but they spotted out Paul. He got left all by himself. Taken out for his second death of the game and a killing spree for LASBRA, but the Styx Ferrymen got exactly what they wanted. Fire Giant and a Phoenix.
Yeah, but so far is that all they're going to get? The Jade Dragons push forward. They've got a ward. They know exactly where everyone's at. Who's going to get CC'd? It looks like it's going to be Cyno. No way. He's surviving into the knock-up. He's gone. And now Fire Minions are being pushed up. Seeing if the Jade Dragons get their chance to go for some towers. How much can you really get, though? Paul on for 30. Cyno for 50. And they have a wave here. Yeah, they might be able to go in for the mid-Phoenix. Let's take a look at Relics, though. No beads on a CycloneSpin. That could be huge. If Nika finds a wall, they could get more than just a Phoenix.
Baskin standing nearby. Aurora and Cyclone here. Aurora in the waters. Trying to slow things down. Nika's removed CycloneSpin. Baskin still healthy. Almost has to remove Dardez and PBM from this fight. Pluck lands from one by Aurora in the backline, but not on a target he was hoping for. Dardez gets to go back to base. Nika toss out a wall, but it doesn't get anything this time through. As Paul has respawned, you don't want to stick around any longer. If you're the Jade Dragons, especially LASBRA, who does get met by the pluck from Aurora, and he's getting slowed down, and guess who's back? It is Paul with another kill.
Wow, they didn't even get the Phoenix there, J-Max. CycloneSpin got deleted before the fight even started, but it was enough because Aurora blinked in, got the ult down, and Baskin had plenty of damage coming from that somersault cloud. He tried to chase a little bit there, did not have any real damage to threaten, so that's going to be the end of this Fire Giant siege. Just Baskin and Aurora who have the buff for now. But at the very least, Aurora can deny the extra gold, and a Primal Fury will go the way of the Styx Ferrymen. Uncontested, I might add. There's no one nearby. Or they can just ignore it, I suppose. That's cool, too. There's other things available.
Objective? Nah, that's lame.
Yep, who needs a Primal Fury? Cool. The Tier 2 into the Primal Fury. Maybe that's the real call, because CycloneSpin has spawned in. He could join them, but looks like he's more interested in pushing right lane.
Nah. More free farm for him. Like they don't need CycloneSpin. They've got Paul. Paul's got plenty of damage on Zeus. As shown on display here. Styx Ferrymen will take Primal Fury. And the game state, I think, is an important thing to bring up here now, Charlie, because we're at 33 minutes in the game. There's a mid-Phoenix down. 2 towers still standing for the Ferrymen. But it hasn't been a kill game for the Ferrymen. They're sitting at 4-9 for the Jade Dragons. If we bring up the gold chart, I don't think a single time we have seen that gold lead go to the Dragons. It has just been an upward climb, a couple of bumps along the way, a little hill here and there. But this has just been a Styx Ferryman game. They haven't needed those kills. They've gotten everything else.
Uncontested for now. I mean, and what are you waiting for, right? Because if you look at the Jade Dragons, full build for just about every carry. Sure, LASBRA's missing a damage item, and it looks like PBM might be listing his life soon. He's healing up for a bit, but here comes the detonate. Oh, LASBRA with the mitigations might be able to keep him alive for a bit.
Where is Nika for this fight? He's in the sky, now he's on the ground. Paul loses out on his relics and his HP. Dardez takes that one down, and Cyno is low as well. The Jade Dragon's still alive and healthy, even despite Mike and LASBRA's lower health bars. As Baskin goes back to base, it might be Phoenix push round 2 for the Dragons.
Yeah, they gotta heal up though. Last time they tried this, they had even more of a man advantage and they still could not go in because of the DPS. Aurora in the backline, he doesn't have any sort of blink, but he's got cooldown meditation, and this mid-Phoenix is still the target. Mike's not looking healthy enough to tank it though, so they have to go in slow.
Nika did spot out Aurora inside of the jungle. Aurora is just taking his precious time to jump back in. Keeping eyes on everybody, and that's keeping the Dragons anxious at this Phoenix. LASBRA goes in for the taunt. It's on to Baskin, but he gets stopped by Cyclone.
What?
The crit damage is insane from CycloneSpin. LASBRA is off the map. Dardez in the sky, and Baskin blinks right through Nika, sends him up to the Anvil of Dawn, and forces the Dragons to go for a retreat. I say that, but Nika went to the backline. He gets picked up by Cyno, and it's our Aurora and Baskin who's fighting the rest of the team as soon as Nika lands. It's another one for CycloneSpin, and guess what? Cyclone doesn't stop there. That's a double for him. Dardez stuck in the middle, and that's going to be a triple for CycloneSpin. Nobody stands in the way of the Styx Ferrymen. They push in, and that'll be game number 4.
You cannot tell me that this build that Dardez is going for here is the move when Cyclone's just critting for 1k. I mean, everyone's popping like gushers. Nika hits a massive ult in the backline, but he can't out-trade that damage, whereas Jing Wei just can't match that DPS. Of course, Vote, he's a magical hunter, right? He's got different kinds of damage, but it seems like if you really need crit in some of these games, because the squishies are still doing so much as well. Paul gets deleted so many times. It was an attempt at a Phoenix Siege, but it just didn't come through. There was not enough damage towards the actual objectives. Maybe that should have been a Fire Giant call, but even then, the Jade Dragons were not confident enough to go for it.
I was going to sit there and wonder what's going on through Aror's mind during that whole Phoenix push, because he's just sitting there by speed buff going, all right, guys, what are we going to go in? When's our time? I'm sitting, they're staring at me. They're not paying attention to you guys. They're looking at me. And then LASBRA blinks in for the taunt, and that begins
and he taunted Baskin.
The beginning of the end. Yeah. It was Baskin of all people. Instantly, it's a turn of, why Baskin?
Yeah, he blinks in, gets 2 tapped by Cyclone. Baskin goes, thanks, I'm already heading that way. I'll just walk in with you, go in for the somersault cloud. And it gets easier from there, because Cyclone says, I'll just chase him down. There's no way they can run. You either all commit to the fight or not. So, unfortunate, not a great siege call there. And now, or I guess fortunate, because we get to see a Game 5.
We do get to see a Game 5. One thing I didn't see on the Dragons team there either, with all those crits, no Spectral Armor picked up either. Jade Dragons stick around a little too long in the Phoenix, make one misplay, and it's now the Styx Ferrymen taking it to game number 5. It's sweep or be swept when we come back from this break.
Hopping on the plane, hit a different country with each other, change your last name. Tell me, is you with it? Cause I'm with it. Why don't you feel the same? Down, 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 down. Knew you was different from the start, love. How you learn? They never taught love. You keep it peaceful and equal. I'm used to wars, love, hard love. I'm used to trauma, used to drama. Got a list of bad exes, plus I got a baby mama. Still you keep it solid. Put that on my mama and them. Way you build me up, you probably add an extra accommodation, destination, running to a flight. We ain't never coming back. I hope you didn't pack light. We should run away to about a day. Pack a bag, cop a couple tickets, hopping on the plane. Hit a different country with each other, change your last name. Tell me, is you with it? Cause I'm with it. Do you feel the same? Down, 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 down. Is it selfish that I want you all on me? Loving all on me, touching all on me, f***ing all on me? Girl, be honest. 30,000 feet and we can lead the world behind us. Cause we keep it raw. I'ma hit it with no. I'ma hit you with my soul. I'ma hit you with these goals. You should probably leave your phone. Ain't no service where we go. But you can't be iffy, baby. Tell me where you at. You can choose the destination. Put your finger on the map. We should run away to about a day. Pack a bag, cop a couple tickets, hopping on the plane. Hit a different country with each other, change your last name. Tell me, is you with it? Cause I'm with it. Why don't you feel the same? Down, 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 down. Back in that bag again. Whoa, whoa, yeah, yeah. Hey. Back in that, yeah. Tell them to watch it. Now I ain't talking my pockets. Just know we ain't running out the way that we stock it. If I got it, you got it. If I call it, she slide and tell her to mop it. Yeah, I got that going. Damn, she took that thing off and bring it around. Going at it till I'm on. Put that 90 in a hole, I'm beating it down. I'm back in that bag again. Whoa, whoa. Oh, say less. I'm back in that bag again. Yeah, yeah. Oh, say less. I'm back in that. Yeah. What you doing? Yeah, yeah. I'm back in that.
Hey, where you on? Hey, back in that bag again. Don't bring me around your friends. You know that I'm bagging them. Request me on Facebook, no, I ain't adding them. Positions I had her in. Hit from the back, that was splattering. Calling her friend, tell her pull up. Word, let's make it a gathering. They loving that swagger.
Baby, nah, I'm addict now, but she loving the splash again. I just be cashing in her buns, just like a wedding, I'm crashing in. Hundreds on hundreds, I'm moving and grooving. She wanna cut up, I'ma slash again. Buckets on buckets, I'm switching and dishing. Back in my bag, going back again.
I feel like Aladdin, yeah. I'm on the carpet, flying through orbits, ain't doing no talking. They on my body as soon as I walk and be stalking. They loving the drip, they think I'm a force, it gotta move cautious. Back in my duffel, I'm working a double like I'm in the office.
Tell them to watch it, now I ain't talking my pockets. Just know we ain't running out the way that we stock it. If I got it, you got it. If I call it, she slide and tell her to mop it. Yeah, I got that doing. Then she took that thing off and bring it around. Going at it till I'm on. Put that 90 in a hole, I'm beating it down. I'm back in that bag again. Whoa, oh say less. I'm back in that bag again. Yeah. Oh say less. I'm back in that. Yeah, what you doing? Yeah, I'm back in that. Hey, where you going? And you should know that we on this forever. You don't know me well, just ask again. And you should know that I'm with all the why you sit down and just watch the film? And you should know that Khan got a bottle of Don, feeling like Julio, pass it in. Mine on some M's, going in. Back in that bag where I'm going again.
I'm dunking on him, just lower the rim. Free my it's all in a pen. I hit it once, I'ma hit it again. She with me, you know she a 10. She a Barbie, you know I'm a Ken. Rolling some dope, and sipping some gin. It's always been nuts, it never was them. Back in my bag, they know it's a gem.
Tell them to watch it, now I ain't talking my pockets. Just know we ain't running out the way that we stock it. If I got it, you got it. If I call it, she slide and tell her to mop it. Yeah, I got that doing. Then she took that thing off and bring it around. Going at it till I'm on. Put that 90 in a hole, I'm beating it down.
Welcome back, SMITE fans, to a 2-2. Some anticipated but didn't want, and some anticipated and have been cheering for, just depending on which team that you have been rooting on. And Mifflin, it's the sun, it looked like it was setting, the horizon was there, the dragons, they could see the end. And then the ferrymen ripped the carpet out from underneath them and kept on moving. It was very impressive of a turnaround.
I mean, even calling it a turnaround, I think maybe a little bit misleading.
Yeah.
Because if you look at the charts throughout that game, there was not a single second throughout the entire duration of that match where the Jade Dragons had an experience advantage or a gold advantage. Not a single point that game. 3-0 start for the Jade Dragons immediately into a Gold Fury. I'm talking first blood, second and third blood. Gold Fury. No gold. No experience. It was a 3,000 gold lead for the Styx Ferrymen that essentially maintained itself for the entire game, except for the points of the game where the Styx Ferrymen were even further ahead. But the Jade Dragons stick in it through PvP, were able to win out on a lot of their team fights, all culminating in one incredibly mismanaged siege attempt. And, you know, you can run back just about any death segment about the Jade Dragons with that one particular note. A blink forward from LASBRA to taunt Sun Wukong in the late game cost them the entirety of the game. What wild target selection cost them just about everything. They had killed Baskin once previously. It was off the back of a taunt, so I can appreciate that to a certain extent. Baskin also doesn't have beads, so an easy target maybe, but clearly not that easy. A 6-slotted full defense Sun Wukong maybe survives something like that.
Yeah, the Ferrymen still down in kills. Were able to put up 12,000 gold over the Dragons by the end of the 35-30 in there. It also is worth mentioning, Mifflin, that while, you know, Baskin is getting blink taunted and not killed, Cyclone was just free firing with crits, and it feels like that just lined up perfectly for him.
He was probably
times.
Playing like a pretty poor hunter, right? Like maybe
Yeah.
like a not very good one.
Because like all the top ones got banned away.
Yeah.
And like there was no easy first pick for him. I know it was the Chernobog.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. And we might have gotten caught off guard by the Naja Sobek. But it worked out wonderfully. It was 007 for Aror. And so finding a lot of assists, good plucks.
It took 5 games.
They've learned their lesson.
It took 4 games, excuse me. We got it for the 5th.
Well, it was let through, again, in Game 2, they let the Ferrymen have it and beat it. But like you said, are you really going to trust yourself and rely on that? And for those of you who maybe can't see, Ferrymen, the ban phase, start out, they ban out the Morrigan Pele. But what we are talking about is the Dragons, who get rid of Chernobog immediately, Freya right afterwards. So those are the two things that CycloneSpin would go to and finally force them onto something a little bit different. Camazotz gets banned out by the Ferrymen, which is a shot over there towards LASBRA, but a little bit also towards Dardez. And we'll see where the Dragons go with this last one. Now, the last time, well, just a couple weeks ago, they went 5 against the Gladiators. Admittedly, one of those games, Mike was playing Giannis support, so do with that information what you will. Game 4 was a really good win from the Gladiators. This time around, we haven't had anything like that. It's just been 4 good Smite games all around. So Cyclone just eating the shots this time.
Yeah, but that does leave a lot available. I thought, yeah, Yemoja makes sense to me. Raijin's still out there. Every single one of the meta warriors is still out there as well. Instead, it's going to be Thor on the other side for the Jade Dragons, most likely slated for the soul lane. Yemoja is the lock-in for the Styx Ferrymen. Guaranteed support pick over on that side of the map. I wonder, second slot, do you want to grab a Guardian? You really don't have to. So instead, maybe you put eyes on that mid lane selection. Wouldn't hate to see a Raijin here. I think I'd really like to see it, considering how much damage it has, the pressure, the scaling into the late game as well. And it would act as a pseudo-ban up against the Ferryman. Paul, a very prolific Raijin player, will likely decide to pilot it given the opportunity. But Paul's also got things like Morgan Le Fay that he can lean back on, or Baba Yaga.
Baba Yaga's been pretty popular. And apparently he's also got a Zeus in the pocket, right? You know, we talk about the Paul go-tos. Hebos should be on that list. Meta picks should be on that list. And apparently non-meta picks should be on that list. If you are going Zeus, though, you're not picking it up here.
It's the vote special.
And so, yeah, Thor, Ram get locked in for the Dragons. And yeah, I mean, like you said, it's just the vote special. Do you have a preference for Thor solo versus Thor jungle when it's the Dragons playing it?
I don't really consider LASBRA like the Thor player or a major Thor player. I feel like LASBRA's picks are LASBRA's picks, and I like seeing him on those things like the Athena, the Hun bots, the Pele, the Camazotz, the Daji, things along those lines. So I do like seeing it in Nika's hands. So yeah, I would say Thor solo for the most part. That's an interesting hover. when Arachne had received her buff, she had exactly 1 day in the sun, and has since then largely remained dormant. But if anyone were to bring it out here, in a Game 5 situation, it would be Cyno. Arachne has struggled though. I mean, even with the changes, now the attack speed stim from her second ability persists even after she applies the stun. Stun applies even faster and extended range on the ultimate. Even with all those changes, it didn't really shore up her primary weakness, which was she is awful in the team fight. Just really poor if there's more than one guy looking at you. So maybe not the best option into what is already starting to look to be pretty decent global presence from the Jade Dragons and gap close potential. Sun Wukong, I think, a much safer pick. And Baba Yaga, you won't ever catch me complaining about that in Paul's hands.
Paul, a lot of damage, and you put him on a mage that as long as it sits back and is able to fire off, and sometimes not even has to sit back, will do fine. I think earlier as well, got a really, depending on which side, either lucky or unlucky silence combo that really helped shut down some of the dragons in a team fight. Sun Wukong gets locked in alongside it, so the Ferrymen, nothing too out of the ordinary over there, but a very strong top 3.
Gotta be a Guardian selection here for the Jade Dragons. We've seen a lot of Ares bans so far this set. Excuse me, not a Guardian selection, not an Ares either. Instead, it's the Daji, something we know that LASBRA, happy to pilot, will put some pressure onto ultimates as well as relics. So Yemoja may be an easy target for Daji in that Palau as the game starts to develop. I thought maybe it would be the Ares just because of the interactions with Baba Yaga and Sun Wukong, preventing 72 transformations. Just a really valuable thing to look towards, but I'm not going to complain about the Daji either. Can certainly control that early game. Everybody that's ever had anything to say about LASBRA has said he's incredibly good at getting things started quickly, and with a lead will keep the pressure up. I think Daji fits that playstyle very well. And the Jade Dragons allocating second phase of bans to restrict now Cyno. I actually really like how they played the ban phase this time around, even if I do, as of now, slightly prefer the Ferryman's draft.
And it has been in the past one of his more successful gods in general, Daji that is, for LASBRA. 60, I'll round it up, 68% win rate on it.
That's
which
good.
Is real good.
It's a lot of
when you're
games
looking
on
at
it too.
And so it is not something that is just an easy glance over. That Arachne hover maybe sitting in the Dragon's mind, man. Naja and Arachne banned out by the Dragons. And so Cyno, poor Cyno, is going to have to go to not the Arachne.
Arachne kind of cooks Daji, so I can get that.
Something they'll have to change up. Hey,
oh,
Hera,
Mike.
Raijin banned out. And yeah, it has to assume Mike for the Baron, and you don't seem to be a huge fan.
I just really like when Mike is on things that get in your face and stay in your face and start the fight up properly. This is a different look at it, and it's not necessarily guaranteed to be Mike. It's just, who else is breaking out the Baron Samdi? I mean, I'd be so surprised if it wasn't him. Good in-combat healing, single target, CC, it's all there. Great damage in lane. It's a really good bully in the laning phase, but can really struggle if he starts to fall behind, similar to things like Ares. If you get picked out in the jungle once throughout the early game, 1 turns to 2 and 2 to 3 just about immediately. I was wondering where we'd see CycloneSpin go, considering how many bans have been thrust upon him. And it's Ishtar in last slot. I mean, I had thought Ishtar would actually be in a pretty decent spot with Gooseberries.
Yeah.
Just having AoE auto attack plus now essentially cleave auto attack on top of it could be pretty valuable. She gets intense pressure in lane. Scaling into the late game pretty decent if you decide to go down that crit tree. She's got bar none the best neutral objective killing potential of any of the standard hunters. This thanks to that shotgun auto attack stim. So some potential there for the Styx Ferrymen with an E-set lock-in to round out the Jade Dragons draft. I'll say this. If you're getting pulled in by Palau, you're getting exploded immediately. And I get to say this too, E-set has bar none the best objective secure in Smite, and it's not close. It's a massive no-play zone. It's additional protections. Any damage you take from that objective has now been resustained. And it's also just going to be the only damaging ability on map that has a comma in it. So I think the Jade Dragons with a lead could really start to snowball throughout the early.
Now, my question for you up front. Do you like ESET? Because we've seen both ESET and Baron in both roles, mid and support. Do you have a preference for one mid, one support?
Oh man, I hadn't even taken that into account. I like ESET in both roles more.
Okay.
I'll say that. I'll give you that one for free.
That blanket statement.
If we could have had 2 ESETs here, the Jade Dragons hard clear this draft. I think I'd prefer to see ESET in mid just because I want that objective secure for the Jade Dragons and see how that's going to interact and how the Styx Ferrymen will be forced to deal with it. Whereas if you put Baron Samdi in mid, the difference is he's got higher poke potential, maybe higher 1v1 potential in his lane, but you'd really be sacrificing your Fire Giant or your Gold Fury confirmations.
Well, I've got good news for you. That is going to be ESET. So that lines up exactly with what you said, which honestly I'm inclined to think the same thing, because also, even if you take the ult out of the equation, which is hard to do because it's kind of most of what she's really good.
It's like her thing.
But Spirit Ball, when you've got like power scaling, that thing hits real hard at max range. So I'm really excited to see what the Dragons have to bring for us here. That being said, and Mifflin, I'm kind of curious on your thoughts on this. Are you worried, very similar conversation me and you were having in Game 3 of the Warriors set, that there aren't any hard, prolific tanks specifically on the Dragons, and instead it's going to be a bunch of squishies?
It depends on how good the damage dealers are at closing gap. I'd also say with tank items as they are right now, Assassins are just about as tanky or nearly as tanky regardless, so I'm not concerned that Thor isn't going to close gap. My concern is how easy is it to initiate for the Jade Dragons? And it's not very easy.
Well, we'll have to see. Does that draw the line? Is it a reverse sweep for the Ferrymen, or the Dragons stand their ground? Let's find out in Game 5 with J-Mac and Trelly.
A big Game 5 between these two teams, and it won't be the only time that they face off. So, at least in their first matchup, see who brings home the W. It's J-Mac, Trelly, and Vile here for Game 5 between the Ferrymen and the Dragons. Dardez goes to the ESET Mike towards a Baron Samdi that's worked very well for him in the past. I believe up until last year was sitting at 100% win rate on the God in the support role. Took his first loss on that God. Again, this is almost a year ago. So seeing what Mike still has on a pick like this is kind of where I'll keep my eye more than anything. And on this mage support, going for the Lonas, which we don't really see this item picked up much. One, because we don't really see a whole lot of squishy, quote-unquote, tanks anymore in that support role. But even when we were seeing things like Nox or ESET pop up or even Aphrodite, Lonas was never really kind of on the mind of the supports.
It's on the mind now. And honestly, a little upset with Mike. My man bought health pots and multi-pots. No brew in sight. He doesn't care about his own brew. He had the option to.
He brought it for everyone else.
He did bring it for everyone else. LASBRA was in on it, and I guess also Bo, but not Mike. He doesn't care about it, and honestly, I understand. You lose a little bit of value with a multi-pot as a support later on, because you really want to hold as many wards as possible, so unfortunately for him, not going to get that value. However, I do think it's interesting that we finally get to see CycloneSpin not on Chernobog. Cyno goes back to the Bellona. Feels like years since we've seen this pick, but oh yeah, that was just game 1 and 2 of the set. And of course, we get to see the E set for Dardez, a pick that I am quite interested to see perform into this Baba Yaga. I think can have a decent matchup. You're able to silence out the blast off pretty successfully, right? Make sure Paul's dash gets canceled, his leap, I should say. But also, Baba can be a little slippery, right? Trying to lock her down inside of Circle of Protection is not always easy, especially with that ultimate, the knock up, the shielding, that sort of thing. So it should be a pretty interesting matchup to try and watch in the mid lane as well. Get to see the repeat of this solo lane matchup. I'm guessing Nika might look towards a little bit more anti-crit as this game continues if CycloneSpin gets off to a good start, because that seemed to be a bit of a downfall in the last game. A little bit of a gank towards the cooldown buff, but more so just LASBRA doing a damage check towards Baskin.
Baskin steps up, maybe trying to take the cooldown buff, but not quite there with that second ability to steal that one away. Cyno has opted to go over to the left side of the map to make sure that Aror and CycloneSpin can guarantee their first spawn of shield buff. And I want to go to this Ishtar because it's rewind about a year. This god comes out. All the craze. Every hunter is playing or banning this god. Usually was just allowing it to be played because you didn't want to expend a ban to the hunters at that point. Then she went quiet. Went dark for quite some time. What value do you see in the Ishtar on the composition here for the Ferryman trolley?
I think that Ishtar in general is pretty solid no matter what. It's just there was other picks that did a lot more, right? She can't fly across the map. She doesn't have the greatest early pressure, but what she does do is clear the wave just fine. She's got a pretty solid team fight ultimate. She's relatively safe in lane, and that is never going to change. It's just other picks sort of rose up. I don't think Ishtar fell too far down, of course. Some nerfs did come her way, and her itemization, I think, fell off a little bit towards the end there. But I think she's always been a solid pick if you can, pilot her well. And her 1v1's very good, and I think that's the main reason people still play her in ranked, of course. If you can just find that ultimate, you're pulling beats, right? No one wants to be stunned for that long, take that many ADC auto attacks, especially if they're matching your build. You're just going to be losing that trade.
So annoying. That's so annoying by Aror. He can do it again. Wait for it. Boop, there goes another one. He's just pulling it back to CycloneSpin. Wait, who's going to get the secure is the real question.
All that.
Still goes to the dragon. Look, it's the mental damage that Aror dealt at that point. I mean, he had, what 3 Riptides?
It was definitely 3 Riptides. All that to not get it, but you could tell the Jade Dragons were just like begrudgingly following him. Like, can we please get this buff? Like, I don't know, man. It's a 50-50. Aurora just keeps whooping me. I've got no damage for this. A good start. We use a little bit of rotation from Cyno. No beads on Cyno, remember. He's been going shell on this Bellona, which means Powwow could have a decent target when Eagle's Rally is down, which currently it is not. So LASBRA's not going to be looking for the immediate pull, maybe trying to bait out that ultimate, or just look for some good damage. It's been a while since I've seen just some good full damage dodge E-burst. It exists. I think Panatom's been playing it a fair bit, but I'm talking blink in, immediately channel 1,000 cuts, Trickster Spirit to follow up, and then they're just gone. Like, that's just the kind of plays I'm looking for. So hopefully LASBRA goes towards a little bit of damage. You see Mike going in for an ultimate here, trying to find Aror.
Does get a snipe as well. LASBRA waiting for the chance to teleport in, gets there. CycloneSpin dove under the tower. LASBRA goes up to the Powwow. Does Cyclone have a way to get out of that one? No, he doesn't. It's PBM with the first kill of the game for the Jade Dragons. But it took the entire kit of all 3 players on that side of the map to get it.
Yeah, and had to pull the beads down, had to get the ultimate, and then of course the Powwow comes through at the perfect time. I thought he was going to miss. I mean, that was 2 shots down, and then I thought he needed to actually hit the shots to actually confirm the kill, but luckily Mike did all the heavy lifting, and Mike gets to get the first blood there. Going to start off great for the duo lane. Puts Vote in a good spot as well. So it looks like just going into that Gauntlet of Thieves and a Warlock Staff. This is an item for Dardez that we haven't seen built in quite some time. Still very powerful if you're able to get it online, right? I mean, it makes you a little bit tankier. The extra percent pen is nice. And then, of course, the damage once you get that item stacked up. The issue, of course, is that it takes a bit to stack that item up. And it's one of the longer stacking items we have in this game. So expect Dardez to be pretty much AFK in lane for quite some time. Unless he's helping over trying to confirm a blue buff for Nika, who did not get that blue buff, unfortunately.
No, rotation from Paul. Secures the blue for the Styx Ferrymen to steal that one away from the Jade Dragons on their side. Aror trying to take a shield buff, but runs into Mike, both hitting 6 at the same time. An ultimate for Mike, but without Vote there. Going to hold off on that one for a moment while CycloneSpin clears out his own purple. Dual lane, where the Jade Dragons started this matchup. Got the 1 kill onto PBM. Takes down CycloneSpin, but hasn't really done anything as far as the lead is concerned. Charlie, we're in almost the exact same spot that we were last game. Not to the same gold degree, but close. 1,000 gold up for the Ferrymen, doing nothing. Then a first blood goes for the enemy team, Dragons in this case. Jumps out about halfway and then picks itself back up. The Styx Ferrymen are just finding farm everywhere. But maybe, again, this comes down to some of the soul lane matchup where Baskin's getting the better end against Nika. I'm not sure where all the rest of this gold is just coming from because the Styx Ferrymen seem to just be pulling out of a hat at this point.
Well, LASBRA is going to be falling a bit behind Cyno just by nature of Golden Blade. I think that Cyno is going to be clearing a little bit faster. He's been making those rotations. Hasn't fought too much, but hasn't really had to, right? Just because he's trying to focus out far more often than not. And with that, you got to look towards just solo and jungle in general. I mean, Paul's going to clear a bit faster. He's not going for the Warlock, so he gets his damage online a lot sooner. Quicker farm means mid-camp control. All of that will start to add up. And unfortunately, Nika lost both his Bastions, man. It's not looking too good. And full totem control. You're really starting to see the gold add up once you see this side of the map, right? It's just LASBRA doesn't really have anything to farm over here because Baskin's so far ahead, so he's just trying to avoid the solo lane for now. It's not easy to gank a Wukong, as we've seen as well. That Somersault Cloud is going to get you out of just about any sort of problem you could ever get into over here. And actually, this time it's Mike rotating over to solo lane, trying to defend the blue buff. Not something I expected, but hey, he might be able to pull an ult, or at the very least just zone away from this buff.
Nika needs any help he can get right now, because if you look at the goal per minute between the two of them in solo, thought we might have a little fight over there for the mid Harpies, but look at the GPM for solos, over 500 for Baskin, 370 for Nika. He is 130 behind, and that's per minute. Now multiply that by 8. I'm not going to do the math because that's not fun to do. It's a lot of gold.
Or it's just rude, you know, saying that Nika's about 800
He's
down.
2,000 ahead by himself.
What's good?
Baskin. He's 57 to... Oh, that's
I was
1,000.
gonna say,
Oh, my lord. I'm really bad at math. Oh, no.
I was like, what's good? Like, I wasn't saying it as if it was unbelievable. I was saying it as...
No, you're correcting me in the right way possible. I literally just said I'm not going to do that math, and then I failed in the very next math question.
You said you weren't going to do it.
And then I did it.
And you didn't do it.
I haven't taken... No, I'm not going to defend it. That was just me being dumb. We're in game 5. That's my excuse.
That makes sense. You know what? It's a barn burner, and Baskin is ahead. Not 2,000 gold ahead, but ahead nonetheless. Well, I can't wait to see some impactful rotations. Oh, man.
We needed this.
We did.
We needed this.
This is good. This is gonna. Yeah, we're back in business. Baskin split pushing or not proxy farming, I should say, as he should. No one's gonna stop him. No one can kill him. He's got plenty of gold to just go back and possibly make a rotation over. Nika has upgraded the teleport. That's something to note. He needs it up as quickly as possible in case he has to match that rotation of Baskin. And if he's going to do so, needs to know exactly where Baskin is. So I'm probably trying to track this Wukong. Remember, beacons for this whole set have been going to the Styx Ferrymen, right? Even when the Jade Dragons were winning, the Ferrymen were on point for the beacons. As Cyno gets a little bit stuck there. Doesn't seem like he's in too much trouble because he's got Eagle's Rally. He's going to be able to back up, but this is a targeted fight, right? You know the rotation could be coming in, and actually, Paul forced into the ultimate here.
Goes for the damage. Hits mostly Mike with it, but got to keep note that Baskin did make a partial rotation over and will now do exactly what Nika did on their side of the map, stealing away the back Harpy camp, these shaman camps that spawned in, while the masks and buffs will still go to the Dragons, losing out on that golden XP over from this rotation of Baskin. It's going to allow him to keep his lead up. River's Rebuke. You're not going to save you, Aror. Remember, you go through there. Does manage to get a Riptide. Drop down to 30% health. And to wrap it up off the mark, CycloneSpin teams up with Cyno. 2v1 takes down both, puts the Ferryman on the board.
It's going to be it. I saw Nika show up. I thought maybe he would send an ultimate towards Aror, but got underneath the tower. Not going to be enough. And unfortunately for Vote, got Cyclone so weak, but not enough to find a kill there. And I don't even blame Vote for going for that kill. I think if he had the ultimate, was able to find it. Because he was so far up build-wise, CycloneSpin was sitting on a fair bit of gold. But did not have the ward coverage, didn't know exactly where Cyno was. Ends up biting him. So that will be a kill going the way of Cyclone. Now, Beacon goes up. In about 40 seconds, both teams close by.
Nika gonna get some damage over on the opposite side. We can take a look back at the kill there. No beads used by Vote during all of that so far. Maybe Cyno wasn't fully necessary at all.
He got
there.
it off, man. He was dead.
Was close. But Cyclone takes that kill for himself, puts himself 1-1 in this matchup. Been a part of all 2 kills in the game, whether it be him killing or him being killed.
All two?
All two. All 2 kills has been on CycloneSpin.
Or around CycloneSpin in this case.
CycloneSpin has been involved in 100% of the kills.
Well, that means duo lane going to complete that. And once again, it's like every time the Styx Ferrymen are always on point with this spawn. The second it's in, they're there. The Jade Dragons scramble. They try and show up in time, but they can't make it. They just do not have the pressure on the map or just don't value the beacon that much.
Oh.
As Cyno takes away the buff as well with the Scourge. Heading over towards the left side of the map. You said it last time, Vote didn't beats, has them available, but is also very high up in lane. Cyno probably wants to try and get aggressive here, and actually it's the Jade Dragons walking forward.
Cyclone dashes away, LASBRA chases him out, and it's an ult from Cyclone, responding back for 2 from the Dragons, but none of them are getting the damage connection. It's Aror being pulled back to the coffin, but why are you pulling Aror? He's got beads, and he's still tanky, over half of his health left. And he's got enough to spare. Throws out the heal for the team as Baskin chases Nika out. Paul shows up, and the potion is hitting for over 400 apiece. Paul just does it all. The Ferrymen get their second kill. Meanwhile, as Fury started for the Dragons, Cyno dives in with Aror, who never went back to base. Watch out for Baskin and Paul on rotation, because Baskin's healthy as well. Goes right to Dardez. Paul shows up, and the damage to be dealt right back. Missed the first potion, but will crash right back in with the rest of the team as LASBRA is sent back to base by Cyno. Paul puts down Dardez, and Mike close to follow, stunned by Baskin, and damage after. The Ferrymen up 5-1.
My goodness. I mean, that's just the strength of Flat Pen. If you want to see something, hold on. Vote close by. Does not have the ultimate, so no snipes can come through. Maybe an auto attack can try and steal this one away. That's Vote's best option. There's the ultimate. The Styx Ferrymen get the Fury, but Nika's got some good damage.
Gets one more hit on a Cyno. That's a double for Nika, but he's taking too much from Paul. He needs some magic defense if he wants to stand up to the might of Paul, and the Styx Ferrymen able to hammer away. But can he get back to base? CycloneSpin stops that one in its place, slows him down. Baskin just needs Cudgel, and the wall is off the mark. Baskin puts down his enemy solo laner, and Vote goes to the sky. Is that even enough to save him? Paul walks away and might just let Baskin have this one. Nah, Paul's going to want it for himself, but I think he just actually missed the O after, so we'll go to Baskin anyways.
Yeah, my goodness. Flat Pen into a solo laner with 0 magical defense. That is the difference maker right there. I mean, the benefit of the Rune Forge is you do a little bit of extra damage, but if you're going to rotate into, at the time, a level 14 Paul, it was not like he was vastly ahead. It was just he had full Book of Thoth stacked and the Divine Ruin. Nika gets, I mean, I guess 4-shot. It was double potion into the Dispel and then finally the Blast Off to finish. But just twice it happens where Paul is doing insane burst damage thanks to the double Flat Pen, and no one prioritized that magical defense. Now Paul is the scariest guy on the map.
There's what? 2 400+ damage potions, a 400 damage Witchfire magic immediately after, so 1200 of Nika's health in the blink of an eye by this mid laner. And you can bet he's building that magic defense now. He says, I learned my lesson, I walked up to Paul, and I will not make that mistake again. But it's 2-0-3 for the mid laner of the Styx Ferrymen. And Aror is riptiding towards the enemy team. He saw the Jade Dragons and said, you guys want to fight? How about right now?
I think he wanted to riptide in and fight an ultimate, but didn't really line up. There is no Phantom Shell in play currently, so you catch Dardez, you catch Mike, you should be able to get some value from the River's Rebuke. However, they both have a fair bit of sustain. Just dropping Circle Protection might be enough to get them out of trouble, assuming that there isn't that much follow-up. Ferrymen are here, though. They show up to shield buff. It's just LASBRA and Vote. I don't think they want to step too far up for just the shield buff, though. They're going to have to give this one up. And at this point, LASBRA is like looking for any sort of farm. Like, he's just sitting in duo lane like, bro, Paul's 4 levels up on me. Can I get a wave? Like, anything at all? Because every other bit of farm is being stolen from me.
And some of that's being stolen by Baskin, who's just waltzing through the jungle, taking anything that he can. Nika, oh no, he's out of range of the cudgel. Baskin tried to stop the back, but need to be about another 5 feet forward to get that one done. So instead, Nika can go back, gets his Oni Hunter's Garb online. That's the magic defense he needs against Paul.
Big.
But he might need a little bit more.
Oh, I wouldn't doubt it. I do want to see the difference in that combo that we just saw 5 minutes ago and that combo again. It'll still get Nika like half health, but it's not going to 100-0 him anymore, right? If you just get hit by 2 potions, you should be just fine. And level 16, so Nika's actually got some good farm in the past couple of minutes. But the beacon's going to be spawning in once again. And Baskin goes back to base with upgraded teleport available, so he could just show up right in mid tower. Wouldn't be surprised if that's what he does, but it looks like because he's got some time, he's just gonna book it on foot. He knows the Jade Dragons aren't gonna be here on respawn because they haven't been all set.
Paul gonna zone Mike away from Beacon. Aror standing on the edge of the circle. Mike's at least gonna get a little bit of damage, but Paul's got quite a bit more. Half of Mike's health, and that's including the damage that was dealt before the heal went through from Mike. Beacon goes to the Ferryman. Now we wait for one more spawn before those Titans start marching forward, but Styx Ferrymen have already amassed themselves a 4,000 gold lead over the Jade Dragons. 7-3 on the kills and a 6,500 XP, and I think the big bulk of that one coming between the mid and the jungle as well. As mentioned, LASBRA falling behind, just caught up, but it's 2 levels between Paul and Dardez.
Yeah, I mean, the XP looks fine in that case, but I imagine the gold's still not looking too good just by way of itemization as well. Paul's just stacking up the prophetic cloak, not getting punished for it because not like the Jade Dragons can really step forward. Primal Fury is up though, and the Jade Dragons are the first ones here. Possibly trying to find a gank on a CycloneSpin, but he's got Beat, he's got Aegis, and he has ultimate, so CC immunity not going to be an issue. Do you even go in for a pull here? I don't think so. Aggressive plays of the Jade Dragons seem a bit risky. You're at a position where another Primal Fury goes down, and you might have to just full-on retreat. If anything, Dardez might be in some big trouble.
Yeah, LASBRA was going to attack Paul and then realized that Dardez is almost dead. Goes back to bail him out. As Baskin was chasing alongside his mid laner. The Styx Ferrymen have sent Dardez back to base, now beadsless as well. So we'll make it even more difficult for Dardez to get that farm as he continues to fall behind. Level 19 for Paul, not even just now hitting the 19-minute mark of the game. Oh, and by the way, Cyno's just going to bat away any nuisances on the left side. PBM hit by the Eagles rally, Aror on the way, and there's a Riptide waiting for Mike, but he gets right past it, a little late from Aror to pull him back.
That Riptide came through, Mike would definitely have to Phantom Shell there, but wasn't forced out, so the River's Rebuke gets to stay for now. Primal Fury should go the way of the Jade Dragons unless some snipes from Vote come through. He is close by. He's watching. Does he even go up to the sky? He's going to go for it. Let's see if he's got the damage.
Needs every single shot. Gets the first, but the time in between 1 and 2 was a bit too much. Styx Ferrymen get the Fury. Jade Dragons answer with the Pyromancer. No one on the Ferryman on that side of the map to steal that one away. So objective to trade it out between the two teams. But that continues to now favor the Ferryman. 5k up after that exchange. As Paul tries to speedrun his way to the level 20. Just a little shy this time. We'll need a little bit more farm as he's already got his Soul Reaver online. Prophetic Cloak from his passive being stacked up for free. 23 stacks on that one already. And now that he's hit that level 20, once he got the gold, starter item to be upgraded.
Man, CycloneSpin finishes the kin size and heads on back to duo lane. Thought maybe he would head over to the right side of the map, and I think Aror might have been preparing for it. Did drop the Bracer on Fire Giant just in case his team wants to go in sometime soon. But maybe wanting to upgrade that starter item, get some crit chance online before going in for the fire could be the call. Something we haven't gotten to talk about in a while because of the lack of Ishtar, but those shotgun auto attacks can burn through a Fire Giant if just given a little bit of time, especially on a Bracer there that Aurora has placed for his duo lane partner. So one more wave, and I want to see Cyclone towards that Fire Giant. It may be early, but the lead that the Styx Ferrymen have built up for themselves, only way to force like even more is to either sit back and wait for Titan and push in with your Titan, which is 3 minutes away, or just go in for Fire Giant right now and try and force the Jade Dragons to fight when they're down. Power spike wise, a full kin size, that's a big deal. Vote can't match that at the moment. You're about to upgrade your starter item if you're Cyclone, so you'd like to go back the second you can do that. And that's not a damage spike that the Jade Dragons can hope to match, especially, we haven't even talked about Paul, who's level 20, has the cloak about to be done, already upgraded the Pendulum of Ages. I mean, this Baba Yaga is a threat, and I don't see anyone getting even close to killing her.
I don't think we've seen Paul under half HP this game just yet.
My man's got relics for days.
We're 22 minutes in. He might not have even needed to use a relic yet.
Why does he look tankier than Aror, man?
I don't know. Auror's got more little pips on the HP bar, but it just feels like Paul's just actually tankier. Now Prophetic Look is done, so has a little bit more defense to his name. Aror actually going for the Fey Blast dupe, so a lot of that extra HP, but most importantly, the bonus shielding that comes with him. Throw out that second ability, already get some good shields. Now you do it again. Walk over the little flowers, get even more. And wouldn't you know it, it's the Styx Ferrymen first on the scene for yet another Stygian peak, and the Jade Dragons, they're not even going to be around for this one. They're going to be on the opposite end of the map by the time this one pops in.
Yeah, they did a little bit of a lane swap where Cyclone went right for a bit, but nothing much came from it. The tier 1 tower survived, didn't really get pushed down. And I saw Cyno start to push left lane, but he didn't commit for too much. Didn't seem like he was trying to hit level 20 just yet. It's close, but level 18, still a ways to go. Nika able to split push and get himself level 20, which is a big power spike. Upgraded Bluestone does help out, but it is going to be the Fire Giant pull. LASBRA nowhere to be seen. Nika still in base. This Fire Giant's already 50%.
Halfway down, Styx Ferrymen, no contest from the Jade Dragons to slow them down this time through. And you're right to say, as soon as Cyclone did upgrade that starter, the crits start ringing through, 400 plus. When one of the large crits hit it, less so when one of the mini ones. I know that Fire Giant is a lot tankier than Baskin is. Baskin's got to use ultimate, jump over the wall.
Thorol?
Snipes from Vote, not there. Ultimate from Nika off the mark. Just a little too far away. LASBRA is going to blink in and teleport to stop this one. Baskin might just lose his life under. Does get the pow lao. And now LASBRA's got to fight against Cyno. LASBRA's going to go in between. Tries to get as much farm as he can because he's so desperate for 80 bits to hit 20, but he doesn't get the minion wave. And a Styx Ferrymen trade out 1-1, losing fire on Baskin.
Yeah, I respect that call. I mean, LASBRA knew number 1, he was dead. Number 2, Cyno was never going to relic there. So might as well, but look at this. A little bit of an ambush here by Paul. He's going to get a bit of damage, but the majority of the Jade Dragons are already here. It looks like just burning through the Titan is the call for now. Cyno and Aror push up. Got ultimates if they want to get aggressive, but the Titan is the growing matter at the moment, so definitely deal with that first, and then you can look towards your tier 2 towers. With Baskin being gone, he does have upgraded teleport, and as long as the ward is down, he can join the team at this Phoenix if they need to go in for right, and that might be the call here.
Tier 2 under fire by Cyclone and the Titan of the Styx Ferrymen. Paul hit by a Spirit Ball. And Cyno dives in on top of Vote. Tier 2 tower is down. Paul still alive and healthy, being healed up by Aror, and Baskin with the flank removes Dardez. It's credit to Cyclone for the kill, but Baskin there for the setup. Now with the Titan still alive and healthy, the Styx Ferrymen take down the right Phoenix, and they could go a little bit further. LASBRA goes right in the middle of everything as Baskin finds the stun. And Nika up to the sky. A reverse rebuke from Aror. The snipes from Vote, but they're not going to get the damage. Instead, it's a dunk by Nika, but he's got to get out instantly. Doesn't want to stick around this time. Baskin tries to get bail out one more time, but a half-health Titan for the Ferryman means they can keep going through. Pal out from LASBRA. How many can it pull back? It's 2 of them, but it's 2 of the tankier targets on the map. The Styx Ferrymen, they can't stick around much longer.
Seems like the Jade Dragons want to chase this, but doesn't even seem like that good of an idea. Look at the health bars. Aror is keeping everyone at full HP. Right Phoenix goes down, but there's still a lot of towers on the map, a lot of real estate for the Styx Ferrymen to try and burn through. Because of that, they call off their siege early. They don't end up going for a Titan play because we're 25 minutes in and it was a 5v4. They're just going to go on back to base with 1 minute left on the power play. I imagine you pick up a Gold Fury, see if you can find a pick anywhere, and reset. Probably looking towards the next Fire Giant. There's only 1 Runic Bomb in play for the Styx Ferrymen, and that's in Cyno's inventory, so not going to be going in anytime soon, right? I don't think you're looking towards these Phoenixes. It's a little bit too difficult. The Styx Ferrymen got about as much as they could off of a Titan push. You know, if you're not ending there, you're pretty happy with getting the tier 2 and the Phoenix.
It's a lot more than they were probably aiming to do so there. Given a window of opportunity, the Styx Ferrymen took that. Grab a couple of structures. Gold Fury is up. Styx Ferrymen might leave that as their, okay, we're done sieging, let's fall back. regroup, or maybe Baskin just goes that way with CycloneSpin. They'll back away for the time, head up towards Tier 2 tower on left. The rest of the Styx Ferrymen now joining in. Again, by the way, Paul still hasn't used a relic. It's an instant ultimate to immune what Mike has, and Baskin again to the backline to do with Dardez. Nika in the backline of the Ferrymen to try and take down CycloneSpin, and they do so. LASBRA tag teams alongside his solo laner. Nika goes down to the damage of Paul. Baskin being shredded, but the shielding is there, but it's just not quite enough. PBM, credit for the final hit onto Baskin. Now it's Cyno, quarter HP, chased out by LASBRA. Dash doesn't get him far enough. It's Dardez who gets a kill for himself. Jade Dragons with a 3-for-1 trade. It's just Aror and Paul left.
And there's a Fire Minion wave on the Titan, but it looks like the Jade Dragons have plenty to go back to base if they need it. Paul will get rooted, but he's got Blast Off to try and escape for now. Not too much chase down potential. Vote and Dardez are not going to be able to find a kill anytime soon. They're just going to trade to the Gold Fury. It doesn't even look like the Styx Ferrymen are leaving. Yeah, Auror's going to stick around, maybe go in for a bubble bound steal with the help of Paul. The Jade Dragons, they know something's here. A quick 700 to Dardez's face, and the Jade Dragons will grab the Fury and back up.
I just want to point out from all of that, Trelly, that Paul didn't use relics.
Yeah, why would he?
Paul,
what are you talking about?
He jumps into ult, gets away from Mike.
You see Nika LASBRA go on Paul? I didn't.
I can't believe that I think we're 28 in, and I don't know if Paul has actually used one of those relics yet. He just invested another 800 gold into something he's not using.
Should have just bought power bots, man.
What if he just uses it for the cooldown at this point? What if that's what he said? You know, it's more useful to use it for extra CDR.
I wouldn't be surprised. And also, I don't blame Nika or LASBRA for not getting near him, right? They can kill CycloneSpin. Yeah, that's great. That's easy to do. That's a hunter. Prophetic Cloak Baba with the shielding from the ultimate, so much passive healing, and the straight up just immense heal that the Styx Ferrymen are providing. I'd be going for the hunter too. Sorry, Cyclone. Paul's not. No, whoever Paul is killing, I would just say, sorry guys, I can't kill that guy. Good luck.
Styx Ferrymen though. 29 minutes in. Not going to be Enhanced Fire Giant yet, but starting to set up. Might sit around and spin their wheels a bit before we do actually go for fire. Never mind. Let's go ahead and pull it now. Says the Styx Ferrymen. Jade Dragons walk up, but the Fire Giant's down to 40%. Cyno tries to distract PBM. As PBM goes up into the coffin, it pulls back only Baskin. The River's Rebuke will catch out Mike and leave the rest of the team separated. The Fire Giant has been reset, and Paul has used his ult. It's only Baskin and Cyno at theirs left. CycloneSpin is going to go down once more. Not quite. He turns it back. LASBRA is down. Nika is gone. And Dardez drops the ultimate, but it's not going to do anything for him. Alternate timeline procs only to lead to his death. The Jade Dragons have been deleted off of the map. PBM, the last one alive. And oh, would you look at it? Paul has used his beads for the first time this game, and it's just to take down Mike. The Jade Dragons have been knocked away. The Styx Ferrymen remain undefeated in their first 3.
The Styx Ferrymen will walk into the Titan and end this one after going down 0-2 what feels like hours ago, because it was hours ago. There's a long fought set, and it turns out this Bellona from Cyno actually looked real clean. I was kind of hating on it for the first 2 times. Maybe when you got Paul, who goes essentially untouched the whole game, yeah, you can play things like that, and it's going to look pretty darn good.
Paul used beads once.
And it was for damage.
And it was to kill Mike. It's to get more cooldowns to kill Mike to end the game.
And if you saw during that fight, Nika ults Cyclone, he gets relics. And then afterwards, LASBRA blinks in, goes on a Cyclone, tries to kill, gets him very weak, but the shell comes through, and then Cyclone lives by just using the jolt. It's the double dive onto Cyclone. They could only go for Ishtar. They did not have the damage of trying to lead a Baba Yaga with full Prophetic Cloak.
Oh, and they didn't. Again, I think the lowest I saw Paul's health drop that entire game was about 50%.
And that's thanks to Aror as well.
For sure.
The heals are definitely stacking up. Like, your positioning, his positioning, surely top tier, yes, but Aror was just spamming 2, just following them around, autoing, spamming 2, going, you guys got this, I'll just be the cheerleader, I'll heal you guys.
Yeah, I mean, I think that siege on the right side of the Phoenix was the perfect tell of that entire fight, where it's like, okay, the fight's going. Oh, by the way, the fight's still going. And the fight's still going, and you just look up at the health bars, and everybody on the Ferrymen are just fine, because Auror's just slamming his 2 button. 2, hit a 2, hit another 2, keep them all alive. And it brings a reverse sweep for the Styx Ferrymen. They take down the Dragons in 5 games. That's it for me and Trelly on the cast. We'll throw it back to the desk to break it down.
It's a fun one to watch, Mifflin, and you look at it and you just watch the last 3 games, it feels like very consistent control from the Ferrymen. If you watch the last game, you're probably blown away because beads used only once by Paul, and it was aggressively at that. It just goes to show, I think, how well, A, the front line was, but where the dive was from the Dragons, maybe not focusing on that mid lane.
I mean, and they couldn't do it. They couldn't shut down the Ishtar. How are they going to kill the Baba Yaga, who's got way better self-peel tools as well as a little bit of an additional HP bar to play with thanks to that HP shield in the ultimate. Just top to bottom there, really good stuff from the Styx Ferrymen. I thought Cyno in particular deserves a good deal of credit, a bounce-back performance on that Bellona. Combined in the first 2 games of the set, it was a 4 and 9, I believe, for Cyno on the Bellona, and then he rights the ship with a 4-2-5 in Game 5 up against the Jade Dragons. Outside of that, I mean, we could talk about Paul and how his positioning is just perfect always. I feel like that's old news by this point. I think, if anything, my primary takeaway is the overcorrection from the Jade Dragons in picks and bans. I feel like you don't really need a triple ban CycloneSpin first phase when you could have got like one of those bans on the Chernobog, and then all of a sudden anything CycloneSpin played would have been 2 tiers lower than anything he had played previously, right? Could have maybe dedicated a ban towards that Baba Yaga, put Paul a little bit lower on his own list, but outside of that, it's not really anything to complain about here from the Styx Ferrymen. Top to bottom, clean play.
I will have to say, first off, best Bellona skin as well, the purple-haired recolor from Cyno. And it just looked really good, right? And like you said, the first couple, it was kind of getting the wheels spinning, didn't quite click the way that it worked or wanted to. And then here, 4-2 and 5 has a really big impact. Of course, it's hard to ignore 30.5 thousand damage from Paul. My man's was free firing and free casting in Game 3. But it's not just Game 3, right? Game 4, not just Game 5. Game 4 and Game 3.
Doubled up Dardez.
Is just insane to see what the team was able to do and kind of put together. And the Ferrymen, it took them a little while to get there. In fact, there was a point where I was like, man, we've been having a conversation about this being the best team, and the Dragons are going to ruin this for us. What are we going to see? What are we going to talk about? They go down 2-0, but then come back, reverse sweep, win 3-2. And I'm sure that has to feel pretty good and maybe give them some things to think about going forward and the rest of this week and, of course, the rest of the phase. But you don't got to take it from me. We've got Cyno standing by ready for an interview.
That's right. Cyno, jungler for the Ferrymen, joins me for the post-game. First off, congrats on your win against the Jade Dragons. How does it feel getting a 5-game set to kind of get a practice here against the Jade Dragons? And what's it like when you're down 2-0 sitting on potential set point up against any team and then you just make a comeback like this?
I mean, for me personally, I always feel like we can win no matter what the situation is, down 2-0, up 2-0. But yeah, honestly, most of the time you just got to figure out picks and bans, and every game is winnable.
And now kind of talk to me a little bit about this Bellona. I believe you brought out a little bit last week, had some mixed performance. You bring it out today. Doesn't work out the first 2. What was it about Game 5 that made it feel like the Bellona was the right call for you to go to this time?
I mean, just the character does a lot of stuff that I want to do in game, how we play as a team. So I don't want to get into too much why I pick it, but it worked out. There's certain games I want to pick up, basically.
No, fair enough. And whenever you feel it's right, it's the time to bring it out there. Talk to me a little about the team. How's everybody feeling right now? Now I've got 3 sets down, 3 wins for yourself, so undefeated to start things out. How's the team kind of feeling right now?
I mean, obviously we feel pretty good. We definitely do not think like we're the best or anything, and we have a lot of work to do. But I mean, you'll take 3-0 every day of the week. So,
hey, take the first 3 sets, count them as wins. Go to Game 5, wins and win at the end of the day. Congratulations on your win, Cyno. We'll let you go out for now. We'll go back to the desk.
It's a great start for them, as J-Mac says, 3-0 overall, and a 3-2 win. But as you kind of got the glimpse of there from Cyno, where he's just like, we still got a lot to learn. It's actually something that you get from Aror a lot, where he's just like, look, man, we're just learning, like, all the time. Like, that's our goal, is to learn as much as they can. And it could bomb their phase if it means that they'll learn by the time that we actually get to tournament time. So they've done a really good job of learning and applying so far here. And we'll see how well that continues to treat them in the future, because they go 5 today, and they have the opportunity to do it again tomorrow when they play the Ravens. And if you were watching, or if you watched Waiting Room this week, I talked about the first 4 sets because all of them feel really great. Because not only do we get to see Ravens versus Ferrymen, one that I'm very excited for, before that, at 11 tomorrow, or 11 Eastern, very specifically, Kings and Leviathans are going to be playing, which is another one I'm really excited, especially after how the Kings look today. With the Leviathans getting a win over the Warriors beating the Kings. That one, Mifflin, can cause a lot of intrigue. Warriors Gladiators on Sunday. I'm also really interested in that Dragons Hounds matchup. It feels like there's a lot to look forward to, and we're only one day in.
Yeah, I'm really keeping my eyes on the Kings Leviathans. I mean, recency bias, of course, that's going to be the next one we get to watch, but also how good are the Camelot Kings right now? I think that's the major question on everybody's mind. Was it just a bad performance today when they fall 3-0 to the Oni Warriors, or maybe this is indicative of a trend that's starting to develop? We're going to have to find out. I think that's a good heat check.
Well, things have changed since Phase 1. Now there's only one undefeated team. It's the Ferrymen. And based on what we saw, even they might end up slipping. But we'll have to find out if that 0 stays there for a while or if it'll slip away sometime soon. 3-1 in the lead of the Chaos Division once again are the Warriors. But again, Kings Ravens, one that we were talking about, or sorry, Kings Leviathans, one that we've been talking about, out of division matchup. And very specifically, not just the one that I think is going to be very important tomorrow, but also answers that question of who do you prepare for when you've got the Warriors and the Leviathans in 1 week? Who are you spending a lot of that prep time on, and how does it go? That's something that we'll get answered tomorrow. A lot of interesting numbers. Gladiators Sunday going to be looking for their first win as well, and unfortunately for them, it has to be against the Warriors as well.
Tough.
So that is going to be a very, very tough matchup for them, but something that they're still on the look for. The standings are ever changing. The schedule is set, and so we'll have to see how these teams fare as we continue the road to Worlds tomorrow. From myself, from Mifflin, of course, everyone back in production, everyone here at hi-rez Studios, thank you so much for tuning in today, and we'll see you tomorrow for Day 2 of Week 3.